So that's sort of like on the philosophical level, it's sort of like about kind of like how the way that we build our environment impacts like how we kind of think, how we see ourselves in the world, interacting with others, how we see our cities. More specifically, I think the project being located in Austin took on this question of medium density housing that was that has in sort of recent year kind of centered around the question of the missing middle, and that's a term that I think everybody in Austin has probably heard. And I think it's a very useful term in that it identifies a kind of certain density of housing that is somewhere between the apartment, the large mixed use, dense apartment complex, often with sort of like parking, structured parking at the center, and the kind of single family house that in Austin is still sort of like makes up a very high percentage of like all constructed housing volume. And I think this idea of the missing middle, therefore, like aims to create sort of walkable or sustainable densities, let's say housing densities around like at least 12 to 16 units per acre, possibly more, that could sustain businesses, that could sustain a certain idea of walkable neighborhoods, while not giving up entirely on the idea of attractive living and the ideas or the spatial features that make some of suburban living so attractive to many people, the idea of an outdoor space and so on. One of the issues with the idea of the missing middle, at least to me, is that it very much focuses on pre-war housing types. So they really sort of like suggestions are mostly based on freestanding, often, not always, but more often than not, freestanding housing types that kind of blend into existing neighborhoods. And like this is like a good example of like one of the types that's actually being proposed, sort of like fourplex, that certainly is sort of like a very kind of representative building, but it also has a high degree of houseness, let's say. And that houseness, when you sort of increase that like freestanding object on a site, as you can also see, has certain kind of like pushbacks. And one of them is that now with the increase in density, like spaces around this object on the site become actually kind of less usable. Like these spaces that you see in the front are very nice and beautiful to look at, and certainly contribute to sort of like an image, but they don't necessarily contribute to the inhabitants. They don't necessarily benefit as sort of like private patios and so on. And so we defined the idea of missing middle for the sake of the studio, not so much as certain types that we're looking at, but three, there's certainly more, but I think I would say three main spatial characteristics. And one is this idea that every unit should have a private outdoor patio space that is private and like that has visual privacy, that has ownership privacy, and that kind of enables like one of the qualities that we would normally associate with a single family house. The second one is the idea of a ground floor access. So that I have my own door, my own doorbell. I do not share, well, students of course found their own interpretations, but the premise was that like I want to go into my dwelling unit from a kind of public path, and that signifies that this is mine, and I have ownership over this. And the third was that obviously the car is nothing, we can wish it away, but it's not going to go away. So the idea that there is a sort of like reasonable integration of the idea that there will be cars around, maybe hopefully to a lesser extent. So we went with the recommendation that like many missing middle proposals actually do, and it's lobbied for, which is like one off-street parking space per unit. We look back at precedents that are largely associated with, as the title suggests, MAT strategies, which is really sort of like the missing part of the missing middle, like really what I think is a big amount of post-war modernist legacy in housing that is largely ignored by the current discourse. And so like the idea was really sort of like to bring some of these ideas possibly in and learn from them, such as, and I'm going to flip through a couple of precedents that we looked at, Siedlung Hallen. So interestingly, some of those maps are centered around like row house types, such as this one. Others are centered around courtyard types. So there's really a variety of what the individual cell of the unit is. They both obviously have advantages and disadvantages. Then, you know, sort of like some from the classic modernist canon, Agadir, then Alvaro Siza, some kind of like slightly more postmodern ideas that kind of give that idea of this sort of like housing complex a kind of like finite form in the city. And then last but not least, of course, the question of constructability and how these units come together in ways that are, I think, both reasonable for housing, but also maybe kind of like have a certain ambition in terms of kind of material and assembly that is in line kind of with the studio objectives. The site was in East Austin. It's not officially one of the kind of like new proposed transition zones according to the sort of like newly proposed code rewrite or land use. But I think it has many of the characteristics of a transition zone. It's located at the intersection of East 5th Street and North Pleasant Valley. So what you see on the top there, that like warehouse has the Hops and Grains Brewery in it. It's an area that has been rapidly developing along this corridor. Let me see if I can annotate here. Along this corridor between East 7th and East 5th Street. Like so this is really, and this is 6th at the sort of like center artery. That like kind of sees all these like larger scale developments going up like very, very rapidly. And at the same time, you have these kind of smaller neighborhood pieces that kind of frame that. And then the end cap here is a sort of like HEB and a kind of the sort of like the Valley Public Library and a big Cap Metro bus depot. And then we have a railway line. The third side of the site is determined by the kind of like railway line. It used to be a sort of like Austin to Houston, but it may soon, with the sort of like newly passed transport Prop A, may actually become one of the new light rail lines running out to, I believe it's the Manor line. The site itself, for the purpose of the studio, I divided it up into really two chunks. Like one was the chunk that is outlined here and not hatched, facing Pleasant Valley, that I gave as an extended site area to be treated like as part of the master plan, as part of the sort of like site development. And then the actual site was the tip that was further to the west of these kind of two lots that consists of. That was supposed to be developed in more detail. These are some photos of the site of what it looks like right now. So this is looking from the tip. The top one is like looking from the tip towards Pleasant Valley. The other one is looking the other direction from the other side of the street. If you take the second photograph, the one on the bottom, and you turn around 180 degrees, what you see is the photo on the bottom here. So we can see that there's some significant densification happening in the area. Like that's a fairly new building, kind of mixed use, kind of walk up apartments. And so there is the assumption that that street space will change over time. And that was obviously something that was to be taken into account. The program, I'm not going to go through it in detail, was really sort of like housing units of three types, 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom, up to 4-bedroom units. So the idea was not to make this a low cost or low income development, but the idea was that by bringing in a certain mix of sizes, possibly at market rate, this would be providing housing kind of at different levels of income and kind of like social and income mix beyond the sort of like social housing as a separate project. Another component was a neighborhood retail component of 5,000 to 7,000 square feet that was meant to help students define some of the transitions that are obviously inherent in developments like that between public spaces and sort of a collective or private spaces. So then, of course, we have parking, we have mechanical service and access, were things that should be taken care of according to code, according to code and according to architectural vision. And so, yeah, that's largely kind of the outline of our project. I don't know if there are any questions from the reviewers, anything that I can answer now.
Affordability?
Well, affordability was something that we did not see as a separate category of housing. Like we like the philosophy was really just like that it's about models of housing that provide a mix, a sort of like mix of possible income levels. So like a 2-bedroom looks different from a 4-bedroom, and sort of like provides kind of like different level income housing. So we did not address that as a separate topic, but we tried to sort of like build that into kind of like diversity of the units themselves. There was obviously, I think you'll see a variety of solutions in terms of construction, right? Like I think the issue of construction is obviously one where in a studio like that, you always have to walk a very fine line between what is common practice and like then we build everything by 2x4s. Like there's hardly any ways in which I think you can make housing more affordable in terms of construction. Like, I mean, there probably are, but I think the big affordability question is really in land value and not so much in construction. But I think that was a struggle that I noticed that came up a lot in terms of decisions about like how to build certain things. And there were actually very different attitudes also that students got feedback on from reviewers, like based on like, no, you should like just make this based on sort of like industry standards of how housing would be built, use STIGs, but make it beautiful and like show what you can do with that technique. While others were just like, no, you should, like, you're in school, you should pitch things of how you think housing should be done and not how it is done. So I think that was a really interesting issue to kind of think about in the context of this studio.
All right. Yeah, thanks for the answer, Martin.
Good. Any other questions, site or program wise, or then? All right, let me stop my share, and I'm going to introduce like the reviewers for this first session. So we have in-house, we have Michael Garrison, who is a professor of architecture and is, I would say, sort of like also one of the kind of like experts on sustainability, and also is teaching comprehensive and integrative studios and has been for a very long time. So it's really good to have Michael here. We have Matt Ficus, who is an associate professor also at UT and is the principal of Matt Ficus Architecture, an award-winning firm here in Austin, like that builds a lot of projects in the region and also beyond, and is also, I would say, sort of like a veteran of the integrative and comprehensive studio sequence. I believe you teach integrative right now, so you're doing the grads at the moment.
That's right. That's right. Doing the grad section. That's right. Yeah.
Okay, and then we have as our external guest, and like some of you know him because we've had him at previous reviews. We have Saroj Anklesaria, who is an architect originally from India. He is okay, I always have to look this up, Saroj. T. David Fitzgibbon Professor of Architecture at Carnegie Mellon in Pittsburgh.
Thank you for trying. It's not necessary.
Was that roughly correct?
Yes, but not necessary. Thank you.
And Soros has practiced both internationally with firms, but also has his own practice and has a significant amount of build work, a lot of it in India actually, is interested in questions of housing and living together, and sort of sustainable construction and design, I think also the straddling the line of like informality and formality in housing, I would say. And this is not from your bio, this is my personal take on things, and correct me if I'm wrong here.
Thanks.
All right, good. With that being said, I would say let's get started. And I invite the first group to start sharing their screens. Please introduce yourselves and then your project. We will have about 30 to 35 minutes per project. So be sure to be concise so that we have enough time for feedback. All right.
Hello. I'm Jessica.
I'm Zen. And I guess we could just jump right into it.
So just starting real quickly with our precedent that we started with at the beginning of the semester. We studied the Atrium Siedlung Urstag in Vienna. And so it's really basically row housing, but with 3 units. So instead of just a typical back-to-back 2 units, they're pulled apart so that a 3rd unit can fit in the middle. And then there's a relief where there's terraces throughout to let in light, whereas normal row housing kind of has issues of getting light to the deeper parts of the units. And so they did this while also maintaining quality of living for different unit types. And they created axes of circulation and made sure to give everyone access to outdoor spaces and lighting.
Okay, so our site, like Professor Haettasch mentioned, is located at the intersection of North Pleasant Valley Road and East 5th Street. So we started off with 3 main goals that we wanted to achieve with this site, and those were porosity, maximizing the land usage, and maintaining the street. Okay, let's take a look at this. So on the north side, there's a couple of markets and newer housing developments here. So we wanted to create these through spaces where people can get from 5th Street to the markets. And then we also wanted our development to maximize the use of land. So as the size of our land increases in width, we also increased the amounts of units as well. And then lastly, we wanted to maintain these firm edges where our development meets the main streets and where it faces the newer developments. So on that edge and on that edge. So we took a couple of things from our precedent. We included the idea of inserting this 3rd unit right there where the site allows for it. And then, however, so we pulled apart these units, the back-to-back, the ones that would have been back-to-back units to provide better lighting. And then we filled that space with the pedestrian walkway right there that you can see, to celebrate the public aspect and the shared experiences, close proximity to other people. And then we also provided plenty of outdoor spaces, both public and private, similar to our precedent. Parking is located on the ground floor, and that includes both covered and uncovered parking spaces. And we have a total of 49 spaces, which comes out to a little over 1 space per unit. So on the ground floor, the parking garage provides these residents over here with access to the units, and then it provides everyone else with direct access to the commercial and mixed use spaces on this side. And on the 2nd level, the pedestrian walkway gives the residents a semi-public space, like I said earlier, to gather. And it includes these large public stairs, some vegetation, and then light wells, as well as a water feature. And then as you move up in the cluster plan, you can kind of see more of units and their relationship to each other in terms of volumes and heights. So there's 2 large public stairs, and then There's also 2 cores in addition to that. That includes stairs and elevators. So there's plenty of access and an easy means of egress. That's what all the units combined would look like.
Yeah, and so if you can see along the street edge with the L, we wanted to keep a higher or a greater height to match so that the new developments that are starting to get built around this area, even though there is a lot of single family homes too. So we're trying to mitigate that and then also open up to the north side where all those markets are.
So we have 3 different unit types, 28 2-bedroom units, and those are the type A units up here. So they interlock with themselves or with each other. And then there's 13 4-bedroom unit types, and that's the type B. And then there's 3-bedroom units, so the type C. So that's a total of 45 units. And then in terms of heating and cooling, the commercial spaces have 1 shared air handling unit, and then the individual units will have their own air handling units.
Yeah, and so as we get into the individual unit plans, this is unit type A. So it's those 2 interlocking units that are kind of tetrapy that form this one module. And so this is our smallest unit. It's a 2-bedroom unit. And so both of these units have their entry in the safe area, but it's separated into more private walkways to come in. And then the rest is for the most part mirrored. And so as you go from the bottom floor to the 3rd floor, it gets more private as you go up from kitchen and dining to kind of more living space, and then to bedrooms at the top. And you have some double height spaces as well. Just to add condition, this is the other module on the other side of the walkway. And so this is our unit B and our unit C. And so these are more like row housing where they are back to back. And so to accommodate that, we pulled them apart a little bit and added this light well to allow this unit to have light on the back as well. And then this unit here has a large terrace on this side that's a double height, so that there's also letting light in on the back side of that unit as well. And again, it progresses from more public to private as you move up in the units.
So in terms of structure, we're going with a combination of wood studs, glulam beams, and CLT for the units, and then concrete for the commercial area. So kind of walking that fine line, like Martin said earlier, about what's typical construction and what's not. First, the CLT panels are placed in areas that separate. Oh, so these are the interlocking units. So you can kind of see the CLT panels are placed in areas that separate one unit from another for fire rating purposes. And then the floor system here, along with these glulam beams, are placed in areas where the same unit stacks above itself. So the detail of the fire rated CLT panels, and then the interlocking units would come together like this. Then these reflected ceiling plans are just here to supplement the axon and show which walls are load bearing, and then where the beams, or which walls are shear walls, and where the beams frame into either load bearing walls or into girder trusses.
And so here's kind of a transverse and a longitudinal section. This is going north-south, so we can see that cut through that central walkway and sort of these earth box features in the middle of it. And then you can start to see some of the double height spaces within the units and how this outdoor space kind of intersects between these 2 units here. And then you can also see at the bottom that these units are stacked on top of as well as here. And so that is, for as far as construction goes, that is a concrete structure. And then on top of it is our CLT wood stud structure when it gets into the residential unit. So here you can see a cut through the units and the concrete plinth. And so going through balconies. And so here you can kind of see how we switch from CLT to glulam beams, just depending on what's going on above it. And so where there's decking to get that stacked up construction, the ceiling had to drop a little bit. And then where there was floor separating units, we use the CLT. And then we have a masonry clad building, and also interior masonry veneer where we have terraces to kind of blend the boundary between indoor and outdoor space. And so you can just kind of see that through the whole section, just depending on the condition of the space. And then we have the concrete plinth at the bottom that has the commercial on the side and the garage on that side.
So this is a detail of the pedestrian walkway showing the earth box for the tree and then the light wells on either side of it. And then beyond that, on either side, there's benches for the pedestrians and then a water feature that ideally would, the rainwater would drain into it, and then they would go down the side of the building and be used for irrigation for the green spaces that we designed on our site. And then this is just a blown up drawing of the wall section that Gabby talked about earlier. It shows a little bit more of the waterproofing details and how the water on the deck should drain, ideally again, into the pipe in the center, into the drain pipe that converges with the plumbing within the unit.
Yes, have to go into gutters off the side of the units. And then here's some renders of the interior units where we have exposed coolant, and then sort of that blur between the indoor and outdoor within each unit. And then this is that light well between those back-to-back units. So it's almost housing where there's just flat up against each other, but it really opens up the space between the two. And then here's that walkway, main walkway through our development.
Okay, was this the last image?
Yes.
Okay, it's always helpful if you clearly state when you're done, because otherwise there's always this awkward moment of like, okay, there's something more to come. So thank you.
Well, since you introduced me first, I'll start first this time. You know, it's a very comprehensive and timely project, and I think you've done a great job in solving most of the problems. There were a few things that, and I might just take them in some order. And since we stopped right here, I think this would be a great one to start with. And that is, in your scheme, when you have this sort of public street, first of all, there's a big, you talk about the concrete plinth, you know, there's a fire hazard when you put the cars under that and then you go up on top of it. So I think that with the load that you're looking at and the spans that you're looking at is probably a double T or a hollow core or something down there. And that presents the problems, I guess, that I didn't see that you solved, which is you've got a sort of a parking grid with certain kinds of spacing. And now all of a sudden you put apartments on top of that, you have a plumbing grid. And that plumbing grid has to get through the parking grid. And I'm not really seeing that you address that problem. And that's a major problem of that, because you've got plumbing stacks and vents and all these kinds of things that are running from the upper floors down to that to try to get to the ground. And you need you know, I'm sure if you had actually thought about it, you would have solved that problem because you've solved so many others. But it's really how one integrates that sort of plumbing over the parking garage. And does the parking garage module establish a certain grid up above? And so if it's a column situation, then that's fine. But if it's a transfer slab, then that's the kind of thing that we needed to be looking at. I also think, you know, if you're using wood studs, you know, about 3 floors is about as much as you can do with a wood stud. And that means it's almost 12 inches on center when you get down to you know, you have to do something like that for wood studs. Maybe metal studs would have been better a little bit, I think, especially in terms of the fire. But also if you're hanging brick from it, I think you need to put plywood over those wood to hang the brick from the plywood, or you're going to have a very flimsy wall. And I didn't think your wall section sort of represented that. But, you know, I can get into those kinds of technical issues, but I really want to start here maybe with this slide, because I think it's the real essence of the problem that you have in a typical residential, even if we go to the sort of middle density one where we only have 15-foot setbacks in the front yard. That wasn't enough distance with the porch on the front of the house that in the typical housing situation in the 1930s and 40s, the social construct was the front. That's where the social interaction was, but that 15-foot setback created enough privacy that one could walk down the street and have that sort of like a window, if you will. If you think of the sort of like walk up a little bit, the window was raised up above a half level so that there wasn't that conflict of somebody walking down the street and looking in your windows. So you have that problem all the time. The view of one person's window is of another person's window. And this is going to create some sort of like, I think, issues of privacy. And it would be really interesting to sort of work that out. Maybe instead of the sidewalk on either side of the units, in this, that you've actually figured out that this walkway, this common walkway in the middle is actually something where there is some way that you screen the windows as you walk down the middle of that, instead of walking on either side with the water troughs. So, you know, it would be like, okay, now that you have this private area, because I think it was only in the 50s and to the 70s that the backyard became the social construct, and the front yard, not so much. And so it seems like you've really done that. You know, you've given us these sort of private outdoor spaces, and that's where people are. But, you know, I'm really maybe saying I think you got to think about this sort of like way that you do the windows. I'm not sure. Maybe it's just like you offset them a little bit, so they don't directly look across at one another, but they're offset or something like this. Or you develop another way of that kind of screening, because I think there's certain things that, you know, you're saying private outdoor space, each person has its own patio, this kind of thing, but there may be also some common community space. And if it's this central space of just sort of walking and we interact with our neighbors, that's great. But I think also there may be things like common office space, a shared office space. You can rent an office for a day in Austin for $14 now. So that you have internet access and there's a sort of a shared office.
That's less what I pay to park when I go to my office at UT.
Yeah. So you know, that kind of thing comes into it. But I think just basically, you know, I really like what you've done. I really don't question this sort of like this main slide that we're looking at right now, which is maybe what you left us with, and that is this sort of like common spatial. I know you've given us this private outdoor space, but I still think there is a sort of common spatial kinds of things like this, and sort of like looking in one's window right here, to me, it may be a problem.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if we stay on this slide for just a moment, I think to Michael's point about the windows alignment, the windows trying to allow for some sort of privacy, I think there could be a way that you could solve that related to the way that you've scaled from scale of the entire unit and then down to even coursing it, which I appreciate that you've tried to course the masonry to actually course out at the bottom and at the different elements and at each of the openings. So if we imagine the windows as a middle ground of another module you can play with, then you're thinking about how you're organizing the blocks of the units, how they interlock with each other. Then the next scale is how you deal with the apertures, the openings, whether it's the larger larger openings and doors, but also windows, of course, and then the masonry itself. And there are different ways that could be detailed. But I also would say, too, when we're looking at this type of system of how we describe, I would describe this as a separate system, almost well, let's just say a site level. And if you go to the site plan, yeah, sorry, it's a ways back, but it's worth pointing this out.
Yeah,
because I do think that yeah, go ahead, the actual floor plan drawing of the whole site. Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to throw it. So there we go. So I would say at this scale, we end up with these spaces that feel somewhat left over. And clearly, the way that you've resolved the geometry of the site is to have a very regular geometry for your units, and then to allow the open space to resolve that, and the open space to resolve and negotiate the two different geometries that we've got. And then you've really curated this component, but it begs the question, could you use some of these elements, whether it's to do with the benches and planters, to somehow, I think there's two ways that you could address this. Somehow contain this edge potentially to claim that effectively. This doesn't feel like an area, it feels like left over to where you wouldn't want to let your child run out, or a dog even run out, before it might just run on, into infrastructure. And I think there's one way to do it would have that same approach the care that you've put into these systems out here. Another approach would be to invent a new Lego block, a new unit. So you've been very strict about how each of these are made, but what if there were one that could anchor these conditions? If there was some sort of new type of unit that was a modification of what you've done, that then creates another secondary component, another secondary version of this, for example. And so I think this all relates to this notion of thinking comprehensively across scales. It's very difficult, to try to juggle all of these things. I know as well as you do how tough it is. But that jumps out to me in terms of thinking with this overall site response, where you've relegated all the parking either to there or underneath, and then your units, there's a lot of resolution over on this right side. It feels as though this portion is just begging for some type of other layer or some other element to bring into it. And you don't have to go to the floor plans right now, but I just do want to mention something to do with the tectonics. You mentioned the idea of fire separation, or at least having building up for fire. It's not as convincing in your plans that actually is consideration, or at least it doesn't become architectural. I think you have the exact same thickness for your exterior walls as you do for those party walls. Yeah, maybe if you. In the plan, I think you have that exact same thickness on the inside. This one, yeah, like on this one here, right? So this is a party wall, right? This is a firewall, and it's the same thickness as the exterior cladding, which is a very different wall. And so I think that I just mentioned this to say, not so much it's not so much to do with competence. It's more to do with an opportunity to think what's the difference between the division of these two components, or across here, in terms of not only fire isolation, but also acoustics, and also just separating from between another unit, versus then the difference of what you're trying to, this, and therefore the thickness buildup of that wall, the material assembly. And therefore, this one, for example, could be played up to be even thicker than it needs to be to something that can be carved into for poche, for example, between with this one, which you're doing here in terms of aligning the staircase and all the storage components. That helps with acoustics, and so I think there's an opportunity there to think about the assembly of these things and really playing up one, or thinning down some in some cases that relate to some of the components that go into a comprehensive studio. And so again, I think you've done a job of trying to work across all the scales, and there's a lot of accomplishment here in terms of the project. And I'm just looking at across the scales at that site scale. I see some opportunities if you were to take this further, and then at the actual unit scale and tectonic scale, if you were to take this further, how you could zoom in and capitalize on those things.
Really quickly, because I guess we have to move on.
But
But
we have about 10 minutes left, so
Okay.
we're not in a huge rush.
okay, great.
So take your time to make take the time to make all the points that you want to make.
Okay,
please.
Thank you. I won't consume all 10, hopefully. I commend you for your project, Tao and Jess. I think you came a long way, and I remember seeing it just recently, and I remember many more issues with it, and I think you've really done a great job. So congratulations. It's really come a long ways. So that being said, I will have a few sort of nagging things to annoy you with. So I was struck by how you kept referring to questions of water and sustainability. Like there's something embedded in your interest in water that I think didn't jump at me the first time around, and I just listening to you, I understand that this is important to you, and I wonder why you wouldn't think about a little more actively about harnessing this water more, not only in the experiential capacities of your project, but also perhaps in the more direct sustainability-driven issues of the project. And Michael or Matt could speak more to specifics of Austin, but I understand that Austin is still desert-like. I mean, you don't have a ton of water, and I'm wondering if this idea of
too much water.
You have too much water?
We have drought and then flood.
Right. So I was just wondering if if you go back to some of the ways in which you're detailing the water, I'm wondering if the water is somehow more present in your project than just that little slit you have down the middle. Like what really happens to it? Are the roofs really flat? Because I feel like when you make the roofs flat, you have the opportunity to either go up onto the terrace, which I didn't really see, or you don't make them flat and you actually use them to collect the water and you do something with that, right? So right now I feel like the roof or the terrace level there seems to be a bit of a lost opportunity, because it's doing neither. It's neither an accessible space, which could be a beautiful deck or a green roof, or it could be so many things. Or it is something that is sloped and a landscape in and of itself that's doing other things. But right now it just feels like it could have been a little more integrated into your, all the different things that you're interested in. And then, yeah, if you go one back.
This one?
So no, the one with that central little, the central little cut. Yeah, so here, no, not this one, but I'll speak to this one. So yeah, that's good. Thank you. If you just stop there. Yeah. So here, I kind of feel like you probably need much more concrete at the bottom to actually take into account that all that weight from the tree and so on. And I'm wondering if that becomes an opportunity to really sculpt the underside of this stair, assuming that you have some of the space to do that, and really perhaps make this a much more kind of integrated planter where I don't necessarily have to sit with my back to the tree, but that this becomes kind of more than just a little planter with a tree in it, but it's something where maybe some of the questions that Michael was bringing up of like the direct visual one unit looking into the other. Of course, you need to work the fenestrations and so on. But in addition to that, I think that this idea of creating a second ground, I'm fascinated with. And I think that is super interesting in your project. And I feel like this detail doesn't do it enough justice. because I want to be here and I want to believe that I have left the cars below me, but at the same time, I am on a reclaimed ground. And I feel that consistently in your project is a strength that, you know, you park into the basement, or what is now, it's not really a basement, but it's designed like a basement. And then you come up here onto the second level, and you feel pedestrian, you feel connected, you are on a reclaimed ground. And I feel that that notion of a kind of reclaimed datum could have been carried all the way perhaps up to the terrace, because ultimately it is a series of terraces or steps that you end up with when you look at the overall massing of your project. I think that becomes very evident. And then I want to just reiterate something that Matt said. If you go to the site plan, this is really, yeah, any of these things. This is really, yeah, this is good. Yeah. So I feel like that's the reclaimed kind of ground that I was talking about. And then I feel like you need to somehow terminate that. You're sort of doing that with these large steps and so on. But this idea of ground, at least to my mind, makes me want to almost build this up. So I don't feel like I have somehow attached a little balcony, but that I'm ascending into another ground, right? And
the cluster plan might show it a little better.
yeah, you're doing it here, right? No, I thought that site plan was getting at what I was trying to say there. It just already something that Matt pointed out, but I'm just going to perhaps reiterate it. If you go to a site plan, that would be helpful.
Oh, sorry. No, I was trying to show that.
Oh, I see it. Yeah. Yeah, I see what you're saying. But notice how this is still strip-like, if you know what I mean, right? It's this idea of I'm like bridging into something. Whereas when I'm here, and maybe that's okay, but when I'm here, I really feel that the way in which you're rendering it, the way in which you're giving it a certain kind of weight of ground, it feels like you really want that to be the datum of your project. And I was just going to add that if this idea can be extended somehow into the units here, and I'm curious about, if you pay so much attention to this side, really what happens here is a question.
All right. It's about time to move on to the next project. I think thanks to the reviews. I mean, I think all the comments were spot on. I think absolutely, like, I think you covered really all the things that I feel like I would have commented on and more. So I think that was really helpful. I hope, you know, I do think you guys, like, I want to echo what Sarosh said, that you guys came a long way since the last time. And like, I finally believe in there's finally sort of like a consistent story that's mostly consistent, that's being told with your project, that displays a certain ambition, that has a consistency. And like, I'm glad that you finally showed that space at the center. At the same time, I think we are noticing that some of the things that you're showing us for the first time now are also the ones that we are focusing on when it comes to the critique, right? Like there's like that center space that's so important, like was such a long time, took such a long time to actually kind of like show that and draw that in a way. And that obviously is the first go at it. And that first go is not yet quite where it finds its like best possible solution, right? So I think that's the good news, is that now you could actually kind of start to work over that. I think the bad news is that in some ways, if you had done that earlier, you could have worked over that already around before. So I think that's really something where, like, I think there are a couple of these moments where it's like, if we had this like a couple of weeks earlier, we could have brought that fairly easily actually up to that level where I think it could be. The nice thing I think is about the project that it's actually quite reasonable in terms of like that second ground. that's not out of the ordinary with regards to what's being built in Austin all the time, right? The podium is a fairly common construction method. And then like you're doing sort of slight tweaks to what you put on top of it spatially and constructively, and in terms of like using the CLT where it's separated, you know, rather than sprinkling like everything and like then putting the studs on the kind of like openness. I think that was like something that I think Matt remarked on, like, no, that should find its way into the plans, like in some way. So I think you have a lot of the right pieces in place, but the representation at times doesn't quite catch up to displaying those ideas throughout sort of like all the drawings and the same consistency, if that makes sense. But thank you for starting us off here. I think that's really nice to see kind of that there is sort of like comprehensiveness that I think like got I think really good feedback. All right, let's do.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Let's do the second group. We have Hannah and Jessica on the same screen today. Hello. Okay.
Hello. Hello.
Are you guys ready?
Yes.
Good.
Good morning. I'm Jessica. And I'm Hannah. And our project is about challenging suburban isolation through exploration of community at multiple scales. Housing in Austin is a product of American individualism, which values amenities, space, and privacy at the expense of community. So our project accepts some of these aspects of individualism, but also challenges the existing norm through 3 scales of collectivity: alley, courtyards, and plazas.
Anxiety and depression have increased exponentially since the onset of the pandemic. And there are obvious reasons for that, like the fear of illness, grief, and job loss, but we also shouldn't underplay the role that the built environment has played during the pandemic to further isolate us from one another. The suburban housing model has always favored privacy and amenities at the expense of community, and we wanted to change that. For the first time in history, the majority of Americans live in suburbs. At the same time, more people are opting to live alone today than ever. Jess and I, in response to that, asked ourselves, how can we design community back into the increasingly individualistic society?
We use local typologies like the Texas donut and the row house to create a new typology that is a tatami-like form. We then define the interior and exterior spaces to create, to frame outdoor spaces at different scales. So first there are shared courtyards, which provide backyard space to each cluster. Then the clusters are connected through a series of pedestrian alleyways. And finally, there are larger plazas containing community amenities that are created in these interstitial spaces.
So you can see the courtyards and plazas. The plazas are outlined here. These are the courtyards. So this is our master plan. You can see the result of those interstitial spaces in the courtyards. And this is a diagram of the firewalls between each townhouse. So each townhouse is a distinct structural unit with firewalls distinguishing it. This is an overall axon of the project.
This is the first floor plan, and you can kind of see the interstitial spaces we were talking about a little more clearly here. There are the plazas, the alleyways, and then the courtyards for each cluster. And then there's also mixed use programs. So here we have the restaurant, and then we have a kindergarten with the playground next to it. And we have a co-working space, a community center, and then a corner store.
This is the second floor plan, and you can see that we've sort of carved out different patios from each unit that face that courtyard. And then this is the third floor, and you can see that there are additional spaces like home offices and studio apartments that can be rented out on top of some units.
So each cluster is made up of 3 to 5 units, and some are replaced with the mixed use programs.
This is just one of our clusters. It is 4 units, and it's all 4 of our units, which would allow many different types of families to become one community in this cluster. Every unit has a private front door facing the street or public plaza and a back door to that shared courtyard. So you can see that here as well, that there are there's the courtyard and then the connection outside. This is just one cluster plan.
Unit A is our largest unit type with 4 bedrooms and parking underneath. Unit B is a 3-bedroom unit with an additional mother-in-law or rental suite on the 3rd floor. Unit C is a 2-bedroom that also has an additional rental studio. And Unit D is a 2-bedroom with an office on the 3rd floor that's accessible from an exterior stair. This is a model that we created. It's a section through a B unit, and you can see the exterior stair leading up to the 3rd floor that would provide easy access to this rental unit or office space or whatever you decide to use it for.
I'm so happy you did that. Sorry to interrupt. Like, this is great. Like, I'm really glad you made this.
Thank you.
This is our egress diagram.
All the bedrooms have egress windows that lead to either the alleys or shared courtyards, which count as egress courts.
The patios in each cluster are carved out. So this is a section where you can see all the various like courtyards between them. You can see inside 2 of the clusters and the largest of the plazas where residents can use a community pool. And here you see inside those 2 courtyards. On the next slide. So this perspective shows as you enter, that's the next slide, but you can see inside these clusters, like this is a courtyard that units share. And this is a view as you enter the courtyard from the alley. The courtyard is definitely a shared space, but it still has a private yet communal feel to it.
So in this axon, you can see the carved out patios. It's a little bit diagrammatic. So the 2 units are removed on this side to show all of the exterior spaces. They're private, but then once you activate the courtyard as well, they create a whole different typology. And so you have your kind of pocket of space where you can maybe watch your kid play in the shared courtyard while you're sitting on your patio.
This is the view from an upstairs patio down into that courtyard. And these elevations show the front and back sides of Unit B. On top is the view of the unit from the alleys and plazas, with the front porch fit for chatting with neighbors. On the back side are carved out patios facing the shared backyards, which you see on the bottom. This is a view of the alleyway from the street. So you can notice that there are planters lining either side of the path, in addition to bike racks and doorways that encourage daily interactions with neighbors and acquaintances. So this section cuts throughout the project longitudinally, showing the fabric of those alleyways between the clusters. There's a certain porosity on the 1st floor, from the courtyards to the alleys to the plazas, that are all different types of communal space for the residents.
Could you give me one piece of information that I think I'm maybe missing here? How many units comprise each one of the courtyards? How many units are around one courtyard versus another?
There are generally 3 to 5 units in each cluster.
Okay.
There's never 5 residents, though. There's
Okay.
some mixed use mix in there.
So this is a section through the plaza and community pool, so you can see that shared space. This is another courtyard. So you can see on the right is a kindergarten, and then there's a sort of a playground cluster that's connected to it. So we've thought about program connections. This is a unit axon.
Another wall section with an elevation.
And where's the car?
The cars are, go back. Let me see on this one.
So I don't think you can see it on that one.
Could just zoom into one of those.
Here,
Oh, yeah,
you can see
there it
parking under one of the units.
Okay.
All of
So
the
there's
alleyways
like,
are
to summarize, like, I would like it, correct me if I'm wrong, but like there's like one slice carved out in each cluster that accommodates the number of cars that that cluster needs. Would that be a description? Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah. So we'll just zoom through the rest of this. So that's our structure. We have a platform frame of wood with an ashcrete veneer. And this is just an elevation of that veneer with another cut to show that structure. These are details, more details. And here's another call out of that veneer and how we connect it using a shelf angle, an epoxy layer, and bolted fasteners. And here's our, what's it called, patio. So this is a view from one unit's rooftop into a plaza. Residents can share this pool while still being sheltered from the busy streets. Just overall, this project, we've thought that people choose suburbs for good reasons: space, amenities, privacy, but all these things come at the cost of isolation. Our project accepts some aspects of individualism and its manifestations, but also questions it, because people need certain basic amenities like privacy and individual expression in their homes, but they also need sufficient prodding to get out of their homes. In that way, our project challenges isolation with community at every scale. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Is there a ground level plan or a site level plan that you could leave us at?
Mm-hmm. Not a React one. Is this a good place?
I think go to the plan, go to the ground plan. I think that's what Soros meant,
Okay,
right?
sure.
Yeah.
I was just trying to follow sort of Michael's question on the cars and understand how the access works. I'm assuming from the sides, I kind of see them now. So thank you. Yeah.
So on the back road, there's parking under one of the units, all
Right.
down the road. And then on the front, there's street parking that's dedicated to residents.
You know, let me pick up where we left off on the last one, and that is, you know, I'm gonna talk about zoning here for a second. You know, if this is like MF6 under our current zoning or whatever, when we go into a neighborhood like this and begin to make a more dense development, we're putting a lot more emphasis on the infrastructure of the water system, the stormwater runoff. So the things like that, the water system capacity, the road capacity, the infrastructure changes. And one of the problems with sort of middle density is that you got to do the infrastructure upgrade at the same time. And I thought it was really interesting that we're talking about, we have both flood and drought. And the thing that's I think interesting here is the way we in Austin control that is that we ration water, and then we say that you can only have 65% impervious cover, which means that, you know, that I'm percolating the water back into the ground. And so the basic notion of what I think is really great, and I want to say two things that I think are really great about the project. One of them is that this, the idea of beginning to think of the courtyards and how they interact with one another. And that as a potential way under which I can hold that as a sort of like, to me, where I can recharge the water or make the emphasis of that courtyard something based around that community need. I would reference you to maybe two projects to look at. One would be a series of how courtyards actually intersect with one another. Look at Princeton University. It's all based on these sort of like courtyards that you go from, but you actually transition through something to get to another courtyard. A better one yet is look at Venice, in which neighborhoods were oftentimes just at a very small scale like this, defined by one courtyard. And so the threshold between one courtyard and another, I wanted to be more distinct. And usually in Venice, the courtyard then was how they captured water. And the fountain, the well was in the middle of the courtyard. And So there may be something that's associated with sort of like this rainwater retention and maybe stormwater collection that all works with that courtyard. I think that would be something that would be worthwhile. But what I find most interesting about your project is, you're almost there, but you didn't do it. And that is the diversity that you were looking at. And you see it in your renderings. You've got kids and you've got grandma. And so I'm looking at 3 generations. And I thought, wow, that's really great idea. I'd like for you to almost think about having an accessory dwelling unit at the multifamily scale. So what you do is you have a 2-bedroom module, and that's the standard. So a single person could live in it, have an office, or a couple could live in it, have a small child. And then the 2 other bedrooms become almost like accessory dwelling units that can somehow be attached to the unit or have separate entries to the unit. So it could be a 3rd bedroom, or it could be a 3rd bedroom plus a granny flat, or a 3rd bedroom plus an office. And you sort of got there when you got working with this other outdoor stair. I haven't seen anything like that. And I think, wow, what a great marketing idea. So I could have, you could say I have this many units, but I could also say, if I look at each unit as being the 4-bedroom unit being actually is a 2-bedroom unit with the option of 2 other accessory dwelling units. Maybe they have a little kitchenette or a little, something in there, or that they have a common kitchen in the main unit, so that the garçonniere, as we used to call it in Louisiana, which is the sort of teenagers can live by when they get old enough, or granny can live there when she's old enough, because men die earlier because we have such bad habits. But the point being is that you're talking about 3 generations of a family, and so you don't necessarily have to continue to sort of think about this, that we have starter homes and then we make enough money to move into a better home, and then the kids they can't afford anything in the neighborhood, so they have to move out to the exurbs and all of this kinds of stuff. That we can actually begin to think about this intergenerational thing, and you've got enough leeway with these outside stairs and things like that I think just a few little twitches in your project and you would actually be there. And I think the idea of an accessory dwelling unit at the multifamily scale is an idea that needs to happen. And this is the first time I've actually seen somebody really maybe even think about approaching that idea. I think it's a great idea.
Thank you. We actually kind of have that. We did not explicitly say it, which is why you did not hear that, but all of the accessory dwelling units on top actually do have an interior stair and an exterior stair. So they could be rented out to a stranger, or they could be grandmas on the top floor. So we actually completely agree.
If I need income, I have to rent it out to, some vagabonds or something. I don't know. But I just think that's a really exciting thing. And then you could have real diversity in this kind of project, which is, I think, something that we really lack in these kind of multifamilies. They tend to be renters that move in and move out. There's no sense of community. There's no sense of owner, that's our family's compound.
I think, Michael, that's actually a really exciting idea that goes, I think in some ways goes far beyond what I sort of specified, because I didn't want to get into kind of like the whole complexity of ownership models in detail, but the idea of like buying and renting are 2 very separate kind of locations usually in the city, right? Like, and that could actually happen in the same, not just in the same location, but in the same project, is actually, I think, quite interesting as a model. I totally agree, yeah.
Terraces, did you want to go next, or would you like me to go next?
Either ways, no worries. Go for it.
I think I might be a little more brief. I think Michael did a good job of discussing a lot of things across the board, and so I agree with the majority of what Michael said. And I maybe have a couple of other comments. And I first want to commend you both for Both your visual and verbal presentation, I thought, were well composed, and it was quite clear to follow across the scales and getting down to the units. And in terms of this perspectival representations, the physical model was even helpful to see. One thing I say a lot about physical models is sometimes you'll develop something, a form digitally, and until you build as a physical model, you realize that if it's difficult to build as a physical model, then it would be very difficult to construct quite often, because you can get away with things like radical cantilevers, for example, all types of things. So I commend you in all of that, and I even think in terms of the nomenclature you've tried to use of alleys, courtyards, and plazas to give yourself these ingredients that do with the figure-ground relationship is a useful thing. And what I'd like to just hear more about, so my comment is as much of a question as a comment, is the elephant in the room that I don't think you ever discussed is just to do with the filleted radius, the filleted radii that you introduced both in plan and in elevation, and in the material choice, because both those have such a huge impact on the reading of your scheme, both in terms of in plan and section elevation, the massing, that consistent material palette of the, as I understand, some sort of ash concrete, so fly ash concrete, something similar to that. So could you speak to those two things, the decision to use a radius in the first place, how you derive those exact radii, what they do for the project, and then that material choice, which becomes once again a very present thing in all of your representation?
I think we started just with each unit in the tatami diagram that you saw at the beginning here. And then from there, we knew we wanted to create more private outdoor spaces rather than just a single shared backyard. So carving out, it didn't feel natural to kind of push kind of orthogonally in and create such sharp corners in a space that's supposed to be very comfortable. So we really focused on creating curves in that in order to sort of define outdoor spaces.
It was sort of like an ambiance move. Like we wanted it to feel different inside the courtyard than you would expect it to feel outside.
As for the different materials, we wanted the alleyways to have much more of a mineral feel to them, but to have a more comfortable and cozy feel inside the shared backyard.
And then in terms of material, the ashcrete, we started with concrete just because this was such a massive design. We wanted it to be something. We poured rockite at the beginning of the semester, for example, and we knew we wanted it to be a material like that. And we researched different environmental materials, and ashcrete is much more sustainable. And then wood, like Jessica said, is just less mineral. And so we use that only on interior carve-outs to express that ambiance difference, to sort of start to use material and form to make people feel that they share a space in addition to feeling that they have their own space.
I see. I wonder if for the sake of your, however this lives on for you in your portfolio and beyond, I think there could be a stronger argument for both of those things. One could be, and this is just an idea for you to consider, is one of the challenges that happens, and one of the fears that people have about housing blocks is they imagine there's something that feels like a trailer park or feels similar to where you see just the same repetitive module, stamped out, or shipping containers, for example. You sort of imagine something that's just so consistent. And instead, what you're trying to do is trying to create something that at least appears to be somewhat sculpted, that creates these larger blocks. I think your argument about an ambiance move isn't as convincing. I think you could talk about that in different ways in terms of the proportional logic and how that dissolves or breaks down. But I think it's as much of an argument about crafting what is ultimately a collection of modules that are all quite either identical or very similar, and then just having this extra piece that you're either adding on or carving in that allows you to soften the edges between each of those instead of articulating every single difference, which would be what would be the case with shipping containers, where everyone is an articulated individual unit. And that's one argument for that. And then to do with the concrete, I'm not as convinced by that, but I do appreciate the way you started to explain it there. And maybe you said it within the presentation, and I apologize if I missed it, but I do think that's a very important thing, and especially with your, and this gets into technique a bit, your rendering technique that you've used for the perspectives doesn't give any character to the concrete. If you go to like that very first perspective that's looking through that sort of pole, this one, yeah, any of those really, that one, that could be stucco, that could be anything, right? If you're gonna use this technique, or vice versa, I would say if the ash concrete is an important component, I recommend having a different technique to represent that, to where the model texture and the character of that, because this could otherwise feel very monotonous, and it would be different than the way your actual form would feel. And then if you go to the other rendering where you show the wood a little more literally here, so here this is an example of that. When now when you show the wood a little more literally, and then here the concrete does have a little more character to it, this begins to become a little more convincing that it wouldn't be an incredibly monotonous, and not so much even monotonous. I think as architects, we'd find that very interesting if everything were even all white. That's why we find Santorini and the Greek islands so fascinating. But it would, in the context of Austin, it would be it's so overwhelming. Yeah, if it were all not only just paired to a couple different materials, but then just monolithic all the way across. So those are two things that I think are readily workable as you package this going forward to think about, both in terms of how you rationalize and explain the curvature and what that does for you, and both at the site scale, but then also in the plan as well. You don't have to go to that right now, but just think about that, because there were some moments that it creates in the plans where you have some pinched corners, or you have explain why it's worth doing that. And again, I'm convinced it could be worth it. So that the geometry and then the material palette, all of which are appropriate discussion topics in a comprehensive studio. But again, good work, and thanks.
Suresh, I promise you will get enough time. I just want to piggyback on what Matt just said, because I think there is also a question of geometry and what geometry does in plan, right? Like, and how it operates. I'm convinced that, like, go back to the exterior, the perspective, this one, the courtyard perspective. Yeah, this one, I'm actually pretty convinced that geometry that you're choosing does something. It generates kind of these pockets of private sphere that negotiate between the collective courtyard and the privacy of your unit, right? Like, you can retreat, you can sit close to the wall, you can sit close to the, so I think it does something. I wonder, I'm less convinced of how that operative agency of that kind of curve is working on the inside, because I would expect something to, let me see if I can annotate. Well, so I would basically expect there to be a language developed that if you carve into a box, into a shipping container with one of those spaces, and the claim is that this does something to configure the relationship between the interior of the shipping container with the exterior of the courtyard, that then the shipping container gets narrower in one part on the inside, right? So I would expect that to have a direct organizational repercussion. Like, that's always where A happens. This is always where B happens. This is always where the kitchen is. This is always where, I don't know, services are. And I don't really see that played out with the consistency in your plans that I think it could have. And like, that would make this move actually very, very, not just argued from the outside, actually also argued like on the outside and on the inside equally. I think that would be my one critique, sort of piggybacking on what Matt just sort of brought out.
Matt, Martin, are you also suggesting then, and just a curiosity based on what you said, that some of these more commercial or this programming of space could also be tied into this notion of more sort of specificity?
It may. I mean, so okay, from my annotation tool. So what I was basically saying, like, you have a kind of unit, and you do this. That's a kind of pattern. And this does something to negotiate between this space and whatever is out here, right? Like,
right.
Maybe this continues here. And then there's something that happens in this zone here, where the unit becomes different. So I would expect that to be an organizational principle that has some repercussions.
Absolutely. And I guess that's what I'm getting at, that it can have also programmatic repercussions, right? Like it can also have repercussions in because you are interested in really probably a very simple diagram and the exploiting the simplicity of that diagram to, as far as you can go with it. So I think that, this is a good conversation. This is a good point to be in a final review where we can have all of these kinds of conversations. I would like to talk to the site plan, if you can bring that up. Almost any site plan, but maybe one with landscape. Yeah, one of these. Yeah, that's good. That's pretty good. So as I understand it, and please correct me if I'm getting this wrong, I understand that your site goes all the way up to some place here. Is that about right? And then I also understand that the site goes up to here. So one of the things that I haven't quite figured out is why you sort of just almost pretend as if the developer is going to not care, or that you don't care about these two pretty large chunks of your site, right? Like, I think that for me is honestly the biggest kind of unanswered question of the site. So maybe you have an answer to that.
I think we wanted to step away from the street a little bit on the pedestrian side, because there's no vehicle access on either side there. And so we really wanted to face the street closely and also the back street, but maybe not the two side streets so much.
Yeah, these are really active streets.
Right, but there's something to be said about creating a buffer, which is an act of design. And then there's another thing to be said about sort of not really acknowledging it. And I kind of worry that at this point, you're not you're not really drawing much there. You're not even drawing the full site, over here. Like, it's clearly not in your sort of worldview. And I'm saying this because I think that it could have really, really helped you. And again, this is a really good project, and I really like the project in so many different ways. And it's been said repeatedly that it is a good project. So don't take this as an indictment. But I do think that it reminds me of something that now I'm not sure if Edmund Bacon said it or his rival Louis Kahn, but this idea that this city is a living room, right, for a child. And that somehow you create all of these clusters of spaces where a child is sort of watched by their mother or grandmother, but then there's a certain distance that they can go. And then as they grow older, they venture out of these little clusters a little bit further, right? So there's a certain sense of home that even the total community sort of allows for. And I kind of wish that somehow, even if you wanted to make these things more interior, that there is still the capacity to at least acknowledge this and this pocket of land, and perhaps even connect them somehow, so that you understand these multiple scales of courtyardness, inside, outside. This idea of a scalar courtyard is so, like Michael was saying, Princeton, Venice, but the other project that really comes to mind, and I might have said this previously, is the Belapur housing project by Charles Correa, where there's almost a fractal logic to the accretion of open space. And I would really look at that, because it's absolutely what you're interested in, because you move from something that is small to something that is progressively larger, and you're interested in this kind of sequencing of spaces. And this is where I feel like acknowledging those two parcels of land would have and integrating them with this set of open spaces would have really, really helped your project. And I think also, if I may add, if you go all the way to the beginning, where you have the Poche diagrams of that initial unit, yeah, these are amazing. And I think that this goes back to perhaps something that Martin was talking about. But I also think that this kind of half unit I'm interested in very much, because I also wonder if there is perhaps at least at some point, a slippage of space that allows for either on the lower level or somewhere that you could somehow problematize that courtyard space. I understand that you're interested in an interiority, but it could have already played into the diagram. Maybe if this thing moved out by even a half unit, that there is in the DNA of the project at least an attempt to understand the sequence of open spaces as well. It's just something to think about, because I think these origins somehow dictate a lot of the stuff that you end up with later on. But really great project, and really wonderful to see the development of it.
Yeah, I really I mean, unless if there maybe there's space for one more comment, if somebody has something more. Otherwise, I would just close it and move on. I think one thing I really appreciated both your presentation, like I think your graphic presentation and your verbal presentation, as was mentioned before, I think were really concise, and I think there was a very high degree of innovation in I think what you did, the kind of like housing types that you're inventing, which I think is really crucial and interesting. I do think that your sections were particularly, I just want to sort of point out that I really enjoyed your section, like the long section kind of that sort of showed, I think your sections were actually the best drawings to show what you were after. I think also in terms, I think it was pointed out that the materiality, the character was somewhat absent from your renderings, which I think is true. I think your sections were actually the drawings for me that talk most about the materiality of the project at different scales. So it's actually not the renderings. It's these drawings that I think I could get the best sense of material. I think that there's some if I were to sort of suggest like where to put some more effort like for a portfolio or a feature, because I think there's sort of like this project is on the verge of like it could be really tight if you put a little bit more work into some of the perspectives. I think the other thing, as I said, like I think the plan geometries was something that still kept bugging me a little bit. I would, if I had the time, I would take out not the whole thing, but like a unit or two or a cluster and really sort of like try to wiggle things into place a little bit more concisely in the unit plan, because I think you have the ingredients are there, but I think it just maybe takes kind of like one more thing, like, no, actually you move this over here and this one aligns with that there's sort of like a geometric precision that I think overall your project has, but that in sort of some of the interiors of the unit, it felt like spaces were sort of like thrown in a little bit and like didn't form that tight teaming up between sort of like what's outside, what's inside. But overall, I think really impressive and very nice presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thanks for your feedback.
All right, we have so we have one more project. This is a little bit out of the ordinary. We have a project now that doesn't have a final review, but it's sort of like an intermediate feedback that we're going to give the next project. So it will not be at the same level of development. And I think the review is really also the last time. It's sort of like a good chance to really sort of provide some feedback that can be productively integrated into the project over the next couple of weeks. So I'm just going to say that as a little preface, because it will change sort of like maybe how productive we can engage with the project. That there's still some time ahead. Kevin, are you good to go?
Yep, good to go.
Okay.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Kevin. My project is called Thrive, and it is an attempt to create an an affordable neighborhood that does not sacrifice the amenities of a more bourgeois upper class suburban home. So my precedent was the patio island proposal. And what this is a complex, rectangular complex featuring a series of walls that carve out these units, and many of these units, as the one shown below, have a massing surrounded on all sides by this patio area, which is an interesting take on sort of medium density project like this. So this is a process diagram. Going from left to right here, on the very left, there would be, there's a unit similar to one that you might find at the patio islands, where the massing is separate from the walls that surround it, and slowly but surely.
Can you give us the size of these modules?
I'm sorry?
Can you give us the size? Is that like 12 foot wide, 14 foot, what?
I think it's about 16 feet wide and
Okay.
50 feet long, 40 feet long. This is not necessarily one of the units that is in the project, but this one right here would be, and it would be about 40 by 40. So here's a cluster plan of the first floor as I currently have it. And as you can see, it's a series of these units in sets of two, essentially, that each have their own parking spot. They each have their own patio, which is located either to the left or the right of the unit, not above or below. And in the center, the middle bottom area there is a this middle bottom unit right here, at the very bottom, it is a it would be a to-go food stand. As I have it right now, it would be like an ice cream stand, and above that would be a gym facing this central park area. And here's a view of the second floor plans. Here's a closer look at the individual unit plans or set of units in plan. As you can see, the unit on the left, you park and you walk through your patio to access your unit. And bottom, there's a door directly next to your parking spot that you enter it from. The units would be made of stucco exterior with wood framing. So here's my first section. In the center here would be your gym slash mixed use building that I mentioned earlier. And on the other side would be a 4-bedroom unit. And this is a section cut the other way. This features the 3-bedroom units. That is it.
Okay, Kevin, was this the last drawing?
Yes, this is the last drawing.
So you didn't like I remember you had a wall section at some stage. Like I know the project looked different then. But I remember you had sort of like started to draw a wall section at a larger scale that like got a little bit more into the constructive aspects. Do you still have that somewhere to share, or?
Yes.
And you even had a bigger one of a whole unit, I remember. I know it was still a sort of different project back then, but I thought that was nevertheless maybe helpful to see if you just sort of to give a sense. I mean, like we all, I think we all understand that like design is not always a linear process, and you know that sometimes you sort of like did things and then things change at the site plan level, but that doesn't mean that that wall section is no longer pertinent, because like actually you can change something at the site level significantly without changing your wall section at all, right? Like, so I think that's just like one of the, you know, just because you change a lot of things in your project doesn't mean you have to throw everything out that you did before. I mean, maybe
I can find that.
yeah, well, maybe
just
we can
take me
also
a
just
few
start to
minutes.
comment on sort of like the overall kind of units, maybe, and then if you find it, that's great. But I think let's get started on sort of like the overall kind of like siting and spatial planning in the meantime.
Maybe the unit plans is a good place. Or perhaps, sorry, if you go just one back.
Sure.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think this is good.
I think that's a good. I think that's a good one.
And this is the second floor. Plan.
And then the ground would be. Do you have a ground floor plan of
Yeah,
this?
this is
This one
the
here.
ground floor.
Oh, this is the first. So it's the first floor plan. Okay.
Yes.
The diagram here, it's really interesting how what you've done is you've got, let's just say, a 4. And that is the units take the northwest and the southeast, or the southeast quadrant, and then you have the 2 other quadrants being green or being open. And so you have 2 units there, and each one potentially has a green space, and each one of them has an occupied space. But I think then you have to work out the windows, and you haven't. So one would think then my windows want to open onto my green space, and your windows don't want to look into my green space, and then your windows look into your green space and don't look into my green space. And it may be that we share an entry, or we share a courtyard, or something like that. But I think you've got to get that coordinated.
Right. I've taken a lot of steps to work out the privacy issue and not looking at other people's courtyards. You're right. I don't have the fenestration in these drawings.
But you again, like I think I seem to recall that just Monday, I believe we talked about exactly that issue. And you showed me some images of sort of like window studies that you have done. And I'm just curious, like where you have what didn't seem to have made it into your presentation.
Yeah, I didn't add them to my final 3D model, so they didn't make it into this presentation.
But I think even if you have a screenshot or something, I think that's really crucial, because like that, I think those window studies were actually much farther along than what you're showing here. Like the basically you're not showing any fenestration here, and like there's sort of like that little door, and there's also another little door here. So, and I do remember that there was a whole glazed facade here on that side. So I do think there was, like, while not everything was resolved in the window studies, I think you acknowledged the problem, and you even had a sort of like detailed suggestion, if I recall correctly, that was suggesting ideas of how you were proposing to deal with some of the visibility issues by sort of like coming out, like using big boxes of the windows that come out that would actually kind of limit angles of vision. And like, I'm just curious, where did that go between Monday and now?
I didn't throw it out, I promise. I just didn't get it in these.
I think the issue here that I feel we're dealing with is that you know, we're here to provide you with feedback, and we're here to sort of provide you with suggestions potentially, or pointing out like qualities or shortcomings that will help you push this forward in the time that you have, right? And I think in order to do that, we need all the information we can get. We need, like, no matter how incomplete, but like every single thing that you have thought about with regards to this project needs to be part of our assessment of how this can be pushed forward. So like in some ways, you're depriving yourself of feedback, of useful feedback to help you, because I think now we have to find out, well, that doesn't work, which is really sort of the only statement that we can make about it. Whereas like if you showed us the Windows studies, like we could be like, oh, that actually is a really good idea, and that sort of is promising because you could make that work if you only moved that over there. So I think there's just something in the process that you're not making it easy for us, let's say.
Well, also though, in some ways, like the center courtyard is just to me deadly because it's no man's land, you know. Whereas you've given these intimate courtyards, and you're talking about those as sort of like, that's mine, this is yours, or whatever. You know, maybe there's an opportunity that you've given us here because you've given us a blank slate. And you know, if it was me and I was working on a project like this, I think I would line either side of this with a series of small little kiosks that was like a market, like a bazaar or something. And somehow each, you know, that's the marketplace, this is the home place. And that I'm mixing the two together somehow. And there's some opportunity, but maybe that's a small little workshop or an office or a place that I sell, and somebody parks up here, goes down to your ice cream shop or something at the end of this. But there's all this little, every day or something I can go by and buy vegetables or do. I activate that space, or I try to figure out how that space has a secondary activity, because this is my private space in here in the courtyards and my point of arrival space. But this space right here, I think you have to have a narrative for.
Yeah, I might piggyback on that and propose another another approach. Also, I don't think there's any right or wrong here. These are just, you know, different ways of thinking about this central space. But, you know, one of the things that I think you're doing, which I think becomes the trigger for a design project, is, and I'm going to annotate on your screen here, is that you're sort of cutting away. You're using that for the four diagram, but then you're cutting away one side of it for the cars. So then that means that you're beginning to think about adding something here, because now if you've removed something, you probably want to give something back to this person and to that unit. And then you already seem to have something here for at least a little bit of a front thing. So maybe you give even more of a space here, which then, if that logic is just carried forward, it starts to produce its own kind of checkerboard pattern. And I would still somehow build up that checkerboard pattern more. But then your landscape starts doing other things, which I think becomes more interesting, because then you can imagine that there is the capacity of a project to somehow have a beginning and an end to the green space, and then you can kind of get more lost in the spaces in between. So, you know, there's multiple ways of working that, but I couldn't agree more with Michael that you need a narrative for that central space. But I also think that given your checkerboard pattern, that itself, if worked in some ways, like I'm mentioning, could lend itself to breaking this, like, you know, Versailles, like classical axes that you're setting up.
Yeah, I would say, so I think that those comments have been really helpful already. At first blush, my impression of this is that it's, and first of all, for the sake of expediency, Kevin, I would recommend just committing with a direction at this point and just pushing it as far forward as you can rather than rebooting, which it sounds like that might have been the case at different parts of the semester. But I think in general, you can work with, what you have here could be worked with if you do actually make some refinements. And so the here seems to be a rejection of what we typically think of as housing. Typically, when we think of housing, we're thinking about an optimization of surface. We're thinking about row houses sharing walls. We're thinking about the courtyard houses, which also often share walls. And here, what we're seeing generally is just a lot of detached houses that are just very close to each other. Is what my first blush interpretation of this is. You're saying, well, we're going to take the block, we're going to introduce these, like you would have in the suburbs. You'd have, a road and parking off of the road. You're introducing that model, breaking it down to this sort of scale, and then and still keeping these freestanding units. But then I think that and I could accept that if you then were to make some measures to do with how that puts pressure on how you develop the units. And so some of these things have been brought up, and I'm just going to emphasize a few more. So for example, this unit is identical to this unit, but just flipped around. But I think it needs to be a separate type for a lot of the reasons that were described. For one thing, this living room is just facing the cars. You wouldn't want to open it too much there. The headlights are coming into this living room there, which then suggests that perhaps this core gets pushed over here for this unit. Somehow you move that over for this unit, which then allows all of the living, dining, kitchen to open up out here and out here, which then puts pressure on somehow creating some containment on this zone. But then when you do that, that model could repeat itself. It could work down here because, and then maybe you decide also that the stair core, that's a solid wall, so that this unit can visually have some privacy this direction in this direction. So I think it's that sort of thing. And let me go one step further to say that you might actually think of this whole zone, there might be attached here. So that thicker zone that creates privacy from the cars and from that sort of just front walkway, that might be thickened out here. And then maybe it manifests as some type of covering, like an awning, where this living room can come out to some sitting area, paved sitting area, sort of a porch. And so maybe there's a way that this becomes a stitching unit so where they're not completely detached. There's some relationship between them that serves the privacy of this component and provides an amenity for this unit. And that same thing could then, I think, generally work its way down. And then you have the unique condition. You have some unique anomalies. But I would just say that if the approach is to say, can we create as much of a house being in the round as possible, and therefore trying to create somewhat of semi-public courtyards, private yards, and alleyway, I think it puts pressure on having at least two distinct unit types, so having between one and the other, and how those begin to manifest. And then maybe the same thing, maybe they're also distinct in terms of the roof geometry, besides one being a shed and one are both being sheds in different directions. So I that's the line of thinking I would recommend is I would say just go for this direction and then make it work. Like, instead of thinking, oh, how can I redo an entire master plan and come up with this, but rather say, take it as though I think there is a way to continue working with this. And I would say that one thing that does lend itself well for this is more likely to be accepted in the neighborhood because of the scale. You don't have too many large monolithic walls. By having the shed roofs, and most of the houses in this area are shed or gable roof forms. So I'm somewhat post-rationalizing the things that you hadn't said exactly, but that's okay sometimes to say, all right, what can I do with what we have here? but it does require getting down into the nitty gritty of those types of things and making some walls thicker for privacy, some more glazed and open. It's not a matter of just punching windows all around this. It's about thinking very much about where you're creating a grain of solidity. It's some grain of solidity in these walls, and then in one dimension having openness in these planes. So I think that and it could become that type of staggered pattern as a general rule, and you have to deviate from it. That's what I would recommend is looking at in that dimension, and then doing the same thing when you come into elevation and then section. Thinking, is there a way maybe you stagger, maybe there are different heights to these units, so that then that also helps to where you're not overlooking your neighbors, you're not looking eye to eye with your neighbors potentially. Those are my thoughts.
I think so. I think the checkerboard. I think this checkerboard pattern as a basic organizing device for the site is actually quite interesting. I think, and I think that's something you definitely want to keep. and I think that offset that Matt talked about of the kind of units, that they're sort of like, they're freestanding, they're objects, right? They're sort of like kind of objects, but they may just almost touch on the corner. That does something that an object that sits like smack bam in the middle of a lot with a kind of 15 or 20 foot setback or whatever doesn't really usually do. Like it just like relies on like, this street space and the backyard space, and then like you have side yards that are defined by setbacks. But really, I think this here creates distinct spaces that are now kind of inscribed into kind of a larger unit of 4, which is then sort of inscribed into an even larger unit of I don't know how many. And I think that's actually quite a successful strategy for a project like that. I really appreciate it. Couple of things, like a lot of things were mentioned. I think the issue of privacy. I am wondering, like, you have a lot, you can walk around each of these clusters entirely, right? So I wonder if that's necessary, because you have, okay, so this is a public space right now, but what would you lose if you moved this next piece of the checkerboard right up there, and you couldn't walk between here? You would sort of still have to solve the same problem of fenestration here, right? Like that problem doesn't go away. You'd still have to solve that. So you have to find a solution for that anyway. But on the other hand, what you would gain is that you could double up some of these, and that would allow you to actually kind of solve the fenestration problem somewhat more easily, or give them a sort of like more pronounced importance as sort of like a public trajectory, or sort of like leading into that space. That's something to think about. I don't know if you have to do that. It's like one thing I would try. The other thing is also, I like the observation that what we're dealing with is really geometrically this, and then you sort of like take that out. That chunk is gone. And Sarosh, you proposed sort of like putting it back there. I could also see a version where that's actually put back here. And this whole thing becomes a sort of like walled compound. And like the wall, of course, would have to be nice. Like I don't like, that walls can communicate different things. And like walls can be really horrible, or walls can actually sort of like have texture to them. They can be sort of like they can have a certain transparency to them. But in the end, I don't see these spaces necessarily as like your typical front yard, but I almost see a perimeter somewhere around here that consists of some degree of solidity. And like, I don't know what that is made of, that solidity, like whether that's actually kind of like a 6 foot high wall. But I do think when you think of it as that, and not so much, so it's not just this plus this and then space and space, but it's actually kind of this, and then some of these parts are solid, some of them are void, some of them may be solid again, others are void. I think it would open up a kind of like different way of thinking about that organizational pattern, both kind of materially in terms of surfaces and in terms of organization, in terms of private sphere. That's almost something I wish you could sort of make a 3D model of that, a quick study model, because you'll see how different that is whether you build it as a compound of courtyard types, like not with a central courtyard, but attached to each unit, or whether you see them as two objects on a site. I think it will make all the difference in the world to just see that difference played out.
Okay, thank you.
Good. So we're just about on time here. I don't know if we have any last comments or any last takeaways, like before for Kevin, before he sort of like you know, takes off now that that studio schedule sort of ends officially, to give him on the way.
I'd like to add this. I think middle density as a sort of a question for the, I think is a really timely one. And if we're looking at an existing context that's about 4 units per acre or something like that, and we're talking about increasing it by a factor of 4, then I think that's fine, but I don't think we, you know, I'm going to go right out on the line and say, I don't want to see the entire neighborhood do that.
Mm-hmm.
I think that the idea that perhaps maybe the triangular piece at the top maybe is more commercial, that so that there is that faces onto the core transit corridor, and that's how neighborhood retail happens, and that there's a transition from that in terms of height and things like that as you go back down to the back side of the street, the building, that is more compatible with a single family detached neighborhood, so that the block between the core transit corridor and the neighborhood becomes a stepping down in scale or something like that. It becomes this sort of middle density. It's the interface between sort of neighborhood retail and the neighborhood. So, and we start getting into neighborhood retail as we move away from the sort of centralized ideas of, you know, the big box store or something like that. And therefore, as a prototype, I wish there was more mixed use within your project. And I wish there was more compatibility with both the strip development that we find on a typical core transit corridor and the neighborhood that we find that's adjacent to it.
Thank you.
And I just want to add that that kind of mixed use is still possible within the checkerboard pattern, because it just means that instead of having the 4 square where 2 are filled and 2 are empty, maybe, or all 3 are filled, you know, there could be different versions of that where you can easily within your current checkerboard system still lend yourself toward answering some of these questions. And I couldn't emphasize more, the overall site plan would really then start, yeah, but also I mean at the whole scale of the project would also start addressing some of these questions of retail and mixed use, and also bringing in more than just housing, right? So that, I think that's important, because you do talk about an ice cream stall, right? It's super specific. I mean, I don't know if you sell tacos, would that change your project? And hopefully it doesn't, you know. So I think that's something to think about, you know, the way in which you talk about it, but also where it's located and what it does to the street and so on.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, guys. So thanks to everybody who presented in the morning in the first session. I realized that everybody has a tight schedule today, so I'm gonna make sure you get out of here and you can grab a bite to eat before moving to your next 12:30 session. Like Sarosh, you know we're running on a really tight schedule here. Thank you so much, Michael, Matt, and I hope yeah, I think your comments were sort of spot on, like really helpful. And Sarosh, like I'm gonna keep you here. If you have any last sort of comments, like you're welcome to, but I don't expect you. I'm also happy to just go, like, let you go grab lunch.
Good project. Good project.
Yeah, good job, everybody, and have a great rest of the day, rest of the semester.
All right, thank you. So I'll put us on pause mode. Kevin, if you unshare, I will put this on pause mode, Sarosh, and we will be back here at 12:30, I believe, everyone, for the second session.
Okay.
All right.
Goodbye.
Thank you, Michael. Okay, now I need to figure out how to do this now. Okay. Everybody do remember, even when we're in pause mode, we're streaming on YouTube still. Like, they will see the pause button. So you know, whatever you say, mute yourselves if you don't want the School of Architecture community to listen to your private conversations. Just sort of like a little gentle reminder for everyone. All right, see you in a bit. All right, hello, and welcome back to those of you who were here previously, and welcome to those of you who are new. Marla, hello, how are you? And believe Benjamin is gonna join us still for this session. So we're gonna give him a little bit more time. Okay, I just see him join us. That's great. And we, hey Benjamin, welcome. I just said, like, welcome to our two new reviewers. I think it's nice to only have smaller increments of 2-hour increments. Actually feel much more handleable. On the other hand, the half-hour breaks between those are brutal. We also will have Sarosh and Klazaria join us again for this half. I'll introduce him, but like I spared him. Like, he was in the first session and he has been on the review on the development review earlier. So I want to spare him like hearing me ramble about the studio project a third time. So I'm just going to give Marla and Benjamin a quick studio introduction to what it is that we're doing. So obviously, I think as a kind of like preface to all of this, this is the undergraduate comprehensive studio. There is a certain expectation of dealing with issues in a comprehensive way, in a sort of like way that moves from kind of site issues through issues of code compliance, namely kind of egress and fire, to a sort of like certain extent. I think we saw city regulations as somewhat more flexible given the issue of what we're dealing with and kind of like current code rewrites in Austin. There is obviously sort of like a demand for to sort of like be precise and knowledgeable about structure and assemblies, how this thing goes together, and that includes certain aspects of ecologies of the processes and materials that sort of like make up the build project. But at the same time, if you know me, I never sort of teach these things, or try not to teach these things independent of the sort of larger kind of architectural vision of a project, and like they're not a sort of technical only resolution but I try to really sort of like have them support a set of let's say ideals or positions that are kind of never neutral, but that reside in some sort of like architectural ambition, where basically through the way that you design a detail, you take a certain stance on what your project does or doesn't do. I don't know if I'm always successful in that. Like at least that's my ambition, and I think I try to sort of instill that in students' minds too. The project, I'm just going to share a couple of slides here about the project and what we're doing. The project is called, go to full screen mode. Can you all see? Okay, so the project is called MAT Strategies, Alternatives for Medium Density Housing, and I think addresses an issue that has sort of moved in the last couple of years very much to the forefront of the debate in Austin, due to, I think, the fact that like we're a rapidly growing city, like not unlike other cities in the country. So it's site specific in a way that, yes, it is located in a certain climate. It is located in a certain city that we have. Prototypical because it addresses a certain kind of like of sort of medium density between the apartment block and the single family house, and those are sort of like really the extremes into which recently on the one hand, we have like the good old suburban single family house on a lot with a completely useless, and this is my opinion, setback towards sort of suburban street. That is obviously sort of car dependent, that has problems of affordability, not so much because it's constructed in very expensive materials. I think there's actually very little that you can drain out of that in housing. but because land is expensive. So I think the idea of densification has then in turn led to these very, very high density kind of apartment blocks, often mixed use, but they provide actually very different amenities, right? Like the one while the suburban house is sort of tailored towards kind of like families or units of cohabitation, let's say, that need a certain amount of space. A lot of the kind of like high density apartments are really not suitable for those units. They are suitable for couples, they're suitable for single professionals maybe. And therefore there is a whole middle ground of density that's located around, I would say, like starting at 12 units per acre. Like the average suburb is, I think, somewhere between 4 and 5. So 12 units per acre up to, I would say, 20. That is not an apartment, but it's also not a freestanding house. And that range has in the last years been addressed as the missing middle, which is a term that has been sort of like around for a while. And the missing middle really sort of tries to address some of those issues to create, on the one hand, create sustainable densities that would allow to create neighborhoods that can sustain busy, but also economically, that can sustain businesses, neighborhood businesses within walking distance, and that provides a range of housing types that actually provide both an increase in density and availability. So the idea is really that, like, if there's more available, then lot prices will actually also become more affordable. So it's not social housing or separate category, but it's built into the economy of the housing market very much, supply and demand. But also provide the density, but on the other hand, also not completely get rid of some of the qualities associated with suburban housing traditionally. So your own entrance, the fact that maybe you can walk around or partly walk around your house, you can paint it, you have patio, you have your car somewhere, not in a garage, but relatively close by. Whether then you need to drive in your house is a different question. And the missing middle is really sort of like a project that comes very much out of a tradition of new urbanism, for better or for worse. And I think while the analysis is actually a very, very good and very keen analysis of what cities need, I think the solutions that are proposed by current missing middle debates very much focus on retrograde solutions. So they look back at pre-war American cities. This is like just one example. It's a fourplex. It's a very beautiful typology. But I also think that the current debate, maybe because of its new urbanist pre-existing conditions, sort of ignores a very, very rich legacy of housing experimentation from the post-war period, right? Like that I think addressed a very similar possibility for kind of like ranges. And that's really what we have been looking at as our kind of precedents, not going back to a pre-war American city that's sort of like somewhat idealized in sort of like these fixed types, but actually rather defining the ambitions of the missing middle through 3 criteria that I put forward. Like, and one was the criteria of like, we need private patio or outdoor space. That's private, visual privacy, but also actual spatial privacy, my own outdoor space. The second one was my own door. So the idea that I want a front door on my house that ideally gives to some sort of public or semi-public exterior space that is really sort of like speaking to the desire of ownership of one's unit. And the third one is the idea that the car is not going away, and that therefore we have to somehow reckon with the fact that there will be cars. There may be less. So I think that the car requirements that I wrote into the program were very much along the lines of what the missing middle generally recommends. Like that there's sort of like 1 off-street parking per unit that I demanded, which not quite be in line with current Austin regulations, but I also will tell everybody that I'm happy to sort of like take the blame if somebody says like, oh, you're not code compliant here. So we've been looking at projects, like, as I said, from the post-war modern canon, namely mat typologies, which was sort of like a type that emerged in the 1960s, already as a reaction to a sort of like increasingly functionally zoned city that was segregated into living, into working, and so on. And so I think the idea of the mat was that it could actually provide neighborhoods. It was not necessarily limited to housing, but that it could provide a mix of kind of like habitat scales that are independent, that are not necessarily fixed in terms of their typology or their use. We studied a couple of precedents. I'm going to just like look through some of these. Holland, the horizontal unit by Albert Libre, and you'll notice that, of course, a lot of these are European. And I do like, this is actually a current project of mine where I'm looking into starting to look into some more of these that have actually like been built in the United States, and there's quite a bit of that too, which is actually quite a fascinating piece of research. And so just to give you a sense of where we stand, sort of like a postmodern version of that. And of course, issues of constructability play a role. Like, I think the idea that like housing, that there's always a certain rationality of construction methods, again, sort of sustainability, how things come together, and then like detailed resolutions that we try to get at in this studio. The site was a site in East Austin, and this is, I'm going to zoom in a little more here. This is the site that's located at the intersection of Pleasant Valley Road and East 5th Street. And then the third side is bordered by currently a railway line that's very low frequency. I think that goes ultimately to Houston. You have the warehouse that you see to the north of it, has Hops and Grains Brewery, just sort of like a point of reference for everyone, I guess. And it's a site that so the railway line actually right now is very, very inactive, like maybe 3 trains a day. But it could, with the with Prop A and the sort of like development of infrastructure, like public transport, this could actually well become the line leading to Manor, I think is the one. So there's changes coming. The site is sort of located at an intersection. It's not officially what's called sort of like these transition zones in zoning, as they are proposed in the current version of the code rewrite, or land development, I think it's called in this version. And we have, this is 7th Street here. This is 5th, East 5th, and this corridor here, all of this is very, very, very rapidly developing. And like you can see apartment blocks, mixed use go up, some with parking. So that's really has pushed all the way east from the Plaza Saltillo development. And so the site is somewhat located at this what I would still call transition zone, whether it is actually kind of part of that official map or not, between sort of a neighborhood and a kind of like larger developing area. So like you have that, but you also have the big Capital Metro bus depot here. This is a fairly busy street, Pleasant Valley. So it really has to do a lot of that heavy lifting work between kind of traditional East Austin neighborhood and kind of new, denser developments. The program, just really quickly, these are some photos of the site. You can see, so this is what the site looks like currently. The bottom photograph is on the other side of the street. So if I take the top photograph and I turn around 180 degrees, I see the bottom photograph, which is, I think, already kind of hinting at the kind of potential future for what that street is going to be like. The program, like, really quickly, I'm just going to summarize this, was housing, different sizes of housing. Units ranging from 2 bedrooms to 4 bedrooms. And again, I think the goal here was not to do affordable or social housing as an extra category that's taken outside the normal economic housing market artificially, but to really sort of like engage with something that's actually kind of well within the kind of range of market price housing, but provide ways in which that could be more diverse. So not exclusive to one type or one size, but a range of sizes. And also students were encouraged to kind of reinvent certain ideas of how certain new models of living, such as live work or ADUs, could be sort of like potentially integrated into that. Another component was a neighborhood retail component, relatively small, that I think was part of the program to test the efficiency of projects like this, to actually kind of provide smaller retail spaces at the neighborhood scale, and not like in other walkable neighborhoods such as Mueller, where you sort of put a big HEB sort of on the big corner. It looks like any other big supermarket in any other suburban development. So like the whole walkability doesn't get you much. I mean, you can walk your dog in Mueller, but you cannot walk to the supermarket because it's still a big box store. And I think that's kind of like the ambition that we have here to maybe sort of do that a little bit differently. So there's a list in the middle of this, like additional sort of features that are generally considered desirable per unit. That's how I put it: private outdoor spaces, short ways from parking to unit, balance between privacy and opportunity to interact, sense of ownership, protection from neighbors' views, attractive views from unit, flexibility of use, possibility to host guests, and then there was sort of some other criteria for unit diversity. So is there a sort of like mix of rental owned units? Is there, what are sort of some space that could be friendly for children versus friendly for adults, the ratios of collective to private spaces within the unit or sort of outside the unit. So those are sort of like some of the criteria that we kind of looked at. I'm gonna leave it there. I'm already sort of like running after my allotted 15 minutes for intro. Sorry, Sarosh, you have to sort of like listen to that again. And yeah, are there any sort of general questions about the studio brief, Marla and Benjamin?
Not really. I'm always intrigued in this studio by deliverables, and if there was something specific here that you asked the students to do, or
yes, I mean,
if it's something that changed from previous years because also this new format.
No, I think the deliverables were fairly consistent. I think one of the things, I mean, like obviously there was a set of drawings just like that go through. We talked about scales. We talked about 4 scales really. Like one was sort of deliverables that had to solve certain things at the site, like parking, fire truck access, things like that. Kind of, then we talked about the cluster scale, which was sort of the housing cluster of several units and how they come together. Then and all of these were sort of sections, and then there was the unit scale of the individual unit, like how's the individual unit sort of constructed. And then there was the assembly scale that went into kind of wall sections, materials, details, and so on. So like that, those were sort of like the 4 scales that organized the project, I think, throughout the semester. We did not work in model as much as I typically like to do, which made me very sad this time around. But yeah, that was just what it is. All right. Yeah, and anything else? Good, then. You to the students really briefly. So Roche is rejoining us. For Marla and Benjamin, so Roche is, and now I have the open like is an endowed professor, has an endowed professorship at Carnegie Mellon University in Pittsburgh currently, is an architect who both writes and kind of researches and also runs his own practice and has a sort of like significant body of built work, actually most of it in India, I think, at various scales. And I think is very interested in notions of like how we live together and sort of like straddling the kind of like fine line between formality and informality, I guess, in the way that we build our cities. And like, sorry, if that's wrong, like if I completely mischaracterize you.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm still struggling with finishing lunch, but
we all are. And then we have Benjamin Ibarra, who is a professor, like associate professor, I believe, now at the University of Austin here, and he teaches construction classes, and also will be actually teaching comprehensive studio, I think, in the spring, if I'm not mistaken. So that's going to be exciting. Thank you for joining us. And we have Marla Smith, who I think teaches mostly the tech com class on sort of like, what's I don't know what the official description is, but I always remember that that's a class without which I would not have been able to teach many of these studios in the past.
Yes, I teach the comms, so I teach the communication courses.
So well, but it's more than that. I think it's actually more than that, because I think you actually also engage at a pretty high level of constructive sort of like advice in terms of like the actual content of the project. So I think, you know, that's actually kind of an important part of what I think you do too. So all right, welcome everybody, and we're gonna have 3 projects to go through. We will have about 30 minutes per project, 35 minutes. I'm gonna let the first group start and introduce themselves. I will have to apologize, like at around just before 2, I'll have to jump out for 3 minutes. Like, you probably won't even notice, but in case you want to ask me between like 2 minutes to 2 and 2 minutes after 2, I won't be there. I will have to jump out for a little bit. All right.
Yeah, thank you, Mark. Thanks. Marla and Benjamin, super good to see you guys again. A lot of the things that shape this project we've learned from y'all's courses, so really good to get y'all's feedback. And Sarosh, we missed out on having you at the developmental review, so thank you and welcome. We're tasked with finding the missing middle. Oh, introduce us. I'm Avery Tenorio.
I'm Lauren.
Yeah, we're tasked with finding the missing middle, and we intended this not only in the scale of not single family bungalows, not high rises, but also an appropriateness between Old Holly and this new Austin that's expanding from downtown. We did this by exploring 2 central ideas of the individual and the community. Like Martin said, where is my front door? This is still my private home. And also moments of interplaying different aspects of the community, whereas like it might be within each residence, we'll bring in other members of Holly. Duality between the 2 also shaped other things like our amount of green spaces, our amount of patios, and even the duality in our major materials. Some precedents, the precedents that shape this project, the main one would be a project by MHPM. Things we took away from it were the primary axis of circulation, the way that they played with changing slope within their site, and the changes between private green space and public green space. We also did a study on what all existed surrounding our site, and it showed, kind of like Martin explained, that this is really a changing neighborhood, and that the idea of a missing middle project really is extremely necessary here. We knew we wanted to take shape from the site to our project, this really strong primary triangular shape. We took things we wanted, such as, you know, the living units, the idea of play, green space, and circulation, and started to intertwine these aspects both in plan and in site, and that really helped shape us. And of course, the triangle was broken down once we started to figure out the amount of units we wanted, how we wanted the shape to change, etc. But this primary triangularity is what shaped the majority of our project. If you want to add anything to this line.
So very early on, we basically molded the triangles based on like spatial ideas of community. And from then on, we started to fragment them based on ideas of individualism. And so we kind of see our current design in between those two ideas.
And that brings us to where we're at now, kind of quickly just going through that progress.
It's loading.
Okay, so looking at the primary master plan, you can really see the vision that was mentioned of south of us, these single family bungalows, and north is this expanding more high-rise, mid-rise area of Austin, and to the right, metro station. On the extended area of our site, we have created the idea of a mixed-use apartment, local retail building, and we view it more so to block the sounds and the visuals of Fifth. The times Lauren and I have been there, we immediately noticed how loud it was over there, and we didn't really want that to pollute our site. We've also created parking there for the people who would live in that apartment, but as well as guest parking for our project. And then these three primary bands of housing that we'll zoom into. So we have one band that's parallel to Pleasant Valley in that mixed use building, one band that's parallel to the train tracks, and another band that begins being parallel to Fifth, but it breaks off as a way to invite people into our site. We view two primary areas of green space, one that it borders that area that it breaks up from Fifth. And we see this as more as a public area. Those two structures would be shaded structures that could house farmers markets, art exhibitions, something that kind of brings in other aspects of Holly besides just our site, just our project. And then the green space that goes falling down those stairs is more of this private green space for the people who live there. They can go read a book after work. They can go hang out with friends. But it's more so just for the people who live here. And we'll see those more in the next diagrams. So besides those two primary green spaces, we've also implemented a bike path, a walking path north of the train track. The times we've been there, that's just where we naturally walked, even though there's not a path there right now. So we definitely wanted to bring that more to kind of connect our site with the surrounding sites. Besides these public outdoor spaces, we also really wanted to emphasize the idea of privateness as well. So each unit has at least one private patio of some sort. Those two long bands, each unit has access to them, but they're also an attempt to kind of hide our cars. We also don't want cars really to pollute our site visually. So in the next slide, you can see that the cars are, oh, actually it's on the slide, but okay. Yeah, you're good, Lauren, go ahead. This diagram probably shows where our T diagram shines through the most. You can either enter from Pleasant Valley or Fifth and follow a one-way circulation to park your car. We made sure that all of these paths were fire code accessible in case there were any, fires within each unit. We want to make sure that was accessible. Yeah, here you can see where each unit is in correlation with its parking spot, which is underneath the unit. The band that's parallel to Fifth and breaks down, there are no parking spots here because we didn't really want to bring cars into the center of our project. So they are all on the outlying end.
And so I'll start to show the different unit variations that we have among the south and east row. So moving into the north row, we have three different unit types, 3-bedroom, 2-bedroom, and 4-bedroom houses, kind of set in a cluster together that have their own private green space, and as well as a additional balcony that's extending over that road that's kind of cutting through the site. And one thing to note is on the side of the vehicular entry, it is 6 feet below the opposite side. And so with that grade change, we have vehicular entry being facing 5th Street, whereas public pedestrian entry, like your front door, would be facing the tracks. And then with the south row, we have 2-bedroom units starting here, moving on left, and then 3-bedroom units starting here, going to the right. And they face the inner courtyard. And then we have on the east row, 4-bedroom units that have a similar condition to the north row with the grade change. And so they have their own private patio space as well as that additional balcony that's above the vehicular entry, and then the front door being on the opposite side. Moving into sections and seeing the whole site, this really starts to show our whole project and then its relationship to the ground, and seeing just a little bit of how it's starting to cut through in different places. Moving into a transverse through that main entry road, you can start to see how the site sinks down 6 feet, and that starts to allow the upper pavilion being more public for activities that are more connecting with the community, whereas having an inner private courtyard that's more situated for the actual residents living here.
It's not up yet.
Could you tell us where this section is cut from, please?
Yes, it's cutting. I'll go back. It's cutting.
Oh, I see it now. Okay, thank you.
Sorry about that. And so now we're still seeing the cut right here where it's cutting through that road that's cutting through the in between the north and south row. And you start to see just the varied outdoor spaces, public to private, the inner courtyard, and then the pavilion space being used as a farmer's market right now. And then the east row, which contain 4-bedroom houses. Going into building sections, this is of the east row, the 4-bedroom units facing, the cut is facing east. And so you can start to see this barcode kind of dialogue with our shear walls that are separating our units. And then how we have skylights to kind of open up the space, because due to like the sense of having your unit kind of side by side next to other units. This is of the north row, cutting through the different units. It's facing south, and you start to see how having these different units create a variety of private spaces, and then even this space in the middle that we kind of see as the node of this cluster, which is accessible to the 3-bedroom unit right here, but is in dialogue with the other units, such as this cantilevered unit that's a part of the 4-bedroom unit. And you start to see how the shear walls can kind of start to help create spaces where circulation, vertical circulation can be located and used.
So the section we are just looking at is the cluster facing the train tracks. You can see here, kind of the ground floor plan, the differences in units where you drive directly into your unit or you're walking into more of your living kitchen space. You can also see here the higher in elevation patio green space that you can then walk down into your more private courtyard. We're going to zoom into the same section Lauren just looked at, but in cluster plan facing the railroad.
And then we also want to point out that we have around 17 units per acre.
Yes. Sorry, big file. With our clusters, we really wanted to show this idea of the barcode and structure with our shear walls, and the idea that by creating this barcode and shared stairs, it kind of blurs the line intentionally of where each unit begins and ends. So you can see going from left to right, it goes 4-bedroom, 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom. And as you go up more in privateness. So the 4 and 3-bedroom, you're now in your kitchen living space, whereas in the 2, you're in your master bedroom, which has its own access to a patio to the right of it. You can then see facing south,
these patio spaces that the 4 and 3 bedroom have access to. That is the patio space that overhangs where cars go and park. Another aspect of this idea of interplay between individuality and community is really small moments like these moments of shared stairs. You have the opportunity to say hello to your neighbor, but you don't really have to, but it's just kind of another just small moment. We wanted to bring that back. You can see again with the 4 and 3 bedrooms, you are increasing in privateness as you go up. You can also see that really large patio space that the 3 bedroom has access to that Lauren pointed out in section. And the final story, both these last bedrooms have access to their own private patios on 2 ends. And then there's also just small moments like the glass box sticking out where you can still interact with that unit next to you. And this is showing the same units just lined up. So you can see once again this idea of our strong shear wall system. This goes through each units that we just talked about in case we want to look at them again when we're done, just the units by themselves. But this goes from our 4 bedroom to 2 bedroom to 3 bedroom.
And then this is just showing our exits and also our HVAC plan, which we'll get a little bit more into systems in a later diagram. This shows the research that we kind of took that helped us choose our materiality and structure. We really wanted to keep some consistency using concrete since we were using concrete for our shear walls, and also take advantage of using a lesser used material for home building, and then its soundproofing qualities and structural capabilities, while also we wanting to bring in wood to create a contrast and also kind of take advantage of its aesthetics and inherent connection to residential vernacular. And so we're able to use both a timber concrete kind of composite system where you have wooden beam and then like a plywood sheathing or timber decking.
You now talked for about 15 minutes. I just wanted to sort of let you know where you are within your 35-minute time slot.
Thank you. Okay, thank you for letting me know. And so with choosing this type of assembly, we're able to have the same depth that a concrete slab would for the spans that we needed. And so this is just a wall section of the 2 bedroom that highlights this shear wall and then that floor system. And then also having a concrete beam and column to help set these this green patio that we have in most of the private outdoor spaces that you can sort of plant things if you want, or just have a little bit more landscaping invited into your space. And then this is a passive and active systems diagram of that unit. We put the ductwork kind of along the walls and chases to be least obstructive to the wooden beams. And then this is a assembly axon kind of showing the same thing that we labeled in our wall section. And then these are some details, one of the skylight and how it connects to the shear walls, and then of that timber concrete floor system, showing that skylight roof just at a large view, and then a stucco, showing this like stucco cladding we have and this wood channel that we're putting in front of the shear walls to emphasize them from the exterior, and a green patio detail showing the layers that are happening on those private patios.
Laura and I worked in studio all semester, which was nice and kind of made a fake sense of normality. And we enjoyed working in models. So these are just a few study models we can kind of fly by that we did at the beginning of the semester. And this is a view looking from if you're underneath that one shaded structure, if there's a farmer's market showing space can change, how you can move the benches. Yeah. And this is looking more at the private courtyard that the residents can all use, but it's just for those living here. A little bit more intimate.
I haven't seen this before. This is good to see.
And then these are views, if you're kind of leaning over the patio, we wanted to still be able to show where people are driving underneath you, that area is still kind of shaded and blocked before you go and park. And then you're looking out onto that shared courtyard. And lastly, render-wise, this is a view to show the slope downness of our site from driving from 5th to actually get into. You can really see how the pavilion green space is the same elevation, but the actual site itself, we're having them go into a little more deeper. And model-wise, we did a sectional model cutting through those units parallel with 5th and the train track, really just to show the way that our space is more intimate and tucked in. You can see that render we just showed in the top left of the idea of going down a little bit deeper. And yeah, these more if we want to just to get through it. And you can see here the way that the shared courtyard and those units are kind of tucked down underneath. Thank you guys so much. Sorry, I didn't really go too long, my bad.
All right, thank you.
Oh, this is absolutely terrific. I'm really blown away by the amount of work, the amount of detail, the amount of resolution. It's an absolutely astounding and really accomplished project from what I can tell. Of course, we can speak to, things that could be done better, but I just first of all want to acknowledge that this is really detailed in a way that I think is what is merited and expected of a studio like this. So really well done and congratulations.
Thank you.
I do want to understand, because I just missed it in your presentation. I know you worked it out, but you have to somehow, maybe I'll just sketch my question over here, but you do have to somehow drive in with the car to access one of these apartments, because I understand that there's no parking. That's a car ramp. Is that right?
Yes.
Or maybe use your mouse to show sequence. I think that might be easier because I know we're not the best at annotating.
Can you see my annotation?
We can see yours. I just meant Lauren, maybe use your mouse to show that circulation for a car.
Yeah, so basically you drive into here and then you turn left, and it's about a 25-foot total. The street width is about 25 feet. And so you should have enough space to be able to turn underneath these balconies and move into your unit.
Got it. And then you could do the same thing from this side. Is that right?
Exactly. That is more the side that you would exit out of.
Yes.
Right. So you're below grade when you're here, and then when you turn in, and then you come up grade again. Understood. Yes. I did have a couple of questions, and maybe again these are just clarification questions. But I understand that in the future this is likely to become quite a as we transition away from cars and as we accept more public transport, one imagines that this might become quite a frequented transit corridor. So one question is, what are the kind of, why didn't you just flip the diagram? That's one question. And then the other question I had was, I don't know if you studied climate, but I understand that, in the north, you're not going to get sun. And in the south, you're going to get a ton of sunlight coming in through these windows, which could be a good or a bad thing. But I would like to understand what were the decisions that went into maybe allocating spaces to the south that need sunlight, because I'm not sure that is explored enough, the kind of climatic question in the organization of the units.
I say, sorry, her and I are normally together, so being over Zoom, I feel like we're so awkward. As far as the sun path, we purposely had our more open pavilion facing the south side. That way this can be more illuminated, have a little bit more light for those guests bringing in, almost kind of like the sun points them to come to this shaded pavilion area.
But my question is more about the interior organization of the units, if that actually has anything to do with sun orientations, like the internal layouts of some of these units. Mm-hmm. Did that matter to you?
it's something that we thought about towards the beginning in terms of like laying out the more public kind of spaces, like the living room and kitchen. We kind of have the windows more facing towards the north. And then whereas with bedrooms that since we do have these sheer walls that don't really allow for windows, we knew that we needed to make sure that there were still windows connected to our bedrooms on the south side. And so we kind of didn't do enough to make sure that those windows would be, I guess, inhabitable for those spaces. But that's kind of where the placement of those windows came from.
Yes, that's just something to bear in mind, because you're going to be there in the summer cooking in a bedroom, or you're going to get this more sunlight coming right through, unless you study it in through some sort of solar study, and then you can prove that you're not going to get the sun, and that's fine. Or maybe you need to do a little overhang. But I think that given the resolution of this, I think that would be a good thing to look at. And then I want to just quickly, before I stop talking, I just want to point out one or two really small things in the long section you had of the north block. And I think some of these comments might be more relevant across the board. But there's some really great opportunities in that section, and I just want you to be aware of those, because I like it very much. Yeah, right here. This is really a good moment in the project, and one of the things that when I look at this, I almost feel like this is crying out for just a little more articulation of that staircase, because we've worked on staircases where I guess you've got some height issues here in the way in which you're cutting the stair, but never mind that. I just would like you to imagine what this experience is like climbing up. And because you have this skylight, I think, just making these stairs out of almost steel and making them disappear, and really sort of acknowledging that this is concrete right down the middle. Sorry for the horrible doodle, but then that this perhaps has a steel materiality, and then this has that wooden materiality, because what that does is that literally will pour light into the interior sort of spaces of some of these staircases. And if you've ever experienced that, there's a great kind of a moment when you look up and you get used to even 6 inches or even 4 inches of just that separation builds up a certain procedural idea about this, which I think is worth looking at. I think these units merit more study from inside out. I guess that's the big takeaway from what I'm trying to say, than from outside. And I think you've studied it pretty well from the outside in, but from the inside out is something that I would like to understand these a little more.
I'll jump in based on those comments. Yeah, I think overall really nice job, clear presentation. A couple of things that I'll say, and I'll sort of go from scale to scale a little bit like Martin was talking about how you tackled it. I really think the overall site strategy works pretty well with the bar, protecting you from that one side and then backing off on Fifth Street and trying to create those buffers with the interior space. And I think particularly the drawings that I was really drawn to are the site sections where you dig out and you create that compressed space down there that sort of allows the lifting, of that semi-public space in the sort of tricky way that you hide the car under there, There's a couple of things that I would comment on in terms of the success of sort of the overall layout, and then the intricacies of the second scale of going down into those site sections and then moving into the units. I get a little confused, and you don't have to explain it to me, but I know that you spent a lot of time working out those circulation and those units and how you get from one place to another, and all the doors are opening in different places and all that kind of stuff. And you did explain that, but I feel like at some point there's like this little bit of middle connection that's not quite working for could maybe be more explained in a diagram or something like that, where you actually did a really nice job of plan diagrams. But I think if you did some section diagrams, it might also speak to the sort of stairwell issue with the light coming in, you know, and think a little bit more in section and sort of that way. And I think it would also help me understand the intricacies of the way that you're moving around in those units too, because I think you've put a lot of thought into that. It's hard for me to see it right now. And it's also just the nature of the beast that we have here with Zoom as well. So a little bit about that. And then I do feel like there's a little bit of fragmentation happening where you didn't quite get back to where you wanted to be in terms of connection. Like I could see a really nice, let me see if I can draw on this guy. Annotation, but let me change my color. We'll do blue. But where there's some kind of connection from sort of this area here where the car is underneath and where it actually bridges over, or there's some way, because there, you get that sort of duality of that scoop underneath really working for you to separate, you know, the car, but separates the units from the overall green space, right? Like it isolates that bar a little bit. So maybe there's some way you can start to go back at a different scale and address that. Because I think that's a big potential that you've opened up with that sort of compressed space. And it's, even though it's working in a particular way that you want it to, it's also separating things. And it has a lot more potential, I think, than you've actually given it. I think it's a really great start. So overall, you know, really clear drawings, really nice presentation, overall site strategy. Oh, and the only other thing that kind of bugged me a little bit that's along the same lines of sort of the jump in scale is that you hacked off like that little corner of the site, like you got rid of that little triangle and it's kind of hanging out there with the little trees on it, you know? Like, I like the idea of that joining street, you know, as it goes across and you're trying to really connect that, but then you kind of left that sort of hanging chad over there, you know, like, and those are moments that I think have a lot of potential, but I understand you just didn't get to that to develop it. But I think that one thing that I would say about your overall site strategy is that the things that got left over really have a ton of potential, you know, and so I think that's a positive aspect to sort of attack the overall problem. You just didn't get to it, but there are a few sort of hanging things out there that I think could be addressed.
Thank you, Marla.
Okay, so yeah, I also want to commend you for the amount of work, the clarity of the drawings, and the craft and the resolution at the different scales. I think it is definitely impressive. Moving through scales as well, I think that something that I personally appreciate about your project is that you went beyond the if you go to your site plans, so we can have some context of what I'm talking about, but you went beyond the site itself. You wanted to embrace a more kind of urban approach in which you were looking at this path next to the tracks, I believe. So also expanding your proposition and saying, okay, well, the city also needs this as kind of some type of urban actions, right? I think that's a great move, and every time there is an opportunity to somehow, you know, create an impact on the city and expanding your project into something that will, you know, create good for the public or for the city itself. I think it's a great attitude. However, I think that in that regard, it stayed as an idea, and I would have liked to see a little bit more integration between what your proposition is and your project. It seemed like an isolated idea of, I'm gonna put this path over here for people to walk by the track, but then it didn't come back and it was integrated as far as I understood with the project itself. So I think that's something that, you know, could have been improved either from the presentation or from the actual set of actions that you are proposing here. The same thing with that little triangle, right? The triangle that gets on the left. Is that, I know it's definitely a very hard thing to work with, but at the end, you know, it ended up being just a remaining area that didn't seem to have much character within the site. In fact, it was somehow, broken by this or detached from your plans or from your project with this street or road that you put over here. So or that already existed. So the question is how you can actually take over, right, and integrate it, since in your initial studies you were always looking at this large piece of property, and that's part of that. So I think that those are kind of small elements, the small components, but they have to do with the overall strategy. The idea of creating this depressed area platform is artificial, right? It doesn't exist in the topography of the site. Am I correct? Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I think you have done a very bold move there by saying, okay, we are going to dig out all this huge area and we are going to create this space that is going to be somehow, but I think the idea is to isolate it from the noise, right? To isolate it from the street itself. But I don't know. I mean, I think it's an effective move. However, I find it hard to. I don't know. I mean, how much do you really gain from it? Is it something that will really make a big difference in the way in which the space is perceived and the privacy that you are trying to address there? When we look at the section that we were looking at before, I think that you see that the environment is already created with those two different rows of buildings, and even in your perspectives, I think that's clear that your buildings are already creating this micro environment or microclimate or space in between that. I don't know how much you gain from actually making that move of digging out the space and depressing that platform. And and I'm just thinking about this being developed and perhaps even built, right? And the developers say, okay, how much do we actually gain? And it's going to cost a lot of money, a lot of effort for doing that. I don't see a big difference if everything was just at the street level or at the original level. I don't know. Probably I'm misunderstanding your project, but personally, I find it hard to buy. And finally, to talk about the overall composition, I think following Sarah's comments on orientation, one of my very first job was doing housing. We was called low income housing is what we did. And one of the very first things that we will do, and I think was very ingrained in my formation because it was my first job was to think about orientation, and also we have some kind of a motto or a philosophy that for similar problems, similar solutions, and for different problems, different solutions. And I think what we will always try to do is to provide similar solutions to similar problems. And that one of them definitely is orientation. And just talking, okay, if we are going to design a bedroom, we'll have similar conditions for the way it is inhabited. I'm not saying we are going to design exactly the same, but we are going to provide about the same qualities of lighting or heating and stuff like that, across the entire board. And if you go to your site plan again, I think that's when this notion of, okay, we have one row of housing facing east-west and the other one's north-south, really change the conditions, right, for one unit to the other. So it can be questionable, although I know that many of the housing projects that I see around town don't take into consideration orientation at all. But I think it is important to do so. And I don't buy this guy over here, within that philosophy. I think that is going to be the unfortunate one who gets the
It's like, where's the
bended one, right?
Where does the bed go?
Where does the bed go? I mean, I think it comes from the scheme. And I think it's, it makes sense when you look at the schematic level, But once you start looking at that unit in specific, it's going to be the one that no one wants, right? Or the one that is just going to have to cost a lot less because, come on, right? And I usually, those type of spaces, when there is some type of articulation or move between axes, can be used for different things, for common spaces, for, I don't know if it was this where apartments would be where the laundry went, some type of equipment, facilities, or, if there was a pool here, perhaps is where where all the equipment will go. But right now, I mean, think about those spaces as transitional spaces in which you can do something else, right? Or perhaps nothing. Perhaps nothing. Perhaps this is a porous, right? A porosity. Perhaps this is an opening. And this is, the roof can still continue. You can have still a continuity from the volumetric point of view, but something different happens there. Therefore, the unit is hard to insert there. And I know that, and finally, I'm gonna jump in scale all the way down to your details. And I think that you guys have done an excellent job in showing us all the different components. Can we go to where you have your roof section? I think this is a good one. You're gonna have a thermal bridge over here, right? By having this exterior interior situation, this is where you will have to somehow include some type of insulation over there. But I think that it's very well detailed. But I'm just having struggled or struggling a little bit to understand. So you are proposing cast in place reinforced concrete walls, right? And those obviously are going to be structural. And can we go to you have a beautiful scheme there where you see the assembly of different, very beautiful exploded axon. It's that one, right? So is this system going to span from wall to wall? Is that the idea? The timber concrete system going to span from wall to wall? Is that how that works?
In larger spans, there will be there's a concrete column beam separating the two.
So this will be a column over here. So there will be a concrete frame somehow inserted. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is that true for all of them?
It's true for the 4 and 3 bedroom units.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I just started to see that, I think it's an interesting proposition, but yeah, I started to see that you had kind of a relatively long span here to be done with one set of beams and reinforced concrete structure. I mean, could be a post-tension, slab, but then the notion of having this mixed system will probably be not as effective. I felt that it was a little bit longer, but if you say that there is a concrete framing internal, structure that will make the span between spaces a little shorter, it starts to make sense. It's an interesting proposition. I don't know if I have seen it much around town. Obviously, most of the housing of this scale is made out of sticks, right? Of wood framing. So it will be interesting to understand better what brings to the equation and why is it that this is a good idea, in order for the developer to say, okay, I buy it and I will build it that way.
That's actually sort of maybe a good comment. Like, I think we need to move on in a little bit, but I think as an instructor, I find that a very difficult fine line to walk always. To what extent do we rely on customary building techniques, which is, there's basically one. I mean, and I think like there's not much more value engineering that you can do in terms of housing when it comes to construction. Like that's like pretty much everything that has value that costs money has been drained out of housing. I think the next thing we could do is like not put insulation in or not put a roof on. but there's not much more that we can do in terms of like making houses cheaper in terms of construction, right? So I think as an instructor, you're always faced with like, do we accept this as a reality and try to make it as good as possible? Or do we try to sort of set up other equations that talk and could talk possibly about a sort of a higher initial cost that then is offset by a lower kind of energy use or whatnot? You know, I think that's always the fine line, and I think that's always kind of the tension line in which kind of student projects like move, and I think should move creatively. Just like to bring it to a close, because we really need to move on. I think you've done an amazing lot of work, which is, I mean, it's pretty impressive. I think sometimes your work seems to pull into slightly different directions. And I think you've sort of like moved a lot forward and outward, but I think that creates sometimes these drawings where it's like, oh man, I wish you had gone over that again and like clarified things like what Benjamin just sort of caught. Like I mean, this is not a big thing. Within your structure, you could sort of add a frame here or like, you know, something that reduces that span significantly and is actually within your spatial structure, makes complete sense. I noticed in your section especially, there were a couple of moments where it's like, can you just go over this a couple more times? Like I think that the Soros pointed out one of those moments with the stair. There was another one that I noticed where you drew your patios, like this patio here versus that patio here, and they were drawn differently in your large scale section. One actually had the concrete lower and then build up the kind of patio decking on top of it, and they did it correctly, kind of like run the water off underneath. The other one, it seemed like you're walking right on the slab. So just the consistency of those elements, you know, same problem, same solution. Like that was another one that I noticed. And I think when you sort of like move this into select drawings into like the portfolio or something, I would take the time to go through some of those drawings and check for that consistency, or even add a solution. I think some of the solutions that have been suggested at the site plan level actually don't take much work at all. Like they're literally, you can just draw them in. So I think that's maybe sort of like one of the closing comments, where it's like, I think you've sort of like done all this amazing production, but now I think like go over some of the drawings once again to sort of like to really make sure like every single drawing that you're going to show somewhere is absolutely 100% precise, because there's sometimes a little bit of slack still that I think could be like with one more round, you know, you could get rid of that. All right, thank you. We're going to move on. I think
thank you all so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Who's next? Amir and Luis? I believe so. Okay.
Hi, everyone. I'll start sharing my screen. So my name is Amir. This is Holly Brick Houses. So just to start this off is our first precedent study was a project by Eduardo Souto de Mora in Portugal. And we really use this as a great starting point for what we saw from this project were these vertical units that were all aligned into one kind of shift, and I mean into one kind of unit, and then they were shifted. So what we picked from that was moving on to our site is we saw that they were aligned and then we shifted it. So our main project is basically Holly Brick Houses, the concept that seeks to establish density at a residential scale in a growing urban context. Our formal strategy utilizes a modular concept with the ability to grow in both horizontal and vertical directions. And we shifted these boxes, and these boxes create outdoor spaces basically. And these allow for entries of light and ventilation. So going off of that, we had another material ambition, and that was developed through the use of brick, in which we kind of in this project look at it through 3 different ways: structural load bearing, veneer, and a rain screen. So just going into how we kind of looked at our site too, is We divided our site up into bands, adjusted those to the site, bands of program, that is, and then create a main circulation path. And then we end up having a site that kind of, and then also adjusting those circulation paths for the fire trucks, and making sure that the turning radii of the streets are perfect for the truck to be able to maneuver. And then we get to this point, which is our project. We see right here. So we have our west and east end caps on Fifth Street and Pleasant Valley, and then our housing within the middle of the main part of the project. And that was more infill of where that circulatory path was made. And just to fill out, give some data, right here, like I just explained, we have our bicycle cap, basically some bike parking, some gathering spaces, our residential area, and then our community park on the right side, and our commercial cap, which was part of the extra program, was an idea to have a commercial space. So as long as that's not really planned out, but we do have the volumes there for what they could be. So moving into here, this is just a project north view of our site plan. We also decided to take advantage of the park across the railway and developed it into something of our own, and maybe give it to the city too. I mean, be a part of the city, my bad. And so here we can kind of see how this looks like volumetrically. Luis and I were talking about when you come on the west side of the project, you approach through this entry park and the gathering spaces and like the bike rack, like I said, and then the units on this west side of the project start off as the first floor, and then they gradually grow as the site area gets the site area increases, so the density increases as the site moves towards the east cap. So just throughout this project, showing again where this main circulatory path is in a volumetric way, the green spaces, and then the different unit types. So we can see here the different unit types are outlined. Red would be a four bedroom, purple would be a 3-bedroom, and blue would be a 2-bedroom. And then on the east side, again, we have those commercial caps. So just going through that, this is kind of what we would look like if we come across the park, a train coming maybe, and then viewing some of our project. Moving towards the middle, or that same approach right here. And then that east end cap, and this is kind of what we were looking at first. And then kind of looking at a cluster scale, we'll move on to.
Yeah, so this is like one of the housing clusters that we decided to develop a little further. And this is kind of just an axon view showing what that space would look like. We have the parking up on the kind of upper left side of the screen, kind of flanking the rail side, and then the housing units are kind of arranged in like a checkerboard kind of pattern. And we kind of added these little splits and shifts to create these little alleyways and little like entry spaces for each of the units. And then this is just our cluster plan, or a plan of that cluster, and you can kind of see more clearly those alleyways in between each of the units on the inside of the lot, and you can kind of see those little notches where we've put benches, just to kind of things to create little pockets of like gathering, and just sort of these intimate spaces.
So this is.
Yeah, and then this is just a diagram showing like how the units are arranged and how the courtyards are dispersed throughout the project through these shifts, and then how the sidewalks come together, and then the unit as a whole on the lower right. And then this is general means of egress diagram through the front entry doors. We've wanted to locate most of the front entries to each of these units along the streets. However, there are a few entry points on the interior, like along the alleys. And then I think the next diagram is the emergency egress. And then, yeah, so this is going to be through any of those windows, or if there's ever a fire or anything, there's secondary means of egress, so everyone has a safe way out, either leading directly outside or to these alleyways, and then from there they can make it out to the street. This is just a cluster, or a section of that cluster, as well as a elevation. Kind of here we can see how we're kind of treating the brick. You see parts where it's a screen, sometimes when it's load bearing, and then also in the next diagram, I think you'll see how in the next few diagrams, we'll see how it plays out as the three types of, or the three ways we're experimenting with the brick in the details.
And then this is a little bit more, just a zoomed in version of that same cluster section that we were looking at. And that's kind of what we thought our view would look like in a rendered version. So right now, going over a basic structural assembly idea of what we think the units would come together. Our idea is that we have these load-bearing brick masonry columns. Brick masonry walls on the first floor with stud interior walls, and then these get topped by a glulam beam, and then a ring beam to hold what's to come next. The floor joists and the structural subfloor, and then the second floor would basically be all stud walls, and then over the stud walls would be a brick veneer and drywall interior finishes, gypsum. And then that would be covered up with another set of trusses for the roof. And we'll finish that off there. And then here in our section, we can see that we would probably have steel decking and polished concrete floor. We would have our floor truss still intact, and basically the rest of the framing for the windows and everything can also be seen here and in the next few details.
Yeah, so this is a look at one of the wall sections cutting through on the previous diagram. You kind of see that overhang and how that gets played out, and you see that how we're using the brick as load bearing and as a brick veneer in this case, and you can see in elevation that brick screen, just kind of how we imagine that little courtyard for that unit to look like.
Continuing.
A few of the details looking at the roof connection and also the foundation. And this is cutting on the other side of that 3D axon, looking, and here we see again the use of, or the brick as a screen and also load-bearing material. That's kind of what we imagined the elevation to look like. You see the kind of the inset balcony screen that kind of overlooks the space below. That connection detail of how the floor truss meets that wall with the glulam beam, and then how the balcony beam gets attached to the other side of that glulam.
And then this was just the main idea of like what our HVAC and possible mechanical systems diagram would be. We figured we would stream it through the roofs and then place the converter up top. And then now we're going to get a bit more into the units. We have 6
Can I just
unit
interject,
types.
like real quick, Amir, like that, just because I noticed it, and like it would make your like that section drawing, which is a really nice drawing, but the slab, the bottom slab, the slab at grade is not drawn the same way that you draw it in the wall section. So like, I think make sure you draw that correctly, because that just sticks out, like, and it's noticeable in this drawing.
Definitely.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Got it, thank you, yeah, got it. Going into the units. So this is our first unit that we kind of started off with was this first floor 2-bedroom unit. And we can go through these. I'll just try to finish up a little bit too. We got 2B. This is a 2-story 2-bedroom. And now we got a 1-story 3-bedroom too. And the same goes for, it has a 2-story as well. 4-bedroom. And this is kind of what our 4-bedroom we think would look like. So here, as if we're looking into the interior courtyard, sorry, the render would be mirrored. So the courtyard is on the left and we're looking down the hallway to the bedrooms. And then this is what we think some of our courtyard might look like. Maybe a bench, a tree. Here you can see the brick screen as well. And then our 4B was the axon we were looking at earlier too. And that's pretty much the project. Towards the end, this is our final slide. But yeah, this is pretty much what we did.
All right, thank you guys.
Thank you.
So I'll just ask a quick question to start off with. Why did you go with load-bearing brick on the ground floor instead of stud wall with veneer? Just to get it out of the way.
I think we really kind of wanted to emphasize the brick interior. So what made, I guess, more sense to us was just having it be load-bearing on the first floor and then having it be a little bit lighter on the second floors. That in being stud walls with like a brick veneer. I think we kind of really wanted to carry over that.
Interested in, I mean, I can see if you were interested in the thickness of the wall, right? Like there's a certain thickness that comes from a load-bearing brick wall because it has to have that width. But then you have another sort of veneer stud wall on it and then more brick on the inside, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's a little bit odd to me that it would just not be completely stud. And then you could actually widen the wall up and then just put veneer on either side. Is it like an integrity thing? Like you
the units, some of the units actually, they share walls, and that's what I think I missed that diagram. I'm sorry, but some of the units share walls, and that's why we had thought that they were firewalls, and that's why we were treating them as such. So that's why we went with the thickness too. That was our initial idea, and that's where we had gone with it.
Overall, just to continue, just to finish up my thoughts, nice set of drawings in the clustering, really well thought out, like in terms of the alleyways and stuff. The scale of the site to me, interesting way of breaking up the site with the strip and then conforming to that triangle, and then also trying to move also and incorporate the park across the tracks and making an effort to do that. I do think that there's some balance to be found between those streets and the street that ends up going along the back where the railroad is in your site plan. Like that just, I understand that you're working with code and fire engines and radii and all that kind of stuff, but I really feel like some of those break up your clustering a little. Like there could be a gradation, like on the very far left of your site plan, there's a small little road that seems appropriate. And then there's a medium-sized one. And then there are some really big ones that seem to really start to chop it up. So I would think at that scale, it starts to fall apart a little bit in the overlap of like code and idea. And so maybe there would be some way that you could start to mediate that in terms of occupation, and the way that the street would actually be occupied and addressed by the units or something like that. The drawings are really quite nice, easily explained. At the level of the unit, the bathrooms are really small, and there's a few places where I'm a little bit curious as to whether the sort of functionality of them would work. But I think at the level of like the courtyard and the entry and those alleyways, it's really effective. Like I like the idea, like clustering seems to be appropriate for your description, you know, of your overall units and the way that they're working. I'm almost convinced about the brick and the variation in your brick. I'm so close to being convinced about it. I need a few more like renderings of like transparency versus not transparency. And I really want the load bearing thing to work and the sort of alto windows, you know, that whole sort of clean idea to work. But I'm almost there, but I'm not quite. Like your little icon units work really well, but it doesn't get me into what it would really feel like to be inside there and the variation in the transparency and the way that I would perceive the brick in different ways as private or semi-private. So I like the idea and the sort of theme that runs through it. I'm not quite convinced yet. So, and it might have to do with the renderings I don't think are quite there, like the renderings of occupation. They're starting to get there, but I think they're not quite there yet. But nice job, very clean drawings.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey guys, I have a question, and I can't believe I'm gonna ask it because I'm not really interested in it, but in this case I am. How do you solve parking?
Let's get to the site plan. So.
Yeah.
They solved it so well you didn't even notice.
So we'll start off with the site plan, I guess, and then maybe get into the cluster. So, sorry. So we basically had like that main circulation that we talked about was this same path, right? And we just counted as many stalls as we needed for the number of units, and we used the basic parking code to find out what the turning radius would be for like and the stall width for a 30-degree thing. Yeah. So we just basically made sure that the widths were enough for like a truck to fit in the fire truck idea diagram that I showed.
Okay, so what I am understanding is that all parking for the entire complex is situated here. Is that correct?
Yes, and there's parallel stalls along this.
Parallel stalls here. Okay.
And so along the street as well, on 5th Street at the bottom.
5th Street at the bottom are the public stalls. Yeah.
Parking is not my favorite thing to talk about, and definitely always discourage students to think much about parking, but I think it was kind of interesting or important here. Now, thank you for answering. If I might just jump in, with my comments, I think that the strongest part of your project is when I start seeing your elevations, your volumes, your the way that this is designed and how all these blocks or cubes or prisms, however you want to call them, kind of are interlocked with each other, and the choice of brick. I agree with Marla, can be questionable, but I think that the way in which you have created an architecture, and if we can see one of your renderings, I think one of the last two, that are very aligned to what the tectonics or the stereotomics of brick are. I mean, the architectural language that you have chosen and the way in which it's resolved from the material point of view, I think is consistent. It makes a lot of sense. You are seeing, volumes that have been kind of carved out, like a solid piece that has been carved out, and to some extent that are very stereotomic, and that goes along very, very well with the brick. And those screens, I think, are poetic, and I think that in generally speaking, from from the city perspective point of view, from the type of environment that you are creating there, I think is very strong. However, when I see your presentation, guys, or when I heard your presentations, I was trying to figure out what your intentions were, as designers. I think that you presented as this is the problem, this is a solution, this is the problem, this is a solution, this is the problem, this is a solution, this is the problem, and very rather descriptive presentation. And we heard very little about what your aspirations were as designers. What is it that you are trying to create here? Why is it that this place is going to be so wonderful that people are going to be fighting, and paying whatever to live there? Why is it that it's going to make it so good for that? You have definitely tackled the issue of density. You have definitely figured out how to create a series of units that are interlocked with each other and create, as I mentioned, an interesting and complex set of volumes kind of connected with each other. Now, if we look at your egress plans, right? When I saw your axons, your first axons, unfortunately, the presentation that you have here is not the same one that you have on Box. And
we weren't able to re-upload, I think.
Yeah, you need to re-upload it. Would have been great, man, because you have, of course, you have stronger drawings in your presentation than you have on Box. But when you see if we go to your volumetric, to your volumes, to your axon, you have an axon. I think that it is quite provocative the way in which you have resolved this. And looking at what Martin was presenting earlier today, the notion of a mat, a city of a mat area, not this one, but the
cluster scale, I think, right?
Yeah, I think that it's that rendering was really nice. It's kind of powerful and propositive, but let's leave it there. Because what I want to talk about, and my point is going to be, and your egress drawings kind of reveal. These are alleys, right? Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
So if I live here, I'm coming with my kiddo, I went to the supermarket, and then I have this unit, right? That's why parking was an issue. I have to go either all the way over here, is that correct? Or I park here and I will have to go right here, is that correct?
Essentially, yes. We also had we broached the idea of of having a loading zone right around here or something like that,
Yeah.
just for that exact reason.
Yeah. No, I mean, I'm just a little bit ambivalent, about these spaces. They are going to be, I mean, probably for Austin, they will be good because they're going to be kind of in the shade and can be cool. And cool meaning not that they are awesome, but cool meaning that the temperature is cooler, right? But I'm intrigued about those spaces and their qualities. It reminds me of more of kind of a medieval settlement city. Where you walk through these very narrow alleys and sometimes are wider. And I mean, those can be very rich, especially, and they can be provocative, if you will, right? But I don't know if they are aligned to the way in which we live nowadays, and of course issues of privacy start to be something a little bit of concern, especially because of the proximity between this, right? Now, if this is 2 stories and this is 2 stories, right? Well, the amount of light that this unit is going to receive, right, during the day is going to be daylight. Is going to be really, really, really scarce, right? And we were talking about that in the other project, right? That unit that made the the break on the scheme. But I think that these ones, especially the ones in the center, are starting to have the same kind of issue. And I wonder if it wouldn't be just more humane to start emptying out the spaces right in the center and create kind of a public areas, common areas for kids to play or whatever, and also being light wells, right, in such a way that this unit will have light everywhere. And perhaps that start happening, in some areas over here. I mean, you have solved the issue of making it denser, but I think at the expense of creating a series of spaces that I don't know. I feel turned about them. I'm not completely sure, and I will encourage you to perhaps draw a perspective, or since you have these amazing models, right, and actually place yourselves within those spaces. Now, we are looking here at perhaps a higher income housing. But if this was built in an area where there is a little bit of crime or a little bit of issues there, that will be the right place to to rob someone, or to assault someone. I mean, or just for weird things to happen. I don't know.
I agree completely, Benjamin. I think that's I was going to say something similar, because if you look at some of these sections here, actually you get this sort of straight edge, then you get the road, and then you actually get this kind of indented. Oh gosh, I really can't sketch anymore. It's so terrible to sketch on this thing. Am I right that you kind of get, pardon my terrible drawing, but you even do that, right? Like you get this kind of offset. So this thing, and if the sun is here, this thing is really getting no light at all. Am I right in that kind of rough, pretty bad sketch? But
definitely, yeah.
Just to drive home essentially what Benjamin is saying. Benjamin, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I have a few more things like that.
Keep going.
So if you go to an axon, that I think really might help address some of these questions that Benjamin's talking about as well. Yeah, so that's a good, I think that's a good one. Yeah, so I was looking at your box scheme, and it's the thing you've dropped in box, and the one in box actually, or maybe it's this one here, the second courtyard. Do you have that? Because I actually think this could be interesting if you started removing some of these units that actually don't work for you, and stacking them maybe further and creating more sort of sectional contrast in your project. Then I think that would be a really good thing. But then there's another thing. There's a second layer to what Benjamin is saying here, which is also that you've given, and I'm actually repeating myself with perhaps a previous project, but I find it incredible that in a place like this, where actually you generate so many terraces, that you just don't put a door here, because I guess you go into somebody else's unit. But that I think is something to address, right? The fact that I might actually want to sit out on the terrace on a nice winter day and get the sun, or do a barbecue there, or have a garden there. Like there's a whole other sense that patios and terraces can bring of this kind of second ground, which you have so much of, but you don't have a stair going up to it, or you have no means of even acknowledging it. It's like you just assume that a roof is a roof and you never go to the top of the roof. But I think that it, especially in a scheme like this, where this becomes a kind of balcony for somebody else, right? Like, and I think working your project sectionally architecturally and sectionally would resolve some of these questions of density, but also bring about new qualities in your project. And I think that that's something to think about. Maybe these are small changes that you could still make as you develop your portfolios. There's two other things I wanted to touch upon. I am a little bit how should I say this? And this is, I should preface this by saying that you guys have done a terrific job of the project. I think it's an accomplished project, but maybe this is more like for your careers as architects. And maybe Martin, I'm sort of overstepping the brief here with the following comment. But I do feel a little skeptical when architects fall in love with a material too quickly. Right, like when I was growing up in India, we were hammered by the bricks of Louis Kahn, and the Kahnian brick was everywhere. And what does the brick want to be? And it wants to be an arch. And oh my gosh, like there's this whole like romance with the brick that modernism has had. But nowadays
we have a romance with 2x4 here. 2x4 is a lovely
2x4, which is also another kind of thing. But nowadays you don't build in brick. If you really care about sustainability, especially in the developing South, bricks bring with them topsoil. Topsoil destroys farmland. There's a whole like ecological impact of any material you choose. And I think that what I'm trying to urge you to think about, especially in the realm, I would argue that it is relevant to the realm of a comprehensive studio, is the ecological impact of falling in love with a material, right? Are you making these bricks out of fly ash that is completely like, if you showed us a diagram of like, okay, this is the fly ash that you're getting from a coal plant, I'm making those bricks from the fly ash of a coal plant, and I'm essentially creating a circular economy because this is a waste material that I'm making bricks out of. Awesome. And I would be like, I'm trying to also
definitely.
I'm trying to talk also to Marla's point about I'm almost convinced about it. And for me, I would be convinced about it if you had that one drawing which told me that these are bricks that will only come from a coal-fired plant, and you actually care about circular thinking and a kind of material ecology. And maybe this is a comment that extends to other projects as well, so I don't want to sort of single you out, and maybe it is outside the realm of sort of resolving things within the project. But I think it is an increasingly, in the day of climate change, and climate change is real, and I believe it is, like, like there's some of these things can't be argued about. Like at some point we have to sort of get with the program and acknowledge that these things are going to be and are already a serious part of architecture. Like I think glulam beams are another case where glulam's absolutely a good material to use, but then sort of again acknowledging that there is a certain kind of circularity and a kind of ecological consciousness that you're aware of. And then the last thing I'll say is the idea of mixed use and mixed retail is super important to the brief. And I kind of think if you go to a site plan, I kind of feel like you sort of dealt with it, but it's kind of in this way that Martin says this might as well be a supermarket, and it's not somehow sprinkled enough. I wish it was just a little more, and maybe that's the moment where you kind of go through this thing, one of these things disappears, and it's more embedded within your project, because I feel like it doesn't sort of change the character of the housing if I end up with retail at the South Pole. Then doesn't really change what you're doing, because what the fun thing here is that like I can live here and have a shop here, or I can live here and have a studio here if I'm an architect or if I'm an artist, what have you. So this idea that live and work can happen in close proximity is also something that things like this, they don't quite do the same thing, one could argue. So I would much rather imagine this as a more embedded part of that.
Yeah,
all right,
thank you.
thank you guys so much. Like we need to move on. We actually have another project, and I realized like we're on a super tight schedule here. I don't know, Marla, Benjamin, do you guys have reviews after this immediately?
No.
So I really hope, whoever has a review, like, let's see if we can get like at least you to comment first on the next project before you take off. Like, I apologize, but we have one more project, and I think it's actually what Sarosh just said is like maybe a really good transition also to the next project, like the idea of sort of like the materiality and like how that is sort of like integrated into any kind of like cycles of production and consumption and ecology. I would ask sort of like without much more talking, Jacob and Aubrey.
Are you guys seeing my screen?
Yeah, looks good to me, Jacob.
Okay.
All right, hi everyone. We're Graphical Design. I'm Aubrey.
And I'm Jacob, and our project is called Holly House, a case for peculiarity within density. This is a look at the project. We designed. We designed a map type missing middle project, which aims to negotiate scales within the neighborhood. This is a look at our sheet index and material and finish schedule.
Yeah, so Austin is really a city of extremes, and the Holly neighborhood to the east side of Austin is really no different. Historically, the neighborhood has faced some challenges, including a series of chemical spills and environmental issues in the 20th century. Really, most recently, the area has dealt with issues of affordability and gentrification. So kind of with these issues in mind, we set up 5 different ambitions for our project. The first of which is to combat gentrification and affordability through densification and ownership. We also want to negotiate the different scales of the neighborhood and to incorporate efficiency into complexity, especially when it comes to our structural system. We also want to emphasize the environmental reclamation of the site, especially given the sort of troubled history of the area with environmental injustice. And finally, most importantly, want to promote individuality and peculiarity over repetition and anonymity. And to look at our formal strategy a little bit, we really began the semester by setting up for ourselves a set of rules. The first being a catalog of these 12 simple geometric shapes, which we then plugged into a 20-foot by 20-foot grid, which was overlaid on the site. This sort of helped us create a dense mat type fabric. And we found this to be particularly successful because it had an inherent porosity that let light and air into the most central spaces of that fabric.
Yeah, so this is a look at precedent studies we did at the beginning of the semester, followed by a typological study we did of the neighborhood and some precedents of form and materiality. Now looking at the site plan, just to restate, we're on the corner of East 5th and North Pleasant Valley Road in East Austin. South of the site, we see lots of single family residential homes, and further north, we see kind of commercial and light industrial spaces. In order to connect our site with these spaces, we've decided to extend Kaya Street south to meet with 5th Street to provide access to amenities such as the grocery store, childcare, and library. Now getting into our proposal, we have a park proposed furthest west with our housing in the center. We have a central paseo which cuts through the space, adding green space and just like a nice public space for the occupants. And along Pleasant Valley, we've programmed commercial space to maintain the urban edge.
Yeah, and here's some diagrams looking at some of the concepts underlying our site plan. First, I'll point out how the density of our plan decreases as you move from east to west. This is really in response to the scale of the surrounding context. Another thing to note is that we've pushed the park and car circulation to the edges of the site while maintaining the center for pedestrian access and public green space. And then I'll also finally point out that it was really important to us that each unit had its own front door to, again, promote that sense of individuality and ownership.
So this is fire truck access, and then some site sections. Again, you can note the transition of scales. And I'd like to point out this larger apartment complex, which is south of the site. You can see that here in this rendering. So this is looking east down 5th Street, our project to the left. And you can kind of see how we tried to mimic the scale of the existing neighborhood.
Yeah, so from here on out, we're going to be focusing mainly on cluster A. But before we get into that, we'll look at some of the differences between the different clusters. We kind of took a typological approach to this differentiation. So cluster A, we're calling it the donut cluster because it has this sort of central courtyard. And then cluster B is rather like a cul-de-sac. It's got the, the central entrance court. The live work cluster has office spaces integrated into the living units, and then the row house cluster has units which are oriented in a long linear manner. And then here's a look at the central paseo. You can see how it kind of becomes this public pedestrian space, and it serves as not only circulation to the units, but also back to the park space to the north of the site. We also just wanted to be really explicit about the density we were creating here. So we did a study looking at our intervention in comparison to the surrounding context. And we found that while our units were on average larger and had a comparable bedroom count to the surrounding houses, we were actually able to more than double the density of the adjacent context.
Now getting into cluster A, I would like to point out again this rhythm of the facade along 5th Street. You can see how the units begin to push and pull away from the street, kind of breaking down this long facade, which would be rather intimidating if we hadn't done that. I'd also like to point out the roof monitors, which are arranged atop the buildings. These are added to provide sectional interest, allow light and air into some of the deeper spaces, and also add to that individuality of the units. Here's a perspective looking at that street facade and how the units push and pull. Now getting into the cluster plan, we see here 11 units which are ambiguously separated. And this plays into the mat type we aimed for, where our project becomes this dense mat fabric unfurled across the site. In this, interior and exterior spaces are interwoven. Each unit's interior becomes a world of its own, completely unique from its neighbor. And you really get a sense in this plan for kind of the labyrinthian quality of our spaces. You might imagine how different pockets of courtyard space could surprise you at the turn of a corner, acting as outdoor rooms or extensions of the home. This is cluster egress.
Yeah, and just quickly to get in some diagrams looking at the drivers behind our cluster plan, you can see that while we have this really intricate form, there's actually a very strict underlying grid which informs our structural system. There's also 3 levels of privacy within the various courtyards. There's courtyards that are accessed by only 1 unit, but then courtyards that are also accessed by just 2 to 3 units. And then we have the large central courtyard, which is accessed by all the units in the cluster. And then I'll just point out the unit division diagram reveals how each unit really is completely unique from the ones around it. And here's a look at what a shared courtyard might look like. These promote interaction and community within the cluster. And then another place where we see different levels of publicness and privateness and how they interface is at the street facade of the cluster. You can see how the brick facade kind of folds down to create these different patios and planters, which help negotiate that delineation between the very public street and the private yard. And here's a look at what one of those front patios might look like. Here's one looking onto 5th Street and the neighborhood beyond. And something else we really wanted to focus on was integrating passive systems into our design to increase energy efficiency within the project. So the first thing I'll point out is this series of rain gardens and some of the smaller courtyards we've integrated into the project. And these hold and filter stormwater and runoff and help to create cooler microclimates sort of in little pockets throughout the complex. And this in turn aids the cross ventilation, which is created using operable windows, both in the lower walls and upper roof monitors in the structure.
This is just a diagram looking at roof drainage and elevations. Here, I'd like to point out how in plan, we see kind of this very articulated shape, and in the elevations, the building kind of begins to break down and become a lot more regular and maybe less intimidating. Again, in the sections, we're seeing this large central courtyard and some of the more private courtyards dispersed throughout. Here's a look at those sections at a larger scale. And then a catalog of our courtyards. These are kind of 6 different scenarios we're imagining might take place in these courtyards. One being a private yard where you might imagine a child playing without the distraction of the outside world. And another being a rain garden.
Yeah, and so to get into our structural system, our main objective here was to really foster efficiency and cost effectiveness within complexity. And to achieve this, we tried to incorporate standardization and prefabrication into several of our assemblies. The most important of which is our exterior prefabricated hempcrete wall panels, which you can see here. And we chose these for their sustainability and also their ability to be prefabricated. And this is just a key plan. So looking at that, as well as our panel catalog. And to get into the panel assembly a little bit more, you can see the structural wood framing and the hempcrete infill. The hempcrete is an insulative material, but it also takes on the shear forces of that structure. And while we've sheathed the exterior of the project in a protective brick facade, we've actually decided to play up the kind of playfulness of the project by leaving the kind of weird, hairy hempcrete texture of the hempcrete exposed to the interior. And here we can see some different precedents for hempcrete panels, especially ones that are exposed to the interior. And we did some carbon calculations as well. We chose hempcrete because of its sustainability and potential for carbon sequestration. It greatly outperformed CIPS panels and concrete panels, which we were also considering.
Now looking at some of the other structural assemblies, this is that wall panel Aubrey was just talking about, but I'd also like to point out other prefabricated elements in our construction, such as the lightweight wood truss and these larger wood monitors. This is a catalog of those monitors and where they're keyed in our plan. And also another level of prefabrication are these prefabricated faux brick panels. We spec'd in a manufacturer called Flex Brick, which creates a brick-like material which is prefabricated, can be applied on site very quickly. We chose this because of its cost effectiveness, its eco-friendliness, and again, its time sensitivity. Here's a look at our wall section. You can see the brick facade beyond. And then some of the details, that's that thin brick veneer I was just talking about.
Yeah, and so here are the unit plans that we pulled out of cluster A. This project, we really have tried to walk the line between two typologies. It takes on the density and collective nature of the apartment typology, but tries to maintain the individuality of a single family home. So you can see how each of these units have kind of strange, unique moments, like this light well, which penetrates an intensely private bathroom, in contrast to this other space where a light well actually creates a level of visual connection and publicness between different rooms of a unit.
Was that Corbusier in his cabane?
Possibly.
That definitely was Corbusier.
In his little cabane that he built himself in the yeah.
You're missing the scars on the leg, but okay.
Finally, to get into a unit, we pulled out our one accessible unit for cluster A. You can see its adjacency to handicap parking, as well as how a wheelchair might access the space. Reflected ceiling plan, as well as a perspective section, which begins to hint at kind of interior affect. You can see how this roof monitor adds a vaulted space to the living area, and you can also see how this private courtyard enters the space.
Yeah, and to quickly get into our systems, our HVAC and plumbing systems are run through our lightweight wood trusses in the roof assembly, with placing the condensers on the roof, and our electrical system is run through the floor assembly. We're also going to look here at some interior elevations of that unit. You can see we have two different wall types, the plywood panel clad partition walls, and then the exposed hempcrete walls. And here's that unit come to life. You can see the sort of fish tank light well there, letting light into those interior living spaces.
And to conclude, I would just like to reiterate the 5 ambitions of the project. The first being combating gentrification and affordability through density and ownership, also negotiating skills of the neighborhood, creating efficiency within complexity through our structural system, environmental reclamation of the site through passive systems and sustainable materials, and finally, creating individuality in a system which has historically been rather anonymous. Thank you.
Thanks much.
Thank you.
So are we waiting politely for the people that have to go before? Or
yeah, whoever, I would sort of say, like, if somebody has to go and has a next review, then I would invite them to comment first. So I realize it's a sort of strange balance that I have to try to kind of implement with like 18 students in a studio like this, yeah. And like the review schedule of 2-hour slots. It's sort of an impossible equation.
Well, I mean, I don't have to go, but I can get started.
Sure.
Of
course, you can also start if you don't have to go. That is fine too. Like if there's nobody else that you're competing with, I think that's absolutely fine.
Yeah. Do you want to go first, Marla, or do you want me to?
No, you go first. Go right ahead.
All right. So the presentation is astonishing. This is really, really good. Set of arguments that you have proposed are really are strong. And the summary that you gave us at the end of your ambitions is remarkable as well. And I think that at the end, your those set of ambitions were very well grounded, were feasible, and were very helpful to the development of this project, to the point that we are seeing here a very I would say interesting, provocative piece of architecture or series of buildings that are creating an environment like no one has seen, right, in the city of Austin. So in that regard, I think it's very propositive as well, and provides a lot of food for thought in terms of what housing can be done, how housing can be designed, and the series of opportunities that a project of this nature will bring to the table and to the city as well. I'm also very impressed about the quality of the spaces that you have created, especially when we look at the interior of some of your units, and the relationships that you have created between the different components. Your drawings are amazing. I mean, generally speaking, a very strong presentation. Now, my criticism, right? The part that I feel a little bit, I don't know, a little bit skeptical about. I think this the notion of the pattern, or this type of, this reminds me of a thing that I do with my son that we do in Dia de Muertos. It's called papel picado. I don't know if you have heard of it, but you fold pieces of paper and then you cut them and then you fold them and you see patterns. If I had time, I will go and grab one for you. But it's kind of, it reminds me of those things. My son loved it. It's my love too, but he didn't son it. Anyway, sorry guys. But I mean, that part is the part that I'm kind of struggling with a little bit, and especially because of the site. And I'm kind of thinking like, okay, how does this respond to the site? It almost looks like you have laid out a pattern and then kind of trim it wherever it is appropriate, right? And especially in that curve of the triangle, of the hypotenuse of the triangle, that seemed to be a little bit forced, like, okay, just this is what could fit, right? And then the rest of the pattern didn't fit and we just trim it. And that seems to be a little bit of an imposition for the site. I really appreciate the site, because not only enough with the complexity of the program and the amount of work that you guys had to do this semester, Martin threw in another thing.
I know, blame the instructor for that. That is absolutely blame the instructor.
let's put a triangular with a curve in a very, really challenging site. And we saw the first project I saw today somehow responds to that in one way. The other one a little bit less, and I think this one responds differently. But I still feel that there is a tension there that wasn't completely resolved. Then if we go to your site plan, I think it's the drawing number 01, cloisters, right? When you see the whole complex, like, no, probably is the next one. I'm looking at your presentation here, where you see it a little more zoom in, when you get to see the shapes, that one, right? there are situations that, you know, I'm not completely convinced about, and I probably, you know, it's my pragmatism, but, you know, situations like this, situations like that, situations like that, and I'm just thinking from the construction point of view, are going to be uh, just a pain, right? Even if you have these prefabricated panels, right? I don't know if you have heard me talking about the roach that goes to the corner and you just can't kill it because was right there to that corner where the two acute angle walls converge. That happens a lot, and that's something that I am not completely fully convinced about. And the reason why is that because I think they create a really weird moments and situations from the construction point of view, but also from the spatial point of view. And I don't know exactly how much you are going to be gaining there. And there is a possibility for the whole project to get diluted in other when these things need to be built. In addition to that, it seems that, you know, there is something that is completely plan driven, right, and just extruded, right, and there is there is a very formal intention here that needs to be that wanted to be addressed, and there is very little, and there wasn't enough amount of reflection to say, okay, this is the initial point, and now how can we make it even better, right? It ended up being a little too schematic on my from my point of view. And then jumping through, and that also, of course, brings some issues, you know, when we start looking at detail at the units and the arrangement of furniture and so forth, that moments within the units as well, that spaces that are dead space and so forth. So, but I mean, generally speaking, they are resolved. And you could actually claim that someone could actually inhabit these spaces and have a very fun place to live in. And then jumping all the way through to the panel and custom and the prefabrication strategy, I think that, you know, you had that drawing, that photograph, which was a construction site, and I think that a lot of the inspiration for this came from that image. When I saw that photograph, when you see the
hempcrete.
That one, right? It's like, now I know it, right? Now I know where it comes from. But this is, you know, this is built on site. I mean, this is a mason laying the bricks, right? And so this notion of the prefabrication, I think, is a very interesting one. I think that, you know, will really brings another level of complexity to the project. I really applaud the ambition to think about how you can do a prefabricated system for this. I'm not completely convinced that because of the intricacies of the project and the number of different moves that you have within it, that is something that you can actually think will be prefabricated, you know? You can think about panels being prefabricated shop for anything, right? Yes, of course. But there is a level of customization here that, from my perspective, defeats the notion of prefabrication. So that's something that I think is intention here. So that's something that I would perhaps think about twice again. But to summarize again, a very impressive presentation and a very thoughtful project. And yeah, good job. It's impressive what you guys have done in this semester.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would hazard to say that you guys are probably pretty aware of the difficulties that you face based on your system of exploration versus your system of construction, right? Like you're very, like the drawing set is very nice. Like you picked out the nice, do your 603, you know, the nice section through the living room that shows the courtyard, you know, so all of those spaces work out really well. It's those ones that Benjamin is pointing out that become sort of the difficulty, and highlight what he's saying about the sort of effectiveness of prefabrication with the level of customization that you have. So I think one of the great successes of an exploration in a drawing set like this is that those issues become really clear. They're not something that you're not aware of, and so to delve into this level of detail and exploration and drawing representation, you loop back around and you start to adjust, like if it is a prefabricated system that you want and you want to use hempcrete, then how does that plan driven, system adjust to that and start to speak to it? Or, if you want to go the other way and say, no, we want our little, roach crevices, we want them, like we're going to go for it, then maybe it becomes something else, it starts to swing one way or the other. But I appreciate the thoroughness of the exploration, to bring up the issues that it does with such clarity. So I like the hempcrete. I went to the hempcrete presentation. It's an interesting idea. So.
Yeah, I agree. This is a really great project. It's wonderful to see you bring it to this level of resolution. I like almost all of your explorations. Everything you're doing seems also both rigorous, but also playful, and that architecture can navigate both these realms is really wonderful to see. So that's I commend you for all of that. I did have a couple of thoughts, suggestions, maybe a few tweaks that you might consider if you were to work on this a little bit more. Maybe a good place to do that might be perhaps the site plan. So either A200, A2.00 or 2.01. Any one of those. Also, I really greatly appreciate the renderings, or like the kind of almost hand pastel-like quality of your work there. This is all very beautiful. So here, this is where I kind of feel that I start getting too many favorites in some of the ones you've laid out. Like I personally prefer cluster B to cluster A. This is just, I'm just going to put it out there. And if I had to sort of live in a cluster with my family, I'm going to pick B, not A. And I'm almost want that because I think that there's something about this relationship that interests me. Not the way in which it ends here, but the fact that the open spaces have the capacity to bleed into one another. I think that that's very powerful, and that makes me wonder about, do you really need to sort of make such a beautiful pattern and then literally ram right through it? And there's probably reasons of fire access and things like that, but maybe you have to sort of be smart about it and also be somehow hide it a little better. I feel like you don't try to hide it, and I think that that's for me a problem, because I wonder if just, for example, and I'm not, this may not be good what I'm about to do, but like just doing that, and so that you don't see the beginning or the end of the thing, and you always read this thing as a matte project at all times, might allow for such questions to be resolved. And the last thing, I mean, related to this, I feel like if you've got an open space here and maybe something here and here and here, I wonder again about the scalar capacity of these things. For example, if you did have that kind of central spine of open space, and then there was a certain kind of gradation of open spaces as you sort of moved in, and until all the way to the point of the what Marla called the roach. Is that what you call them, Marla? Like the roach courtyard, like where they get so small they almost become meaningless, which I think is not there's probably ways around it, and it's not something that's utterly entertainable. I would, but I think that then you have to sort of read this pattern in terms of not just. I guess what I'm trying to say is that patterns have purely figural associations with them. They also have spatial associations with them. The fact that one space bleeds into another space, and those spaces have scales, and those scales relate to gradations of publicness and privacy. And I think you've got all of these things in, but it's the interrelationships between scales that I think the project needs a little bit. So that I think would just completely make the project sing for me. And then I do also appreciate the fact that you get some of these idiosyncratic internal spaces. But when you look at the when you look at the cluster plans, if you can go to some of them, and I apologize in advance for saying something very mundane now. I almost have to catch myself to say it. Maybe even more zoomed in, like into one of the layouts of the. Yeah, so I was looking at some of these plans you have here, and I feel like, again, some plans seem to fare better than others, which is sort of bound to happen when you do a thing like that. But maybe, do you have the next one? I was probably looking at a few others, but yeah, it just feels like, you somehow inevitably would end up with a fair bit of inefficient space when you do something like that. And I wonder if within your overall pattern, there is perhaps the space for another round of either simplicity or both simplicity and a kind of deftness of flexibility, right? Can some of these walls just be movable partitions so that, spaces, the thing with weird shapes of plans is that you can only use them in one way, which is why things end up becoming rectangular, because you can have 6 different furniture layouts over the lifespan of a building. Whereas if you make everything you can only put the chair here in this one place in the whole room, and you can't put the chair, or you can't put the bed in any other configuration, then it severely limits the capacity of a space to be fluid. So I kind of think that you can persist with the radicalism, but make some of these things radically operable, openable, and so on. Of course, it adds to the cost. The developer likes you a little less. You risk the chance of losing the project. But for the purposes of an argument, I think it betters the flexibility of these spaces. But great job. Really enjoyed it.
Yeah, really nice job. And I'd like to jump in while we're on this drawing, just to sort of follow up on the sort of plan generated stuff that we're talking about. Is that one thing that I love about one of the results from this sort of systematic pattern plan generation is that these plans look like sections to me. Like the generation of the spaces is not typical, right? And that's great. Like there is some inefficiency that comes with it, but there is also some sense of like, okay, we've gotten somewhere that we wouldn't typically get if we started A, B, and C, right? And now we come back and look at it and take those bits and pieces that really work and sort of, go back and look at the flexibility of it and the way that it works. The other thing that I would say is that what happened from the plan generation, like those little monitors that you put on the top to kind of make volume. Okay, it's kind of like a tip of the hat to like, all right, we extruded this sucker, and now we've got to get some volume in there. We got to make this thing work volumetrically. And so I would take a look at the volume of it, like those moments of like, because your sections kind of look like plans a little bit. I don't know, it's weird. It's like your plans look like sections, your sections look like plans, but there's some potential to make them all look like this, which is really kind of exciting in a way. And I think it comes from you being as persistent as you were in sort of your process. But I do think that like it's also a little weird, like my first view of it from your first site plan, like that short little, it's so low and short and one story, you know, like there's, you know, it feels like it wants to start popping up a little bit with that playfulness, you know, and that kind of thing. And so, I don't know, it is exciting. Like you know, we could take quite a bit of time to go through your drawings and look at each one. So thanks for all the work. And also the data, by the way, the data, even though we don't talk about it a lot, I know that, you know, that takes a lot of work and a lot of forethought and a collaborative go in there and do that. So I appreciate that as well.
Yeah, I think
just want to second that. The attempt at looking at ecology, larger construction, all of that, at least from what I've seen, it's one of the, there's probably others, but it's one of the first projects where I'm really convinced about your concern for a kind of larger, a thing larger than the project itself, which is really, really great to see.
I have a last question. Who did that? Who did the drawing? The guy, the little drawing of the.
Oh, the little bunny.
Who did that one?
The little bunny. Little rabbit on the right hand side.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was.
So I drew Aubrey's and Aubrey drew mine.
Oh, really? Awesome. Good.
That's so cool.
That's a really nice detail.
Thank
you.
So
I feel like we need to sort of like, in the interest of getting at least sort of a little coffee or restaurant break in between this and the next session. Thank you guys so much. I think, you know, I just like in closing, I do think like the important things have been said. What I really appreciate about the project, well, first of all, your presentation was impeccable. I mean, I think that was just like both verbally and graphically was just super, super nice. And I think allowed us to actually talk about the project in many ways. And I think this is where in some ways, like I would think, I personally enjoy the aggressive flatness of the project and the idea of like, okay, you want low rise, high density, I give you low rise, high density. I mean, I think there's actually, for me, there's something actually kind of provocative about that I enjoy, maybe actually more as a prototype than actually as a site specific drawing, I have to sort of like say it, because I think some of the weaknesses that were pointed out, maybe with regards to the site, I sort of agree with that. I think your project is ready for some pretty aggressive value engineering in terms of your shapes and your courtyards. I do think it wouldn't actually lose. I think the next thing that I would do with this project is like go through every single one of your little courtyards and ask myself, is this thing really worth keeping in or out? And I think you could probably lose about 30, like a third, if not more, of your little courtyards, or merge them with bigger ones and rethink radii in line with now the construction system that you kind of devised, which I think is going to be a really, really helpful point. And like, think about it, how somebody's going to get into that courtyard and out again, like once they've sort of like done the cladding on the outside. Like, can that person even move inside that courtyard once they have to sort of do the cladding? So I think that kind of value engineering would actually, I think, not take away at all from the quality of your spaces, but it would sharpen that. So I think that's something that I would really, really kind of like think of as kind of the possible next step. But I think it's actually very convincing as sort of like a project in which I think ambition, form, and sort of constructability kind of come together to form a coherent whole, which I think is actually kind of quite commendable in my view of what a project should do, right? Like, because then in some ways, you're definitely not, it's like your ambition leads you to find non-standard construction techniques, and rather than sort of like a construction technique sort of like defining what you can and can't do formally. So I think that's actually the way that I would prefer to think about comprehensive studios. All right. Thank you so much. And like, thank you so much. And my apologies for sort of like keeping you longer, like to the reviewers. Thank you so much for your comment. I think it was great and helpful. And yeah, we're gonna take a bit of a break here, like exactly 6 minutes before we move on to the last session of the afternoon. Marla and Benjamin, thank you so much. Sarosh,
thank you.
Thanks for being here.
Thank you all. Thank you. Great job, all of you. Thank you.
All right. See you in 6 minutes. All right. Hey, hello and welcome back. Welcome back and welcome to the new ones among us, to kind of the third session of a dense day, to say the least. Okay, joining us for this last session of 3 projects, again, is a completely new set of reviewers this time. And we have, as a sort of external guest reviewer, we have Brian Bedrosian. Is it Bedrosian?
That's correct.
And you are with Burton Baldridge, right?
That's correct.
In Austin still, but you also have worked pretty extensively in sort of construction-related businesses. And you sort of like, I think I read like you were involved in wood construction very much. Is that?
That's correct. I was a builder for a while. I was a mill worker. I was a glass blower for a time. Did a bunch of things before architecture. So
great. So welcome, and it's great to have you here. And then we have in-house. We have Uli Dungle, who is a sort of professor. Is a professor here at UT and happens to be the chair of the architecture program, and is also quite versed in sort of like teaching comprehensive design or integrative studio, I think mostly, in addition to many other things. And like one of his specialties is wood construction, and like that's what some of his work and research focuses on. And then we will have Juliana Felkner, who teaches structures. She's going to join us a little bit later. Like she just emailed me. And so she will hopefully make it at the end of my little kind of introductory blurb to the studio project, in time for the feedback on the projects. So I'm going to introduce the project for the 3rd time today, and I'm going to try to be like much more brief. I'm going to try to do this more briefly than I did previously. But so as you know, I mean, Uli certainly does, like Brian, like this is a comprehensive studio. So that comes with all the chances and pitfalls that entails, meaning that students are expected to really cover a pretty wide range from kind of site integration, having to do like site integration both as a design piece, but also as something that takes into account like access of fire trucks and so on, certain regulations regarding site. Then at the building level, like codes come in, namely egress, accessibility issues. And then at the construction level, issues of assembly, structure, very obviously, materiality, kind of the way in which materials go together, the way in which systems, at least qualitatively, can be integrated into the design. So it's a fairly big package that students are expected to deliver overall, and of course that I think it's particularly been challenging in a time when we've done most of this remotely, and so like the issue, the questions of the sort of continuous sort of like redlining, going over, drawing again and again and again, I think has actually sort of been much less efficient, I noticed, like online only. But I think students have overall done a really good job. So I think they've done some heavy lifting this semester. I'm going to introduce you very briefly to the project that we're doing. And let me see if I can pull up my shared screen here. All right. Let me just go to the first page. So just a couple of images. The studio is titled Math Strategies, Alternatives for Medium Density Housing. So we're looking at the issue of housing in Austin, which obviously is an issue in times of a growing city and rising prices for housing. And so far, like housing sort of has fallen into kind of like these increasing diverging categories, I would say. Like on the one hand, we have the ideal of the single family freestanding house, pretty suburban, pretty car dependent, and increasingly unaffordable anywhere within the city limits. And on the other hand, we have the sort of like density option, the big mixed use block that goes on kind of North Lamar, South Lamar, Burnett, and so on. The density corridors that may be denser, but is also smaller and provides much less spaces that are actually desirable for families or units of cohabitative units that may or may not be families, but that are larger than a couple, let's say. And so in comes this idea of the missing middle, which I think all of you have probably heard about, which I think is a very keen analysis of this lack of something in between those, that desires to generate densities that are sustainable, both sustainable economically and ecologically, that can sustain small businesses at the neighborhood scale, that are less car dependent, that are walkable, but that still provide, within that kind of density, provide a certain quality that is normally associated with the single family house. Like the idea that I have my outdoor space, for example, the idea that there are spaces that are not spaces that are sort of like for a couple, but like for larger units. And one of my critiques, I think, and this is like my personal approach to how I frame the studio, is that very often the missing middle is like, because it is a product very much of new urbanist thinking, focuses on pre-war types. Like it's very heavily focused on the rediscovery of typologies of housing that come from a pre-modern, or at least perceived pre-modern, because the construction of all of these was heavily modern, idea of the American city, like a pre-car based city. One of these types, for example, is just to illustrate this, is the fourplex. What a lot of these types have in common is that they're their houseness, their objectness on a site. One of the explicit goals for the missing middle is to fit in to kind of grown neighborhoods, which I think is retroactive densification is an issue, but it's not the only issue. And I think this idea of houseness is sometimes severely limiting, because peripheral spaces actually become spaces that are actually now much less usable. I mean, these spaces around this, like as beautiful as they are, they don't really contribute to anything else except the image of this as a sort of like green garden city, but nobody can use them, maybe the dog. So in an attempt to sort of overcome that, we have sort of like looked at we've done two things. The first one is define the missing middle as actually a set of characteristics rather than types. One characteristic is this desirability of having a private patio space that's mine, that's private, that no neighbor can look into, that makes this unit mine. The second one is the idea that I want my private front door that I don't share with a big corridor, ideally at grade. And the third one is that the car is not going to go away. So while I don't necessarily need to be able to drive right into my house, I want my car somewhere in the proximity of my house. And those are, I think, sort of those three characteristics that people find desirable about suburban living, and that therefore we're sort of like trying to maintain. We've looked at precedents that largely fall into, as I said, post-war modernism, like the category that the missing middle leaves out, because I think there's a lot there that we can learn from. I'm just going to flip very quickly to some of the projects that we've looked at as precedents. You know, some of them actually very classic, like a lot of them centered around courtyard types because of their recombinability, not exclusively, like this is row house types, for example. But all of them really sort of like forming fairly dense urban kind of fabrics. Of course, issues of constructability, structure, material, as I said before, play a role in this studio. So I think that is kind of another criteria of assessing kind of success, of like how you actually put together units into larger agglomerations of clusters that we're dealing with. And sort of moving into the site, the site is in East Austin. It's a site that is kind of at the corner of North Pleasant Valley and East 5th Street, sort of at this it's not, I don't know if it's officially a transition zone. I don't actually think it is in the new code, the code next. But it is for me. I think I chose it like it has some of the characteristics, I think, of transitions in various ways. So this is 7th Street. I don't know if you can see my annotations. This is 5th, and there is that whole corridor in between here. Do my annotations show up? Okay. Is like where it's sort of like gentrification and like a larger scale of apartments like pushes into kind of the east side currently, like in a very sort of noticeable way. And then on the other hand, we have adjacent to that, we have sort of the sort of typical East Austin kind of small bungalow fabric here. And so this site really is at kind of one of those transitions between the high density of the apartment and the single family house. And I think therefore it's sort of like a pretty ideal site to test a project that is actually meant in this case to be both prototypical as much as site specific. So I think the idea is always that we're creating something that's also a little bit of a prototype. The site, when you zoom in, is sort of like divided. I divided the site into kind of 2 portions. Like the extended site area towards Pleasant Valley is something that was to be considered at the master plan scale, but not at the actual kind of full resolution development scale. So there should be an idea of how this corner like works, but the actual site that we're dealing with are these approximately 70, like roughly 70,000 square feet in that kind of like corner lot. The boundary in the north is a railway line that right now is fairly low frequency. Goes to Houston, like I think something like 3 freight trains per day. But with the recently passed Prop A on kind of like public transport, would transform into the new, I can't remember the color, the one that goes to Manor line. So there would be a sort of like increase in frequency. Still, it's not a dramatic high-speed rail line, but there would be some both increased noise, but also increased access possibly along this trajectory. These are some photos. This is the site approach from 5th Street looking east towards Pleasant Valley. And this is looking west in the other direction. And then this is the top photo. If you turn around 180 degrees, you see the bottom photo. So that is a new construction, sort of walk up type mixed use building that I think is pretty sort of pretty sort of like representative of the things that are going up there. I think this is actually architecturally one of the better examples. Like I think there's much worse, but in some ways it's sort of the, I don't want to say the enemy because that sounds, but it's sort of what we're not trying to do, let's say. But we're sort of like trying to not do kind of like a walk up apartment type. So in terms of program, the program, I'm going to really summarize real quickly, is basically 3 housing types from 2-bedroom units to 4-bedroom units. They are not meant to be low cost, low income or social housing. Very specifically not so, because we're trying to sort of like working on a sort of like prototypical type here that is you know, in some ways meant to work with market rate and provide a sort of a unit diversity, possibly models of ownership that are diverse, ADU integration, or sort of like, you know, rental versus ownership. That most of it we couldn't get into much detail. A lot of it has to do with sort of like ownership models and so on. But the idea is that there's a range of sizes that implies a range of economic affordabilities within that project. And there is a component of neighborhood retail that students were actually very free to interpret in many different ways. Live, work, rentable office space, corner stores, to help set up, I think, the sort of inherent potential in these kind of mat types of not providing a functional zoning and saying like, this is the HEB on the big corner of 51st, and then the rest is a walkable neighborhood, but effectively it operates just like a suburb, but to find something that's a little bit more mixed. I'm gonna leave it at that for now. And students will sort of probably explain in more detail what they were doing and how they were doing it. Are there any questions, any general questions about the brief or the site?
Martin, I just had a question. So the rail line is always going to be a freight line, or is, I don't know, I mean, I'm not familiar with.
No, the rail line.
Is it going to be a commuter line? Oh yeah, that's what you said. To Maynard, right? Okay.
It will be most likely it will be a commuter line.
Okay.
So I think
was there any anything in the program about recognizing that and including a stop or something like that, or?
It was not. It could have been one of the sort of reinterpretations of potentially sort of like the public component, the business component.
Mm-hmm.
I think we're going to see this. I think we're going to see one project that like addressed that a little bit, but it didn't become. I think it could have become more. I didn't in the end push it as an issue, but I think that's absolutely a potential. All right, good. So we have 3 projects to go through. So I'm going to sort of like, unless there are any other questions, we're going to work with the students to address these questions. I'm going to sort of like preface this that the maths that we looked at were precedents that we have looked at. I was not prescriptive about form, right? Like I was like, okay, let's look at this. Like this is what some people did to answer similar questions. But if you come up with something that's not a map, I'm fine with that as long as it fulfills kind of some of these other criteria. Like I feel like I got to Sterling and Lindsay, I got to preface your project with that in some ways, because it's like, you know, I'm talking about map buildings and then we're going to study a project that actually does something different. But I think that pushback was actually kind of desirable from students. I embraced that when students actually came up with their own interpretations. All right, Sterling, Lindsay, take us away.
All right. So our project condenses all of the development along a single curve that follows the geometry of the railroad in order to create all the space for a public park. Off-street parking is incorporated within this bar that we create. And a commercial space is down here to the left. And it has this special shape to continue with the street presence and exaggerate the thinness of this bar. So then here, these site sections show the project at its 2 extremes. One direction, it's really long, but then on the other one, it's really thin. So you can see it has all this space here to give back to the community. So then in Axon, you can see this project almost begins to look like a train moving along the railroad, especially with this head condition here. So this is a perspective of someone walking along the sidewalk on 5th Street. So then the study model shows the division between the units. They puzzle 3-dimensionally, so then they all fit within the bar, but they have a variety of different sizes and like spatial conditions. So then this shows the structure. We're using CLT, and the structural walls, the CLT, are the walls that divide the units. And then that allows the inside to be structure free, so then we can place interior just wood stud walls wherever we need them for program. And then the connections here, we just chose ones that were concealed from the inside because whenever possible, we're trying to expose the CLT.
Okay, so this is kind of a, like zooming into a cluster of one of our kind of the first floor. And this is kind of indicating where some of those units on the first floor start, where they all have a front door facing the street. And also to the right, it shows some of our off-street parking that goes to all these units. For this one, 3 different unit types, or the 3 unit types that Martin brought up earlier, are actually present down here on the first floor with a 2-bed, a 3-bed, and a 4-bed. But we actually end up having a total of 5, which we'll get into in a couple slides. And also we decided to kind of focus on one to kind of go into detail of what could be accomplished. What's showing right now, at least over there on the left, is the beginning of our 3-bed unit, which we decided to make kind of like a live-work unit. So down there in that first floor, we have what could be a bedroom or what could be opened up as like a commercial or retail kind of space. And that's completely separable and openable to the rest of the house. You could walk to the right and get into your foyer and then go upstairs to get to the rest of the house, or you could close that all off. This is kind of that, again, that zoomed out view of the second floor again. What's new here is to the right where there was parking, we have 2 new completely different unit types. What's important about these is these are our 2 different ADA accessible units, so these won't actually have any vertical circulation. You get to these via the elevator or the stairs at the front, and you walk into the front door up those stairs. But once you get inside your unit, all that on that floor is your unit. So if you look at the next slide, it shows how it's divided up again. Similar to before, we have the first 3 types over there on the left, and then the 2 new types on the right, those specifically being the one on the right, a studio, and the one on the blue one on the left, a 2-bed unit. And then we zoom into our 3-bed again. This one, it kind of expands out a little bit. For this one, it only is present on the front facade, but on the second floor, we decided to kind of group our bedrooms there, since we could have all the bedrooms close together on the first and second floor. And then as we raise up higher, this is the 3rd floor where a lot of the patios start to kind of show a little bit more, the patio balconies at the top. The next one will show kind of how it's divided again. So one of our unit types over on the left is stopped because it's only 2 floors tall. So this is where the remaining 2 kind of eat up that area. And to the right again with our ADA units, those are actually different units than the ones before, since those you'd walk up another flight of stairs before you get to that unit. So that's completely separate. And then we zoom into that last floor. And this is where we actually start having like the public areas of that 3-bed unit. So we've got like a living, dining, and kitchen area right by the stairs, and then that balcony that goes back and faces towards the railroad. This is just kind of like a long section at that same scale showing what's going on. One cool thing that's indicated here, for clarity, this is facing towards the street. And one thing we wanted to indicate is in that ADA unit, in order to bring light down to that second floor, since it's actually being covered by a lot, we made a courtyard that's completely embedded within the unit, and that's kind of being shown right there, kind of a little bit on the left. Next slide. Okay, this is cutting through some of like the main units we've shown over there on the left at the beginning. And what's indicated here is kind of where we wanted to group our vertical circulation and vertical travel of some ducts. So we have a skylight above the stairwell, and then right next to it to the left, we have a chase space, which will actually appear again later when we discuss kind of sending ductwork through all the units. This is cutting through the parking, and specific to the parking, most of our structure is actually going to be the CLT panels, but we decided to actually change that for the parking since it seemed to make more sense to span such a larger distance. So this is probably one of the only sections of the entire housing that's actually going to be raised on concrete columns and joists.
Yeah, so then this shows the elevation from the front, both as the entire thing, and then zoom in a little bit more so you can start to see the materiality. And one of the interesting things about this drawing is I can show how the parking, these openings not only provide a space to park, but they also create like this opening where you can get back into the green belt along the railroad. And then this is looking at the back. You can see we're using a little bit bigger windows because the side is facing north, so it's going to be shaded throughout most of the day. And again, you can just see these little peaks to what's beyond on the other side of this wall that we're creating. So then this shows the wall assembly on the front side. So it's brick veneer being tied back to the CLT for structure on the first floor. And then on the second and third floor, it's very similar, but it uses plywood cladding. except it has this addition of green glue between layers of drywall. And that's for the sake of acoustics, because we recognize that we're pretty close to the railroad right now. So we have different ways of trying to handle that. One is through our site strategy, where we're planting a row of trees along the railroad and then creating a fence with vegetation. And that's just supposed to absorb some of the sound before it can get to the wall, and then reduce the amount that gets deflected off of our wall back towards the buildings on the other side of the railroad. And then this just shows how each layer within the wall assembly is trying to tackle the sound using different methods. Yeah, so then this is a section cutting through a potential live work area. It shows like the transition from the public sidewalk going into our unit. And from this, we're gonna zoom in and show a few different details. One is a window detail with like this exterior wood trim that protrudes out of the window from the wall a little bit, which you'll see in our renderings. And then this begins to show the HVAC system. And one of the advantages of CLT is that it's very visually appealing. So we wanted to suspend the ceiling down in select locations wherever we need to run stuff, but then leave it exposed in other places so you can actually begin to see that wood. And then you can also see there's a difference between the wall dividing the unit. And then just footing detail. And then this is, section is showing the back of one of the ADA units. So you can see the concrete structure along the first floor, and then it becomes the CLT going up. And then a balcony detail, which just uses pavers supported by pedestals. And then, flat roof with a parapet.
This is just kind of a reflected ceiling plan, kind of showing our strategy on trying to throw air into all these units. One important thing we wanted to do is we ended up grouping all of our the chase spaces and air handling units kind of on the first floor under the stairs, or at least near the stairs, so that we could channel all those vertically through the same kind of area, so we don't have to interrupt all the panels. So this is kind of indicating that. The only other thing unique about this one is it kind of shows the underside of what we were trying to do to span all that parking. And that's pretty much it. But then on the second and third floor, it should show just more of the ducts going through. Another important thing is we wanted to expose CLT, the CLT flooring panels as ceilings as often as we could. So, but that also kind of conflicted with our ductwork. So we used drop ceilings to kind of send ducts through. And we ended up doing something really cool with that by turning those drops into areas where we could add lighting as well as vents for ducts and stuff like that. And remember this space is because that's what we're about to see in a perspective view on the next slide. This is kind of expressing what we wanted to attempt with kind of those pop-ups with the cove lighting and stuff like that. And you can imagine ducts running in through there like an X-ray. But the next slide, we see this kind of operating when it's a little bit darker, playing with a little bit of the materials of the CLT on the ceiling and that wall in the background in the mix with the, your regular wall. And this is just our final view of the front, kind of showing what's going on from the perspective of the street, looking at one of your units from the street. And I think that's it.
All right, thank you guys.
Can you go back to the site plan just to kind of get a sense, because we moved through everything pretty quickly? Because you didn't really talk about your strategy a whole lot, right? Unless I missed that in the beginning. You just pretty much started talking about the massing of the building right away, correct?
Yeah, it was important to us to actually, formally for our building, we wanted to push it back as far as possible towards the railroad in order to create this triangular park, which could be accessed by both Pleasant Valley and 5th Street. So instead of kind of dominating the whole site, we wanted to kind of make the center of attention, that park that anybody could use. And the best way to do this was for us to create our own new street, Crescent Row up there, and put the housing behind that. So it ended up making our project very linear and kind of almost out of the way.
Yeah, I don't want to dwell too much on the site strategy. I'm wondering if you could have kind of held the urban edge on Fifth Street and Pleasant Valley, and actually you could have had your park, your public accessible park towards the railroad, and give that, and through that kind of protect that a little bit from those busy streets, both Fifth and Pleasant Valley. But I mean, you're obviously not going to go back to redesigning that. But that's just the question that, like, in terms of kind of an urban gesture, and then also in terms of protecting the park or sheltering the park a little bit. I mean, obviously you still have to figure out a strategy how you make the building permeable enough to make sure that that space is inviting and doesn't become very secluded. I do like a long building. I don't have any issues with that. I'm wondering, like, what stipulated the height of that bar? Because it seems like you have it all cut off at exactly the same height, right? And so maybe you can speak to that decision, and then also what's happening on the roof of that.
We really just wanted to be able to fit in a certain number of units, all with the number of square feet. So we went up 3 stories just because, the only other way to do that was to make the bar wider, and then it kind of takes away from the beauty of it and the idea of trying to save space for the park, as well as it makes it more difficult in order to get light in there. So that was like a certain sacrifice we were willing to make in order to meet those other conditions.
So my point of view, my first perspective on this project is thinking about this in terms of being a parent. We talked about the missing middle and the idea of families living in these units. And I believe Uli kind of touched on this a little bit. Right now, there's basically not a road, but there's a thoroughfare for cars between the park and the building. Is there a reason you didn't was there a reason you wanted the separation between the park and the building? Is the effect that you wanted to make sure that this was a public space and not specific to your tenants?
Yes, that was the intent. It was very early on. We did have it the other way around. It was like an L shape with the park on the other side. But then if you do that, just that gesture implies that it's only for the residents. And we wanted to, open it up to be available to all the houses across the street as well.
And how did the incorporation of the CLT panels, was that something that you decided on early on? Did it drive the project from the get-go, or was it something that came in later? What was the integration there?
It was a little bit later just because we don't have any spans that are that great. So might as well try to use load bearing walls instead of trying to do something that might be a little bit more intrusive.
Okay. All right. And the ADA units, were those part of the original program? Was that something you brought to bear?
It was an initial requirement we were responsible for showing, for having that show. We ended up incorporating it a little bit later on, but from the beginning, it was required that we had ADA units.
Okay.
Maybe, Ryan, just like I don't know, Lindsay and Sterling, I think maybe one more follow-up on the CLT decision-making process, because I think, at some stage, like, it was like, oh, this is just all row houses with shear walls, like they're just like straight. And then I think Sterling and Lindsay, you showed your sort of like initial study models when the units started to do this, started to do the Lego thing around corners. And I think that's the point when the idea of CLT started to come in, like as something that would allow you to actually do this and this and this, and sort of like stack it in different directions also.
Yeah.
And the choice to, I'm very intrigued by the puzzle piece nature of how the 3 units stack together. I think it's very interesting. The downside to it is it actually increases the amount of party wall that you have, right? You've kind of now maximized the amount of acoustic issues that you've suddenly given yourself. What are the advantages? What drove you to that solution?
We really wanted to Rubik's Cube kind of the units together to come up with something, I guess, a little bit less obvious when we put it together. We wanted to kind of show the rhythm of the elevation kind of showing up, but once you get into the unit, they kind of snake into a bit. So we wanted to kind of be a little bit more elusive with what's actually going on behind the facade.
Can you go to the slide? So can you go to the slide with the floor plan so we can have that in front of us? Sorry, Lindsay.
You mean just like this floor plan?
Yeah, I mean, you know, obviously you went through it fairly quickly, and there's obviously a lot of work in there and trying to figure it out and trying to put the puzzle pieces together quickly in our heads. This is a little difficult. That's not, you know, that it's not to diminish what you've done here. Obviously, it's just the nature of the format of the review, obviously, that we find ourselves in. Sorry, Lindsay, and you were wanting to comment on Brian, and then I interrupted you. Or not. So how do you get to can you show the color coding? Because there's a 2-bedroom unit that was color coded in orange. Okay.
Yes.
No, I think this is helpful. So every unit has obviously front door access, but it also has a backyard, or the 3-bed unit has the roof terrace, right? The green unit is the only one that doesn't have
the green unit is the only one that doesn't have that backyard space, but it does have a roof terrace.
Got it.
I mean, I think the strength of the units is just the variation between them. I think the puzzle piece nature of them, whether or not the kitchen ends up on this main level or ends up on the 3rd level in the case of, I believe, the green units. Is that correct?
Yes.
Bedrooms. I think that's very interesting, just the differences between them. I mean, I could ask questions about, you know, who really is super excited about carrying groceries up 3 flights of stairs. However, there are times when it's the right move, right? I mean, at some point you might want that living space up there with the view and kind of up above the rest. And so I think that's all very interesting. I think, you know, there's also the interesting aspect of the ADA units being placed on the 2nd floor. I assume those are over the kind is correct about that? Which I think is an interesting solution. There seems to be, I kind of question in my head the fact that there is no ADA unit that has a garden space. Like there's this kind of, you know, equity issue that comes to bear here, where they do lack that ability to have that space. And I think for some people that's going to be important, to have that connectivity to the ground itself, right?
Also the point that you're making, Brian, that it's on the 2nd floor, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it seems to be the first move for making ADA unit might be trying to get it on the ground floor, right?
Or some of them at least.
Or some of them at least.
The issue that they all are kind of, everybody else can engage their unit without a staircase or without an elevator. And I think that's just one of the things that I would look at again. Although I do think there's some cleverness about stacking them on top of the parking, and finding a way to use that space in a different way. And I do think they have the kind of more interesting, like tower courtyard situation going on, which is kind of interesting.
Can you go to that slide? There.
So is it that courtyard on this plan south? That is the one that's super tall?
The courtyard, the super tall courtyard is actually going to be within the blue right now. It's going to be, that courtyard's a private courtyard that you walk in through that door.
Correct.
Right. Yeah.
And let's see. So that, and then on top of this are the same units?
On top of that, it's the same unit. That's 2nd floor unit will not have access to that courtyard since we have to bring light down into that one. So it does walk in over the same area, but it doesn't actually have like a space you can walk out onto.
So where's the front door to this unit? You go into the courtyard and then what?
You go into the courtyard and then the front door is straight to the courtyard. The front door to the unit is in the courtyard.
Is the sliding door.
Is it the sliding doors?
Yes.
Yeah, seems like you might want a conventional door somewhere in there. rather than having to go through sliding doors. I mean, that's a minor detail.
What I think, sorry, what I think is interesting about the move, and I think there's sort of geometrically, it's all still sits a little bit strange. I think what's interesting about this is that, like, okay, you need 2 meters of egress, and like, so you end up with this kind of walkway with this balcony access inevitably. And like, one of the weak points about balcony access apartments anywhere is that relationship, right? Like that window. I mean, like, that's just something that never really works well unless you sort of like set that back and like you bridge over it and make holes in it or something, which I've seen too. But I think something interesting about this move is that you actually take potentially some of the pressure off that wall by actually orienting the outdoor space that way and potentially getting light in. I'm not quite sure if that works. I feel like it would probably work better if it was that format and this was all open. But I think that as a sort of like general organizational move, I think there's some interest to that.
So the units up above, are they part of these? No, they're just the same stacked again, right?
Correct.
Okay, so you've got, I guess one solution to that could be, Martin, what you're mentioning is that, if you're, I mean, it obviously depends on getting the right number of units in there, but if you could, obviously this unit needs access to the elevator if it's going to be an accessible unit, but, is there a way that you can say, maybe only the units that are in blue, again, that would mean you'd have to come up with enough, only units to the left of that green line are actually accessible units, and then you can totally rethink this entire area down here, right? Because then you can technically completely disconnect that circulation from that circulation.
Mm-hmm. Have you all thought about the longevity of this building? Sorry to join in late, maybe you already mentioned that.
Oh, hey Julie.
Hi.
Good to see you.
Good to see you guys.
Yeah, I mean, we're using plywood cladding, so that probably at some point, I know is not the most durable material, so it needs to be changed.
So use something different.
I'm not so worried about the materiality as the height. So if we're talking about missing middle and you're in a fast growing city, have you thought about maybe going up higher instead of taking up, it looks like almost 3 blocks, which is fine. But the one thing you don't want to have is lock-in, where 30 years from now, they tear it down to build a 4-story building or 5-story or 7. So have you thought about the lock-in that you're doing with just a 3-story over such a large area? And if it wouldn't be possible, I don't know if you were required not to go above 3 stories, but could you not look at 5 and take up half that ground cover that you're covering here? It's too late now, like Guli said, you can't change your site analysis, but it would be something I would think about in the future as you go into looking at your projects for growing cities, missing middle up to 7 stories.
I guess what probably inhibited us from thinking of going even further vertically is, well, initially we'd started off with those, the magenta, orange, and green units you see on the left.
Mm-hmm.
And those are all kind of, those are 3 stories tall themselves, like the entire units, or except 2 of them are 3 stories tall, one of them's 2 stories. So we wouldn't have had a way to access them without sending an elevator or stairwell up to access to them on a higher floor. I guess when considering the ones to the right, which you do have to access on that balcony, then yeah, it probably would have made a lot more sense to consider extra verticality. But that idea stemmed off of having a front door on the road, on the street.
Yeah, I think it could be interesting to look at that variety of heights. So some units could be, like you said, 3 stories, and some parts of your development could be 5 or 6. Also, looking onto the railroad, some of your units have the bedrooms towards the front where they wouldn't have that noise. Others are facing the railroad or the train tracks. So I would think about limiting that fenestration on that side where you do have bedrooms, maybe keep those windows smaller. And then where you have the balcony going across on the, I guess that's the south side, simply consider raising them above eye level for privacy.
Okay.
Or you could do a trombe wall. A trombe wall can also create privacy and create some thermal mass as well, which I know this building, you may want to try to actively increase.
Can you, you didn't show a structural diagram of your CLT, did you?
We did. It was just this guy.
Like, which way is your CLT spanning?
So it's only spanning one direction at a given point, but then it changes depending on the unit and its specific location. So the one that's being popped out right there, it's spanning the short distance, but because the short distance rotates, the way that it's spanning changes depending on that specific panel.
So what's your longest span for your CLT then?
I believe it's all about 18 feet. They're all like 18 feet.
Okay.
Because it sticks to that pretty rigid grid.
And you had to do a 7-ply for that to get that span of 18 feet?
According to just a chart that we found on Google, that's what it told us to use.
Okay.
I think what's maybe a little confusing about the diagram, I think it's nice to sort of see that, but in some ways, the structure, like the interesting thing about a project like this is that the structure is not limited to the unit, right? Like that the unit is sort of like a spatial unit, but the structural unit is something completely different. And by limiting this diagram to sort of like one unit, you're sort of ignoring the stuff that's down here, holding this up. And so I feel in some way like that diagram could be, there's probably a way to draw this to really, that it really foregrounds the structure, and then the unit comes in, the spatial unit comes in as a sort of gray hatch or something that points out within that larger structural assembly where the unit is located. Because I think that is actually quite an interesting discrepancy, right? Like unlike the townhouse with kind of like shared or not shared, the sort of like parallel walls, you're actually creating a sort of like more integrated structural system, and then within that, units are sort of like drawn as kind of like outlines.
Okay. Yeah, it's also hard to get a sense whether you've completely resolved it. I think.
Yeah.
You're showing it and isolating. I mean, yeah, within that unit, it seems like you've solved it. But then again, I mean, your spans are not that large, but I mean, I'm also wondering if the way you're thinking about, I mean, you're really platform framing them, right? I'm wondering if actually a balloon framing approach where the walls are actually continuous, because you're only going 3 stories, where actually the walls are continuous, and then the floor plans kind of frame into it, could have been a better strategy. But it's hard to kind of come to a conclusion, because we don't really see a drawing where that's been tested. But I think that could conceivably be, another way of looking at the CLT.
Okay.
So I apologize for being late to the party here on the CLT thing. That means that every floor above, the footprint of the floor above has to be extruded, with the exception of partition walls, down to the foundation. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
Like basically because the spans of the floor above need to rest on walls below, the layout of an upper floor actually determines the layout of the lower floor, because that wherever that bearing wall is, it has to go straight down to the foundation, which is an incredibly difficult problem to solve, by the way. And if it's solved, congratulations. That's it's a very interesting way of building, because it actually requires that the floors be very coordinated as far as like how the bedrooms lay out, et cetera, like where those walls fall.
I'm not actually sure if we've completely resolved it, but I do know we did try to lay everything on a structural grid where those walls would be present along a specific line, and those we tried to keep it along that skeleton framework instead of actually just trying to randomly place anything anywhere. So all of the load-bearing CLT panels do at least stack on each other on their way down to the foundation.
Can you go back to a plan view? Like, what is your? I mean, it seems that's good. Like, what's the bay width for each of these units?
Okay, so I guess the best way I can explain the structural bay is most of them are present along a lot of them along the thicker vertical lines you see.
Yeah, no,
those
just
are
like what's the distance between this line and that line?
about 20 feet,
20 feet.
18 to 20 feet.
And the lines that go straight up and straight down, the ones that go all the way through, those are the module of 3 units. Is that correct?
Correct.
Was there ever any time, so when you got to the end of a module, was there any thought of pulling them apart there to actually expose more, to offer an opportunity for more light, et cetera? Or is there the possibility, I see a cluster of mechanical equipment, is there an intention that they're actually pushed together?
Pulling them apart, I'm a bit confused, to be honest, but pushing all the mechanical rooms together was intentional because we wanted to reduce how much we'd cut through a panel in different locations. We kind of wanted to group all that together. Could you further explain what you mean by possibly an opportunity coming
Can
up
you
to
go
pull
to
it?
one of the color-coded plans? So between the pink plan and the orange and green to the left, that's a straight wall all the way up to the roof. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the question is was there ever some thought that we pull that apart there and at least allow some more ventilation, air, light to actually infuse some of these units? I mean, I think the limitation obviously that you fought the whole time is probably you have a binary option for light for windows, right? It's either looking towards the train or looking to the south. And the question just, if there was even for portions pulling them apart.
That was, to be honest with you, it wasn't really something that we ever really considered.
The closest we probably had gotten to that is at some point when we had formed the project, the radius of the project was a lot greater. So there would have been, that interstitial space would have been more like a triangle instead of less like a line. And there was a consideration to put some ductwork and plumbing through that, maybe not like fenestration, but that's as close as we got into maybe like kind of breaking these clusters apart. But that eventually got thinner, and this is an abstracted plan. In reality, those walls would start to get just a little bit angled.
Yeah, because you're on a curve, right?
Yeah.
Yes, we are on a curve.
I'm just realizing that now too.
Yeah, I just, as you were saying it, it's like, yeah, you're following the rail line, so you're actually on a curve. Can you quickly scroll through all the 3 floors? Like, wouldn't all the 20-foot walls just always be stacked on top? Keep going, stacked on top of each other?
Yes.
Well, I'm just one. I mean, it seems like a fairly straightforward solution would be these are load-bearing walls, and your slabs are spanning this way. Done. And then, I don't know. Seems like rather than turning them, I mean, because 20 spans over 18, I mean, you're not talking about a huge span difference there. So you're always spanning 20 feet done, and then you can do inside whatever you want to do. You're obviously going to have cutouts and exceptions for stairs and things like that, and you're going to have to accommodate that. I don't know. I mean, you would have to work it out, obviously.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable.
And what's the span in the parking garage?
The largest span, it might have changed by 2 or 3 feet, but I believe it's about 24 feet. The largest span.
Because I think I would argue, I mean, I think it's okay to default to the concrete, but I mean, you could have easily brought in some glulam beams and made that span. I mean, I think, and then that would be, there are obviously experiments with making parking structures out of glulam and CLT, and I think you could have probably kept it an all wood project by just designating certain beam lines that are, instead of, can you go to the ground floor plan where you see the column grid?
You can kind of see it in this one.
So you got concrete beams spanning along those columns, or how's that working?
That is correct. The intention
spanning this way?
Yes, actually in both. We have beam spanning right along that line, and then joist spanning in the opposite direction.
Okay. Yeah,
so
I think
this span is about then, like, so I guess this is 24 here by
Mhm.
definition, And then this is, the total is how much?
Judging that, that's probably about 30.
Okay. I mean, I think there's something conceptually, I like the exception in the line. I think, you know, I think it's the idea that there's these breakpoints and that they are like, I think you treat them materially, these sort of stair towers, you treat them in the facade, they give you a certain kind of repetition at a larger scale. And I actually think what this does too is gives you a sort of visual transparency. Like, I don't know if that's the ideal yet, because it's a parking garage, right? Like, I mean, in some ways I would like, could we just like move something here where we can walk through or something? I mean, I just think that exception actually is just like very utilitarian right now. But there are signs that you're showing that like actually what's above is completely different, whether it's ADU units, or you could also think about different ownership models, right? You could think about like, well, okay, let's have an exception here, and this is an ADU unit, like this entire thing, ADU. And then there's maybe something that actually kind of, you go up, you still have that, and then above you have 4 apartments, and like one is like somehow you access here, the other one here, and here, and here. I think there's just like that exception to me is like actually kind of like a really potentially generative moment in the project to like, you know, do exceptions, but that are repeatable exceptions in some ways.
Can you quickly go to like your exterior view, like one of the renderings, or?
We have elevations and then go to the street view.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not quite sure what you mean with plywood cladding. I mean, clearly that what you've rendered here looks more like stucco. I mean, yeah. Most likely this would be probably some kind of cement bonded fiberboard product rather than plywood, because none of the engineered woods hold up really well in exterior conditions because they just delaminate over time.
Like a phenolic plywood would be a solution that would work. It would just cost a ton of money.
Yeah. I'm a little, you know, I'm not a fan of projects where every, you know, in these larger developments where every building is articulated in a different style or in a different material. But I think here you might have taken it to the other extreme. So I'm wondering if you could, you know, if there's a way to give, you know, give individual units more of an identity that is not just everything is so monotone or monolithic in appearance. And I mean, if you're obviously doing some kind of board product, that could be through paint, but it could also be through, I mean, you're obviously, you know, using the brick on the ground floor and those, I guess those are the circulation towers, right? That are brick for masonry. But I'm just thinking in terms of the cladding, you could, I mean, I'm not saying that one should be, you know, shiplap and the next one should be, you know, a different material, but I think maybe even just having a palette of 2 or 3 different finishes or 2 or 3 different colors would definitely kind of probably lighten the whole thing up a little bit.
I think, you know, I think that the cladding is an interesting question. I think you could also, if you were to think about like, you know, some kind of wood paneling, like that's not actually kind of plywood, but like there's sort of like densities that you can work with. For example, like that like, you know, I feel like there's ways in which like an element that is used as cladding here has a certain width, and then above like that same width is like used to accommodate 3 elements or something. I mean, I think there's sort of like there's a potential for a subtle game of variation within repetition that I think you're not quite playing yet. I think that the texture doesn't look like wood. I think that's it seems very rough and like too large for the building. And also I think you would almost never see this just be kind of the cladding coming all the way up there to the top, like, because like especially with wood, like you would have a real moisture problem up there, and like you'd always see in the worst case scenario, you see that ugly zinc kind of drip edge kind of going over. That's a little crooked. But there, I mean, I think that's a real design and detail problem, right? Like that I think affects not just like how your project works, but also how it kind of functions there. So I think that I feel kind of could use another sort of like go over. Anyway, I think we're sort of like on time here. We're actually sort of like over time a little bit. So I think we need to move on to the next project. Thank you, Lindsay and Sterling, for starting us off.
Thank you
very much.
I mean, there's obviously a lot of work here, and we're just picking it. we're just picking the things apart. We appreciate, obviously all the work and energy that went into the project.
Martin, could I just have one more second?
Yeah, sure, absolutely.
I think Uli's comment about the structural diagram, like falling on that 20-foot or, that slightly turned 20-foot grid, it feels like it either wants to be that, or you want to start to leave these as their puzzle pieces and allow them to pull apart and actually have the sense of that. I think where those walls come down and they're very thin on the outside, and you have everything jogging, but it's all the same material, it feels like it's not a complete idea. Like, I think the model you showed originally with the puzzle pieces is very seductive. And the idea that these things could have some identity still and push and pull and create the patios suggests the structural system that you talked about originally. But if they are going to be pushed together like this, I would just say, simplify the structure, make the building much, much more simple to construct and to design. And it would also free up your floor plans a little bit. But nice work. My apologies for the CLT threw me a little bit there for a second, but
not a problem.
All right, great. Thanks, Sterling and Lindsay.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
We have, I believe, Brandon and Emrahan. You guys are next. Are you here?
I'm here.
Okay, good.
Okay. Can you all see this?
Yeah.
Okay, great. I'm Brandon.
I'm Emrahan.
And our project is called the East Fifth Street Kasbah. Definitely getting its name based on the picture from Martin's project brief for the studio. So our concept statement is to create a unique set of spaces through the juxtaposition of community space and private space, and allowing for the reclamation of the site by the community and the occupants. So our precedent was the Nexus World Housing by OMA in Japan. And what was really interesting was that it began to play with the mat housing typology in a very sectional way, definitely doing a lot of extruding and going into the third dimension. So our simple operational logic that we kind of pulled from that was that the site informs a certain grid, and that grid then informs a mass. And these are just our given constraints on the site. So we know that we have a train that would be next to the site. So we wanted to think about the vibrations, and also the site has this sort of sloping that goes down, and we wanted to use that as a way for drainage. So we thought, well, what if we lift the building off of the ground to avoid this drainage and avoid these vibrations and the sounds from the train? So this second diagram is this site as building. And this is just a series of progress that we've done. So first we started with just like this solid plinth that floats above the ground with these units on top. And we cut this courtyard through the center. And then we needed to address the density and the scale of the community. And we took that centerpiece and we created an urban park. And this just looks at the grid that we used in order to determine how these units are laid on this plinth level. So these are just like a series of cases that we have. So on this like plinth level, you can pass between units in various ways. So one would be passing through both units that kind of overhang and touch each other. And sometimes they're farther apart, and we have a series of cases that happen throughout the project.
Okay, so these set of diagrams start to look into our 3 levels and our 3 conditions within our project. So the first condition we really wanted to hammer in was that the ground floor was explicitly for the community. So that's how, so we included a central park that could be accessed by all, as well as a commercial slash bikes, a parking and maintenance type area, as well as for scooters, and then a commuter parking garage. And then from there, we started to address the actual units and how these units could get access to something that's floating. So we created a mound that wrapped above that commuter parking and then sat the plinth on top. And from there, we looked to occupy this plinth with the initial ground floor, essentially, of the units. And then on top of that plinth, you have the actual units that the residents would occupy. And this is just an axonometric view of the whole building on the site.
So going back to these 3 levels that we talked about, so this is just looking at each of these 3 levels in context. So one is just looking at this community level. So you have this park in the center with the units that are above, and this is showing how you have this level that's completely dedicated to the community, and also the occupants above can kind of come down into this space as well. And program starts to fill these undersides of the plinth level. The second level, so this plinth level becomes this commercial space. So you have these units that start to cut through the plinth, and in between that plinth space becomes commercial programs such as office space, grocery stores, barbershops. And what's nice is that it's connected to the unit above, but only to a certain extent, which allows for this space to be rented out if the person who is occupying the unit doesn't need the space. And this is the unit level, so the Cusba level. So looking at how you can walk in this passageway, and you have this sort of front door that leads to your side yard, which we can discuss more in our plans. But just showing at how we have this unit level that is this sort of dense version that speaks more to the private areas of the courtyard rather than the larger areas and the communal spaces. So in the master plan scale, we have this ground floor plan. So this shows a commuter parking on the left, which is underneath that mound. And on the right side, we have this sort of bike parking. And a precedent that we got from this was the Fiskertor sort of bike storage in Copenhagen. It's next to a shopping mall. And there's a whole parking garage that basically provides the same accommodations that you would have if you had a car. And the idea is that you have this commuter parking that would allow people to store their cars there, and then they can access the train stops that would eventually grow from this commuter rail that's growing. So you have these 2 commuter rails on either side, and that would allow for people to access that. And over time, people would be able to, that parking level would then be phased out into a sort of commuter level for the trains. And the next level is this plinth plan. So this is showing all of the commercial spaces underneath and how these units kind of cut through that top slab. And this shows the access that everyone can have in order to access each of these individual units. And above are the unit plans. So this is highlighting this sort of passage that runs through, and how you can access or how you can exit the spaces which are in our cluster plans. And above, we just have our overall site plan.
And these are sections that are cutting through the whole building throughout the site. So the first section cuts through the front edge that you would see on East 5th Street. As you can see, you have the units that line up, and the outer edge units don't actually cut through. It's only the inner edge that cut through towards the commercial ring on the courtyard. And then the second section starts to cut through that courtyard. So you can see the inner park ring area as well. And these sections cut in the other direction. So you have the first cut that looks into the bike storage area that Brandon had mentioned along the perpendicular road, and then the second the second section starts to cut through those commercial units, and you can see that they cut through the top slab and have access towards that park as well as the ring above.
So this is just like looking at a long elevation, and when you zoom in, you can see a more close-up version. So you can start to see that there's like this sort of bus stop that kind of pulls out in front. And on the floor above, it talks more about this elevated walkway that's on the interior that allows for people to kind of access these commercial spaces.
Wait, can you go back? Why is there cars on that level?
Yep, so in this plan here, we have parking spaces that also align here. So you can drive through here and park along this outer edge as well.
Oh, so you have an entire road on that plinth on that commercial level?
Yes, so it allows for the people who live in the units above to park inside of this plinth area, and the commercial and the parking below are for commuter parking.
Sorry, and related to that, the if you go back to that plan, those are commercial properties adjacent to the parking spaces, or those are the units above that are punching through?
Those are commercial spaces.
Okay.
But you said they were connected.
Yeah, they're connected
to the residential units up above, right?
Exactly.
Yes, there is a connection.
Yes.
Connection as in like live, work? Part of those units?
Yeah, so in our floor plans, we start to go more in depth about those.
Sorry, guys.
Can I just jump in here, because I think you guys are not doing a very, I don't know if you didn't get much sleep, you're not doing a very good job of explaining this. So yes, you can drive on that level because the site actually has a slight slope, so you don't drive all the way up, but it sort of slopes a little down. And on that level, you have like what could either be live work units that are connected on the interior to the unit above, or they could be rented out separately to somebody else, and that connection could be cut. So that's how I would describe it from what I understood. And like, you guys just did a horrible job of describing that.
Okay. And our next cluster plan, this just shows access and egress, just showing how you can leave the patio space and go to the nearest exit. And this is just looking at the courtyard green spaces as well. And this is just a cluster section, so looking at those same plans that we had made and cutting a section through them. So these are our units. So this will probably clear up some of our conversation that we've had so far. But you have these commercial spaces that are attached to this elevated walkway. And these commercial spaces can be rented out, or they can be used by the person who lives in this unit. They are separated by a partition wall. So this allows access up into the unit above. And in the unit above, you have your living spaces and your patio and your bedrooms. And this is our typical unit type, which has the most amount of units, our rectangular unit. And we also have a square unit, which has less, and it's a little bit bigger. But we have a larger space beneath, which typically would be used for like live workspaces since it's larger. And you still have the separation that allows for access up to above with the courtyard and this patio space. And we made it so that you access each of these units in these rooms along this exterior edge. So we wanted to use the courtyard space as a form of movement and transportation throughout the unit. And that's just looking at one of the other unit types where we don't have this bottom floor connected to it.
But can you go back to the first unit that you showed us? Go back one more time. So I'm assuming that you're correctly representing that there's no fenestration in the exterior walls. Is that right?
Yeah, so we have fenestration along this front edge here,
Mm-hmm.
and also along this courtyard edge here.
But not like the thick walls are solid. There's not.
So along this thick wall, there's fenestration, but there allows light out here, and there's no wall here, so it becomes free.
Okay.
Are you all done? I don't want to oh, you have more to show. Okay, sorry.
So this will also clear up a little bit more what's happening within that plinth space. Like Professor Haettasch had talked about, there's the road that cuts through the plinth that allows the residents to park towards the outer edge. And then you have the inner edge, which are the units that are connected to these commercial spaces, and then the outer walkway that connects to the park.
And this is just looking at we start to look at assemblies. So this is this rectangular unit where we have the stucco that's connected to the outside. We have the side yard that's made from CMUs. And the unit is created out of simple wood framing. And this is just like looking at the phasing. So we start with this slab and we have this framing that goes through it. And then we have these infills where we have our raised deck, our garden finishes, bat insulation, our TPO on our roof. And on the exterior, we have our stucco and glass aggregate that we are placing on the wooden frame. This is just a quick set of calculations that we did in terms of checking our feasibility. So we did calculations to check how much load that would be placed on each of these columns. So we have our weight and our pound forces that we calculated in order to make sure that we had the right buckling forces on our columns and the right sizing.
Mm-hmm.
And this is we have a diagram here that just shows our spacing 31.5 feet. And here's a structural drawing that kind of shows how we laid out our columns. Here are just our details. So we did a wall section through both of these units showing this passage. And we have our wood frame construction. And we have this waffle slab that has voids through it, which allows for us to run systems through if necessary. So at this passage level, we have a drain that would run through these voids and run through the entire project in order to drain outward. And here we have an elevation with the wall section kind of showing this glass and how we're cutting through that.
This is just a three-dimensional detail of the assembly of the walls. So we have the sheathing, the insulation, and then the mesh, as well as 3 layers of stucco.
In our amphitheater, we just so that we have these cast in place steps that then get filled around the backside with grass. And our HVAC system, so we have a package system that sits on top of this roof, and we have these 6-inch insulated flexible ducts that move through the joists and the floors, and with diffusers on the edge, on the ends. And this is just looking at it in AXO and looking at it in that. And that's our project.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great, thank you guys.
This is really interesting. I have to say, I'll start with the things I love about it. First of all your voids and your diversity of voids, from your tunnels or passageways to where you're letting light in along the roof line, and even your waffle slab. And the condition you showed underneath the building, where I could imagine people could take shade when it's getting hot, and they have that beautiful waffle slab above them. So it's definitely not a boring project. What you see from this view, though, is not the same as what you showed early on. And I don't know if that if that kind of differentiation along the horizontal happens more on the interior part where you have privacy in that courtyard, because the exterior, it's this smooth strip. And when I saw that was kind of like what Uli noted, when I saw that second level was covered in glass and then allowed for cars, and there was this little street, I thought, well, that could have been a great pedestrian street, social gathering spot. Maybe it still could be, but you know, you wonder about kids playing out there with cars going by and the exhaust. Could that same amount of parking not take up, I don't know, if it's just one level, you could almost go down, you could almost blast one level and put it underground and have some really interesting areas occupying that space. I wonder about having that on the second level and giving that much importance to a car. I do like the idea of the commuter cars being able to find a home, a place to park. I just wonder if they couldn't be sunken somehow or even under in parts. Maybe that could be more diverse. Maybe it's not just one long slit, but different places you could deal with the cars to allow a little more diversity throughout the building, like you did in other areas, but along those street facing edges. Maybe to activate the street a little bit. Are these shops facing the street or only along? That was another part I couldn't read.
Yep. So our shops are just facing inward towards the courtyard. So
Okay.
that just allows for all of the people who are in this courtyard space to occupy that level and access all of those units without having to cross a street. So in this image here, you can see that like on this level, all of these shops are easily accessible without having to go to the other side. And that other side of the road is for if you're parking your car and you're going to your unit, then you have a place that is near your unit for if you're carrying groceries or if you're carrying furniture, you can easily access your unit from that level. And that commuter parking kind of is for the community. And as you know, time goes by and that commuter parking then and cars begin to phase out to a certain extent, that can then start to become replaced with this sort of train station that's already happening and being connected to that commuter rail.
Well, I really like that temporal aspect that you're considering, Brandon. It's so important because yeah, it's not happening overnight, but it will happen, hopefully. I still would like to see a little bit of the shops activating the street level for the community, not only for people facing your courtyard. I wonder if everyone would know about these shops looking at the building from the outside, and maybe you could have some variation. Maybe in places you have shops along the outside instead of just the cars. And in a way, it's almost as if the thesis of your project started to be about a little bit with the bikes and the inspiration of bike parking in Copenhagen. And that's in a way contradictory to it's going to be easy for them to walk from their parking spot to their unit. So maybe you do have places where it is indeed easy to walk from a parking spot to a unit, especially if you have elderly or, you know, people who are not able to make the jaunt from wherever the bikes are parked and who are not on bikes, but just to kind of differentiate that a little bit. So it's not a whole level or a whole side of your building for parking could be interesting. Because here it's just so diverse. You've got, you know, this jagged roof line, which allows light to penetrate and a breeze to come through. And I think it's a very strong image from this beginning of your presentation, and also underneath in the next slide where you have that kind of gathering space. But maybe some of the cars could go here because this is pretty vast. You know, it's a lot of space at street level that's being just kind of, I mean, of course it's occupied in some respects by people, but then maybe you could have some diversity along here just so it's not just everything is floating.
Definitely. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Like, is this representative of what's actually in your floor plan? Because it seems like in your floor plan, you had the whole bike parking. There seemed to be more program.
Yep. So along this edge, it's outside of the
outside of view. Yeah, it's, I'm
So-
having, go ahead. Sorry, Brandon.
Oh, no, it's fine. It's just outside of that image, you have like this bike parking. So in the plan, you kind of start to see that a little bit more. But Yeah, it's not all.
But you also had some other programmatic functions underneath there, right?
Yeah, so definitely. I can go to this plan. So in this plan, we have the sort of food truck area. You have
okay.
bike and this kind of scooter parking. For when this kind of starts to phase out, we have this other area. You have this park space, and then over here you have the sort of hardscape that can then be used for like sort of workout exercises, outdoor sort of gymnasium, yoga, that kind of space.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, there's, you know, it's definitely an intriguing project. I mean, there's obviously a lot of work you put into that and into this, and a lot of thought you put into this. I mean, I do have some of the questions that Julie raises. I do have questions about how this whole project responds to the surroundings and the community, and or how much does it become this insular destination where it's like you're going to the domain. It's like you're driving your car here, and then again the shops all being internally focused. It has a a mix of a somewhat of a shopping mall feel, and then with the waffle slab, I'm not completely sold on the lifting all up from above the ground floor. Like it could have some of the feel that Martin said earlier, that you really kind of negating really purposely not looking at modernist post-war housing, which some of that certainly did that, where it's trying to create this communal space, which effectively turned into no man's land, which became very unsafe and unpleasant to be in. So, and maybe, so you don't have me completely convinced on that. But that said, I mean, there's definitely a lot of thought that you've put into this and how you're resolving the housing up above. And so I want to commend you on that. I do have questions about how this thing integrates into the neighborhood.
Sure.
You don't have a street level view, correct? There is no view. You didn't do a rendering from the public street.
No, we have just our elevations that are shown.
I mean, I think for me, to say first, it's a beautiful presentation. It's a very seductive building. I think there's a lot of amazing work here.
Thank you.
Just to say that first. I think it also, to me, it's very exclusive. I think the fact that it's very interior focused, compounded with the fact that you don't really show that much of a street level. I mean, if this is the street level elevation there at the bottom, it feels very closed, right? It feels very much like something that I am not allowed as the public to enter. And I think that perhaps giving us more of that image in your imagery. It's also extraordinarily expensive. I mean, just extraordinarily expensive, like to a massive degree, to spend the money to push a car up a second floor just to put it there next to the door. I appreciate, and I know that was part of the mandate, is to have that parking adjacency there. But I think that there is, it feels exclusive, especially when we're talking about East Austin. It's hard for me to kind of take the mandate of what we're trying to do. It is so seductive and it's beautiful, and I don't want to take away from that in any way, shape, or form. But I feel like there's an aspect of that is hard to ignore. Some of the plan work, I mean, I apologize. I came from a design 3 review moments ago. So it's like my head has got to just completely rotate back to almost an office setting again. Some of the plan work, I would challenge as well, how you're laying out those spaces. You have those incredibly long, what I'm assuming would become dry storage spaces for the commercial areas that include the staircases. There is an element of the amount of money I'm paying for this unit to have that be my access point. And then furthermore, for the units, when you get into your units here, to have the fenestration be so limited. Because from previous projects, you don't have party walls, correct?
No, we have maybe a few units that share a sort of wall, but for the most part, we have these units that have the walls that two single walls that touch each other, and the fenestration is only this sort of courtyard that comes in, but we have nothing that goes outward because you'd have a unit next door. So there would be less light that would come in through that way.
But there is space there, correct?
There is space, yes.
Is it green space? What happens in between the units?
Yeah, so in between units, we have this sort of, these sort of side yards that happen. So if this is adjacent to a square unit, then you still have this side yard.
So if I'm in unit 9, or so if I look at number 9 there in the second floor, the wall to the right, that is a party wall?
Yes.
No, it's separated.
Oh, there's a unit next to it.
Can you go to the couple slides back where it shows the units in relation to each other?
Yeah, right here.
Yeah, there.
Yeah, so it is a party wall. But you, for instance, from your dining room in some of these, like there could be more fenestration to that courtyard space.
Along this edge here? Like along the...
Can you zoom in? Can you zoom in on this plan so we can see the unit, but also how it connects to the other units? I think that would be helpful at this scale. Is that working or is it stuck?
Thinking about it.
Very slow.
Too many lines. Yeah, I mean, like I think you're right, Brian. Like the placement of the kitchen, the galley kitchen, and the dining room. I guess you got the living room on the other side. Now that I see it.
I mean, I think the inclusion of the courtyard, I think there's a lot of interesting things going on with these units. And I don't want to take away from that. I think it's also the idea of the exterior circulation, which is what's happening, correct? Like if I'm in one of these bedrooms in the quads, I leave conditioned space, walk through unconditioned space back into the building, correct?
Yes.
Which I think from an architectural standpoint, I love the perversity of thinking that I'm going to get somebody who spent $2 million on a unit to actually walk outside ever. But I love it. I mean, I think as a unit, I think it's an interesting thing to kind of have all these green spaces interspersed amongst all your units. And I applaud that you've actually thought about all that. Do you have ADA compliant spaces? Do you have single level units?
Yeah, there's a couple spread throughout. I guess I can point one out right here. This one. So this unit would have just a single story that you could access once you're up on this level through the elevator and then into the unit. There's no actual stair within the unit itself.
Where's the elevator?
The
elevator there. Okay.
Located right here.
Okay.
This one doesn't seem to have a stair either, right?
Yes, those are also single story.
Okay. Is it single story with nothing stacked on top of it? Those are the ones that look like an impluvium. They have that roof, this inward sloping roof.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
I'm wondering to what extent, I mean, you seem to be like, I'm wondering to what extent this is the middle, the missing middle, that's what Martin calls it, right? Like
well, I didn't invent it. Like it's a term that I'm trying to expand. I'm actually trying to expand the meaning of that in this studio a little bit, but it's a term. I mean, it's fixed.
Yeah, I feel like it's stuck in the middle between the missing middle and the kind of big block developments that you might find. Like I'm thinking, I keep going back to developments like the Domain or just kind of mixed use developments. Really I guess you're still retaining kind of the walk up nature that you have your own yard and you have your own front door. Obviously you have to do a lot of gymnastics to get to that point, right? And it's great kind of investment and expense.
I think maybe, because it's about time to move on to the next project here, unfortunately, in our sort of time frame, but maybe a couple of things. I think also, I've always loved the ambition that this project has in terms of redefining. I think Uli, what you just said, like that it's sort of like occupying the middle in between there. I've always seen that as a kind of strength, that it connects a super local scale of those kind of little unit clusters with a like territorial scale of public infrastructure. It reminds me of there's the big project in Copenhagen that actually also has commuter parking, like the stepped mountain dwellings, I think it's called. And I think that could have been played up by actually connecting, like not just putting commuter parking in there, but actually kind of like make a station. Like if you work on that scale, like make a big station, like grab that entire site, make a parking garage down there, make a sort of like railway stop, like give it that commercial hub that actually does move it maybe a little bit more into the sort of like domain. But actually make it work financially, right? Like make it work such that like, yeah, there are all these people, like, so I'm going to put a ton of shopping down there. I'm going to put a ton of like space in there. And I think that way there is an argument that could potentially generate the friction between then the sort of like smaller community level live work on the above floor. That is actually kind of like operates at a much smaller scale because it's sustainable, because this whole thing ties into kind of the larger infrastructure of the city. I mean, that's sort of like an argument that I wish you had made a little bit more emphatically. I want to like the project. I've always wanted to like the project. One thing that actually stood in my way to completely be convinced is what I would call that there's still a certain, like, I mean, your drawings are very nice, but when you look closely, sometimes there is a certain sloppiness. You don't have cores in your ground level coming down all the way, right? Like if you sort of at the ground level pan, I didn't see any cores come down in that part, and I think those things need to be precise. Like you know, I think it's okay. Like if at some round you forget these or they didn't make it, like, I mean, the way you operate, you just copy paste or something from their level above. But I think those things, you need to go through those and fix them. I think that's really something that you can't show in that way, like when you sort of like put it in your portfolio, right? Like I think there seemed to be a sort of the parking level is interesting, because I don't want to call it the parking level. I want to call it the community level. And like the fact that you see sort of like a row of cars on the outside is sort of like something that I feel makes it look like a parking garage, and it's really not meant to be. I think it's meant to be sort of like a commercial level. So I think the idea, we've had like endless discussions about like whether that level should actually go down one level and the whole thing should drop, or whether it should stay up there. I think there's yet another solution that was proposed here today. I think, Julie, you brought that up. Like, well, maybe the level actually stays up there and becomes like live and work, but the cars actually go down. And so I think, I feel there is a lot of really interesting potential, but like it doesn't quite hit me over the head yet. Like, yeah, that's it. Like there are all these things like, yeah, it could be like this or it could be like that. So I think we're still looking for that sort of perfect middle ground there a little bit. I think that's, and it, you know, obviously I think we're talking at a very high level of sort of ambition and innovation here. So like I think everything that I say has to be prefaced with really sort of like, I mean, I really commend your kind of ambition and the level of you know, sort of I think innovation at that sort of like typological level, because I haven't seen a thing like that before. So
yeah, that's true. I haven't. Is when I look at the section, are the bikes actually underground? Is that
The
what I'm
bikes in this area here.
Okay, I just reversed those with the car. What's underground then to the left of your
Yeah, so that's our like commuter parking. So that's where.
Oh, that is parking. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I would do something with those cars. I have to agree with Martin. But other than that, I think it's a really strong project.
I mean, I think it needs a degree of ruthlessness still.
Yeah.
Like ruthlessness in terms of like, okay, like how can we make money with this? How does this hold up? Like, I don't care if that doesn't look like we want it to look in the diagram. Like, this is how you build it. Like, and I think the project can the diagram can take that. So I think that sort of ruthlessness, I think you're still a little bit too much in love with the diagram of the project to actually kind of like have it developed it into sort of like this super rich project that is in some ways doesn't really care what it looks like because the initial diagram is just solid. That's maybe a very esoteric comment overall, but I feel like that, like, you know, asking a project to be ruthless, what does that even mean? But like I think distance yourself from the diagram maybe a little bit more. Anyway, we have one last project to go, so we need to sort of like move on here. Thanks, Brendan and Emrahan.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys. Great work.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm Joseph.
I'm Coleman.
It's really good to see your faces, even though it's on Zoom. Yeah. Oh, that's the wrong screen. Okay. Let me get the right screen. Here we go. Okay. Full screen mode. Okay. So we're doing portal housing. So as Martin introduced, this is the existing site. So it's kind of a rarely used industrial site in East Austin. So this is our project here. So our core ideas were density, green space, privacy, and diversity. So gentrification is a huge issue in Austin's East Side. So we wanted to provide housing where none existed to help offset some of the ridiculous demand for housing. So this was the precedent we looked at the beginning of the semester, Siedlung in Switzerland. So these are row houses, and what we took away from this was we really liked the individual green space that each of these units had, and density, and yeah. So this is the.
Something else briefly about Siedlung was that since it was built on the hill, each unit had a certain degree of privacy that was really nice. Whereas like people won't be walking in front of your unit because it's elevated that much. So that was definitely a component of it that.
Yeah, and the units are all facing south on a slope, so they get a great deal of light. This is sort of the existing typologies.
Which in Switzerland is desirable, unlike in Austin.
Yeah. For multiple reasons.
Well, as long as you have overhangs, it's fine in Austin too.
True.
Yeah, so this is sort of an existing historical bungalow and a new semi-McMansion. So these are some of the existing types. So this is sort of a diagram of the typology. So we wanted to preserve the idea of having a front yard and a backyard in a way that Siedlung had, but had a little differently. Americans don't really like sharing walls with other people. So we wanted to introduce a side yard, which also allows a lot of light in and green space, but also preserves a similar level of density to Siedlung.
Yeah, we just wanted to design with the simplest form to maximize the amount of occupiable space on each lot also. So.
So this is sort of some of the ideas behind our site planning. This is the existing site. So we introduced a vertical grid perpendicular to the divisions in the neighborhood that already existed. We took the curved lane from the railroad and staggered the units the same way you saw in that previous diagram, and introduced sort of the side yards to allow for that separation and height, and then proposed an apartment building on this little end. So this is a lighting diagram. So as you can see, the sun comes from east to west. So the idea was we would slope these roofs to allow for morning light, but to ward off more of that afternoon light, but also allow the northern winds to come through, provide some natural ventilation, and these sort of side yards get a lot of light. So here's a look at the site plan. You can note the apartment building and sort of our proposed site. and we added a road connecting it to the sort of north area, which these are breweries here actually.
Yeah.
So kind of a nice feature.
Something that is also important to note about the site plan here is that having this site with that angled back road there, as a result of that railroad, definitely allowed us to organize the circulation for each unit a lot better. As when the units are arranged like this in that kind of stepped form, there's a space for each unit to place that entry and exit area. So.
So this is a look at, so this is one unit right here. So this is an individual side yard. So here's the side yard. So you have about half the space is just devoted to personal green space. And then here's a front yard, which is a smaller domain because front yards are sort of not used quite as much as the backyard. So here you can see that. And then here are some of the shared green spaces where you could walk your dog or throw a ball. I don't know. So here's a look at the vehicle circulation. So it's designed for vehicles, but it's not necessarily designed around the vehicle. So, or it's not designed around vehicles, but it's not designed for the vehicle. So you can see that there's a parking garage underneath some of it. And yeah, the cars are kind of on the periphery here. Here's a look at sort of the individual parking spaces for each unit and some of the shared parking spaces for visitors or someone who doesn't have a car but might want visitors. So this is a look at the turning radii for fire trucks, just to show that that's compliant. And here's the general massing of the site. So you can see kind of underneath here is where we were able to have some of that shared parking. And yeah, this is just helpful.
So yeah, originally when we elevated that walkway, before we had elevated it, it was flat on the ground, and then we placed the garage underneath and had the walkway covering it up. But then the idea was kind of brought up to perforate that walkway with a series of holes to provide circulation immediately from the garage instead of having some path to get around to it.
Good point. Yeah, these holes kind of reduce some of the stuffiness that you can get in the garage and can introduce some trees to that elevated green space where the soil might not be thick enough to support a tree. So here's a look.
So are there, but the cars to the individual houses back there, they're underneath that?
We'll get back to that on the cluster plan. It's a little to show. But that's a good question. So here's some of the different densities of the unit types. So the yellow is 2-bedroom, orange is 3-bedroom, and red is 4. So you get some kind of a diversity of housing, and the retail exists underneath some of that. So this allows for the idea of mixed use. So just keep in mind this little box here is where we're going to be going into the elevations and cluster plans. You can see sort of the retail underneath the housing here on the south facade, and then some of those parking spots on the north facade and sort of the ramp going up.
So something that was really important in designing for this missing middle idea was also retaining that kind of house level feel on one side of the site, and then as it slopes to have it increase in height as it meets that Texas donut kind of form on the far right side on Pleasant Valley. So that was definitely one of the strategies that went into that form.
Yeah, so this diagram might help explain some of the parking access. So this is sort of a one-way here. So you would enter from the side, and you can park here and maybe have a guest here. And it's a one-way. So, and this is kind of like parking for the businesses here.
Did you say it's one way?
Yeah, so this is a one-way because we just needed to have room for the trees to poke through. So you can see those little circles are the trees going through that sort of perforation in the walkway. which you'll probably be able to see better on the second level. So you can see some of the paths, and these are actually like kind of stairs where you can go down and access the parking garage without having to go all the way around. So you can see on this level some of the living spaces and bedrooms. I'll go through these kind of fast. So we're gonna cut through here on the next slide. So this might help give a better idea. So this section is cutting through here. So you can see sort of the retail, the parking garage, and a smaller density unit. So this would be like a 1 or 2 bedroom. This would be a 4 bedroom unit here, and this would be a 3 bedroom. So this section, because it shows some of the street scale and it shows sort of the variety in the project. And this up here on top of the garage is the elevated walkway. And then this is sort of cutting through that elevated walkway. So you can see the homes moving up to address that slope, and you can get sort of a more seamless transition to the elevated space. And then this is just cutting through some of the more typical units that aren't on the elevated space, but you can see them starting to shift up to address that slope that was leading up to the elevated green space. So this is a 4 bedroom unit that was in our elevated space. So this is the garage here, 2 bedrooms on the side, and then a little courtyard here. We wanted the ground floor. You can see the sort of elevated walkway here. So the front yard, the patio, and we wanted kind of an open living space with the kitchen, living room and dining room on the same, just an open layout. And this is our sort of top floor bedroom floor.
So this is a structural analysis essentially of each individual unit with the exploded diagram on the right there. We wanted each unit to be lightweight and affordable using stud framing, trying to reduce the amount of environmental waste that went into this project. But then on the right, you can see the green roof diagram showing the different layers to each unit's green space that is located above the garage. So we'll get into details that show closer up what that looks like.
Yeah, so here you can see some of the trusses which allow for services and air conditioning to run through, and then sort of the elevated green space and the garage here. So here's our section and elevation. So this right here is cutting through here, and we're gonna zoom into some details here. So this is the roof detail. It's somewhat lightweight because we wanted to keep it affordable and the embodied energy down. So here's sort of the cantilever here. So this is just kind of nice because it provides some shade for the living room. And then here's an important detail, which is the connection of the green roof to the garage. So this is a precast concrete beam here, which runs to the garage and supports the green roof. Here's just some ideas of material. Here's a rendering from the living room where you can see the side yard and the elevated walkway. Here's just a sort of diagram of the perforated nature of the circulation spaces getting you down into that parking garage.
Yeah, and for that, briefly, we just wanted to experiment with different types of perforation. We looked at the De Young Museum, what it was, and looked at the perforated, I think, copper panels that they had there, and kind of wanted to get out of Zoom. So made our own panel to experiment with that design.
Yeah. So it can be used as a sort of growing medium, but also like in sort of serve as a separation. But here's a rendering looking into the front of the units. And then just to end here, here's a look at the axon.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. So I have a question about your decision on the orientation of these. They're very long along the east and west sides, which, you know, if you saw this all as one unit without the side yards, it would be longer on the south and north, but individually they're longer on the east and west. So you really need to look at your shading, especially along the road. So on the far east side, make sure that you have plenty of trees there, but especially along that long west side where it looks like there was hardly any space up until you got to the road. So the in between, they might be self shading each other a little bit, so you don't get such overheating, but you know, we're going to get more and more heat in Austin in years to come. So maybe looking at louvers or how to treat those windows with overhangs of some kind. I know you've got that where that one level cantilevers over.
Yeah, on that second level, it certainly could use some shading. That's a good point.
Yeah, but I like your overhangs on your southern side. I think that creates a nice space. As far as public green space where like neighborhood kids could play together and not be so, you know, they can't talk over the fence to each other in this way. They're kind of very private. I guess they could talk through the window if someone lived right next door to the other on the other side. But where is your public green space again?
Yeah, let me go back to the site plan. Let's see here. Here we go. So there's sort of a park on the left side of the unit because we just thought the area between the train tracks and it was just too skinny to have more houses. So there's kind of it's a bit cut off here, but there's a green space here. And then this sort of triangle here is like kind of a community space. And then there's like.
But wasn't that retail or does it have green space on top?
It has green space on top. So
oh, I see. Okay, good.
You might be able to see it better in, yeah, you might be able to see it better here.
Yeah. Okay, so that's a little, you might think of just adding some diversity. Maybe not everybody wants a yard, so maybe some units don't have one. And then some units have a double size one joining to combine just to give some variety so that every unit isn't looking, you know, kind of the same, but that's just an idea.
Can you guys go down to the lowest floor plan again?
Yeah, of course. Too fast.
Sorry, the lowest floor plan of the entire complex.
Oh, got you. The cluster plan.
Yeah. So talk to me about what's happening down at these lower levels. What's in those large open spaces?
So these spaces here?
No, in between the units on the plan north side of this drawing. I see a kitchen on one side. Is that an opening in a yard on the other?
Yeah, this is a yard on the other.
So that's at the lower park. That's at grade.
Yeah.
Correct. So that is not at the same level as the walkway on the other side of the other unit.
Correct. So you can sort of see that when you come up.
Correct. So go back. Sorry, one more time. So the units that are facing the walkway, what's to the left of the parking? Like what do these areas that whole unit down there does have any fenestration at all?
I'm sorry, I was a little confused by that.
So you're hovering that space you're hovering over right now. What's happening down there? Because the south side of those are not facing an open area, correct?
No.
Yeah. These are sort of facing the garage.
This is a courtyard.
Yeah, that's
a courtyard that's also at grade. This one has two. Okay. This one has two stepped outer spaces, right? There's the lower courtyard and then the upper courtyard.
Exactly, Lee.
So what's confusing here is that this courtyard here should be drawn at the same resolution as this courtyard here, because they are both at the same level.
Okay.
They belong
Both
to
on the
different
ground
units.
level, yeah.
I think that's one of the things that's really confusing here, because they're actually kind of like, these are all at the same, or roughly at the same level. I think like minus a couple of or so to accommodate that slope.
What are you gaining by creating all this raised area here?
Well,
yeah, that's a good question, and it was something we didn't have before. But when we were sort of we wanted to increase density and introduce mixed use, and it became a little bit awkward once these buildings were 3 stories and these were 2 stories, because you started to have a condition where you felt like it was towering a little bit. Also made. Go ahead, Coleman. Sorry.
I think a big answer to that question is that when we did have it all on ground level, we had one road running down the middle of the site, and it felt a little too like not private, essentially, or we just wanted to remove the cars from the middle of the site. So raising that entire area let us gain a lot of parking, and kind of answered the accessibility question for us.
I think the car is a really good point you brought up, because you could just imagine if this were a roof plan. We kind of wanted to put cars on the periphery of the site and sort of preserve this whole area as walking space.
So what about fire trucks? I know they don't like one-way roads. How would you look at that? Oh, from the back, I suppose they could enter, right?
Yeah. So these are, these are sort of like they're designed as one ways, but they're thick enough to allow for a fire truck. So
okay.
Yeah, it might be better to show the site plan a little bit. So we sort of hatched the material differently, but the curbs are thick enough to allow for a fire truck in the event of an emergency.
Okay, good.
What does the west facade look like on these units? Do they have some clear doors in them, or like I don't know if I've ever got to see a view of them.
Yeah,
because they're clearly opening up to the east to their little side yard, right?
Essentially a green wall.
We haven't really rendered that in a while, but we could go back to the collage here. So we were probably going to introduce some smaller windows on the second floor, but this is
their stories or something.
Yeah, this is roughly what it was. Drawings are a little bit old, but this is roughly what the west facade looks like.
I think that's also because if we put any windows there, it would just kind of
west windows don't work out.
They
don't work out great in Austin.
And the unit.
Well, I think it's also the my comment. I thought there was fenestration on both sides, but the issue you have then is you effectively have created a bunch of houses that have no privacy of any kind, right? You've got neighbors that are looking down into each other's yards.
Yeah, exactly.
Can you go to your plans real quick? Your floor plans, your unit plans. Okay, go forward once. So this is going to be a small comment, but in some ways, perhaps is something to keep in your pocket. There are things about the plans that I would definitely try to work on again. Like, for instance, having a powder room that enters directly onto a dining room. The idea of like the kindness of designing spaces for how people live. Imagine like going to the bathroom in the middle of a dinner and walking out right at the table with the toilet still flushing. Like there's things like that that I encounter even in professional life where I'm frustrated that buildings get built like this, that people could, that it's, plans are one of these things that I think there's a lot of sympathy you have for the people that are actually going to be occupying them that are important. And I understand that you guys have done so much work here and there's so much else going on, and the plan work to a certain degree can only get developed so far. So I don't want to rag on you for that, but just something to take along. If you go forward one more image. Also the fact of like, you know, some of these large like the master bathroom or bedroom, et cetera, even the smaller bathroom, getting into a situation where you have a sink that basically has no storage, like a vanity that is not really a vanity. These kind of plan issues and how we create spaces for how people live. I'm not ragging on your project, just something to keep in mind as you move forward. Like this stuff actually matters because these are the things that people are going to interact with on a daily basis.
How many bathrooms do you have in this unit? Is this a 3-bedroom or a 4-bedroom?
It's 4 bedrooms, so they're 4.5.
And how many baths do you have?
Well, I guess like it would be 4, and then we have
go to the below grade level.
Yes.
Okay, so you have 2 here, and then you have 1 powder room at the level above. Go above. And then you have another 2 up there. Like you can consolidate. Like go to the level above.
It's 4 and
this
4
this
and
is
a half
1
baths.
bathroom, and you get in there from here. You don't have to. I think you don't have to always access your bathroom from your bedroom. I think that's an American thing.
This is your primary bedroom, right, Martin? So this is your primary bedroom here. So you have to have an ensuite for that one.
Yeah, but
this one is
for this one, I think
arguably, like, is this bed bigger than this bed? I mean, I don't know. It looks wider. Arguably, this bedroom could be a whole lot smaller. Like that bathroom could probably start to take up some space here. And give, like, no one's gonna buy a house with a master bath primary bath that size. It's just too tiny. And then the closet over here. I mean, you're gonna take a shower here and get dressed over here. I mean, it's small things that Brian is, I mean, you know, we're kind of picking it apart because you've got so much thought in there, but you know, no one's going to want to run across the entire room in their towel to get dressed.
And just as something to keep in mind, like this.
Maybe in Europe, right, Martin, but not here in this.
You have the space, but I think you have the space here, right? Like, I mean, this wall
It's huge, yeah.
like can move so far over here, and then you have like a nice huge bathroom, and you have another small bathroom, and maybe with a little bit of luck, you
and this is your little
fit a closet in here somewhere.
Yeah, that becomes a reading nook that you don't sit in. Yeah, that chair goes over here.
And then I think and that one, yeah, I just feel like that's, yeah.
Well, for me, when you're talking about increasing density, and I see these bedrooms, the size of which you would never see in Europe, for example, where you have a lot of what we call missing middle. I wonder if you could have scaled these down or gotten more units in per land area. It's quite a large bedroom. Do you need one quite that big? I would think about just the overall scale of these buildings. They're pretty massive.
Yeah, you could probably fit like 3 or 4 bedrooms on this floor.
Or like even, you know, like even make that landing area actually into a proper usable space, not just the place that you run, you know, like, you know, I mean, that's, you know, a lot of these, you know, houses have some kind of play areas or something where you watch TV and actually make that a little bit more generous. I think both of the bedrooms could probably go down in size. Can you go to the kind of the overall plan for your project?
Like the site plan?
I guess maybe the ground floor. So like where we were talking about those courtyards.
Oh yeah, of course.
Like I'm wondering, yeah, that one's good. I'm wondering, did you ever, when you end up with relatively long bars for each of these buildings, and actually on the above the retail, are those singular units? Do you have a plan of those units? Maybe that's going up one level.
Yeah. Yeah. You don't want to look too closely at these, honestly.
Okay. Yeah, that's why you do it. That's why, and that's why I'm pointing it out. Yeah. How do you get into that last bedroom there at the end?
You don't.
You have to go through the bathroom or what? No. But, yeah.
These ones were just kind of like copying lines over from this one.
Well, I'm wondering, could you have played with, I mean, I don't know what that would do, but you end up with relatively long bars like here. Did you ever look at offsetting those where you actually, because also, you know, you imagine you've got, I'm just also talking about, I mean, this is your precious outdoor space, and then someone else has got their outdoor space right next to you in terms of acoustic privacy. I mean, did you ever think about, okay, maybe this is my unit here, and then the next unit is actually maybe offset?
Yeah.
And then you're offsetting the yards too?
We did look at doing that sort of chessboard pattern, but
yeah, checkerboard.
Because the light was coming in, a lot of the light was coming in from the south. If you do that chessboard, you lose a lot of the light during the day. So that was sort of the main consideration behind that. But you would have more privacy if that were the case.
Do you mean light for the garden, or? Yeah,
light for the garden.
Would it be a bad thing to have kind of a shaded garden? Because they could actually be getting sun drenched, that's also not so nice.
Yeah, that was the reasoning I used. I'm not saying it was like the right decision.
Okay, do you really lose daylight? I'm just thinking, because if you're offsetting that, wouldn't you get more light in here because your mass is further removed? I don't know.
I mean, there's also the question of, I mean, I understand that the eastern versus western light is what shaped a lot of this. There's also if you take one of the plans, flip it and make it a party wall, push these two together, you end up with two green spaces sitting next to each other and a heck of a lot more light penetration into both of those areas.
Good point. Yeah, you just have to.
The buildings are much further apart at that point, and you're not doing anything right now necessarily with that facade outside of growing the lattice work up it.
But maybe angling them slightly, or yeah.
Yeah, Brian has a good point. It's just like in the consolidating, you could actually have, there's an economy in that, because you end up with a whole lot less exterior wall too.
I think you're missing a perspective maybe that shows kind of one of the views like into the space like that, because like I feel like we're all imagining things.
Well, the
here.
one with Will Smith and it has it, doesn't it? Is the Will Smith?
Do you have a perspective like that?
Oh yeah, I'm glad you noticed that. Let's go back. Yeah, so this is looking into
that's a unit at the raised walkway, right?
At the lower. But I feel like the presence of this little corner of the wall. I mean that's a pretty big presence somewhere here. Like actually kind of somewhere here. Really, coming to think of it. And I feel that could be really horrible. And like I think some of us are imagining this as really horrible, and some of us, maybe including you, are imagining it as really poetic and sort of like the sort of unit that faces out there, this like wall, and the light kind of bounces off of it and it has a certain texture. And like I think it could be either. We just don't know. I think that's Uli sort of asked about that elevation like right away, which I think is I think that could deserve some attention.
Something's off here. What's your counter height? Is that 42 inches? That seems tall.
I might have to get back to you on that one.
I can tell you it's something that's definitely off.
Yeah, it's probably might be Will Smith.
Short Will Smith, who's probably 6 foot something. Kind of goes to his belly button or something. Yeah.
Yeah, he might be a little tall on this one.
So just out of curiosity also, right now some of the for instance, this kitchen feels squeezed. Now part of that, something might be just perspectively off here, but it feels like the width of the building is a problem at some points, and maybe possibly not less of a problem when it comes to, say, the bedrooms. Did you play with the width at all? Is there a magic number? What is the width of these units right now?
Yeah, so these the bottom floor is 18 feet and the second floor is 20 feet. But you have the stairway off to the side here on the right, so the kitchen got a bit narrow.
have you ever tried to fit, like, so you studied the Siedlung Hallen, right? Like, and that one runs stairs up this way.
Yeah,
like
it runs.
Actually, sort of like, because the units in the Siedlung Hallen are really long and narrow, and then they sort of insert stairs here and basically effectively divide it into a front part and a back part, and have some light coming in here through sort of like the roof. And I mean, I have no idea how that compares in terms of your like unit width overall to the Siedlung Hallen. If you would even fit a stair in there, it's a sort of like late. I mean, I never had that thought earlier for some reason, because I always assumed like, oh, you go long in a unit like that. But it's occurring to me for the first time that that would actually give you sort of a front and a back space that are both in themselves as spaces, maybe a little bit more usable, and you could sort of cluster things around here and squeeze by on one side, and like actually have a spatially set, like two, like not really two rooms, but two spaces.
Yeah, and a switchback stair like that is it's a much more sympathetic stair to use for a variety of reasons. Like if this really is missing middle and these are families, a single run stair is terrifying with a young child, because they start to fall. That's an awful long fall. Furthermore, there's the studies that suggest you feel exhausted when you can't see the next landing of a staircase. Like if you go to a staircase and you can't see the next level, it feels like more exertion than if you can see a landing and then stop and go again. So, you know, from an office standpoint, for our own work, you know, we try to avoid a single run stair at all costs if we can. You know, also I think about things in terms of later in life as well, for, say, the elderly, also a danger. And I think that Martin's point about how it becomes an architectural device to divide the space and possibly even create an interesting connection between the levels then. That, you know, there's the level, I believe, is it above this one on some of them? There's the one where the master bedroom has that kind of antechamber outside of it, that little hangout space. You know, the connection between that little, I'm sorry guys, I don't have the ability to draw on your screen like all these awesome professors do, but where that little hangout space is, if that stair is a switchback stair, now we have an opening through the building there, then you have the kind of, there's an interesting connection between those levels there that opens up.
Yeah.
So basically there's a stair sitting somewhere here, and then this is like, I don't know how this is organized, but maybe you come up here somewhere, and there's like light coming.
And by the way, your rendering of that kitchen, something is wrong. That's a much nicer space.
Can you go back to that floor plan?
Yeah.
Yeah, you got the scale. Something's wrong.
Something's wrong with the scale, because if this is correct, you've got 4 feet between the island. Like the island itself is only 2 feet wide, which it would want to be at least 42 inches.
You got 3 feet beyond that.
Yeah.
Is that your sink facing the wall? Because I couldn't see in your renderings, like your kitchen sink. Is that facing that wall? I wonder if you could open that wall a little and just move your sink, and maybe not your stove, but at least where you're washing dishes, looking out under the garden, because parents would have a better view of what their kids are doing if they're out there playing while they're cooking and washing up.
There's also rules about kitchen design where you actually, you know, there's kind of the triangle between fridge, both top and sink. Imagine you're cooking in this galley kitchen, you're gonna run back and forth the entire time.
Yeah.
When you guys are thinking
just
about
looking at the time here, we should probably, unless you guys want to stay till 6, which is fine with me, we should probably think about wrapping this up, kind of. If you have any last comments or any sort of like zooming out, because I think, I mean, I think it's good. We're really getting into your plans, and I think there's a lot of things that we see that we want to fix. But I think in some ways, I think it's a testament to that you actually kind of like that we're starting to engage with your plans at that level of where the kitchen pieces are, which I think is a good thing, and is a testament to sort of like you providing us with precise and legible plans that allow us to do that, right? I think that's don't forget that that's like, you know, we're sort of like picking things apart here because you've actually drawn this pretty well overall. But yeah, I'm gonna open it up, like if there are any sort of like, I don't want to, you know, cut everyone off, but
I'm kind of going back to Brian's comment about backing the buildings up to each other. Right now, if you look at your side yard's actually pretty wide in terms of, and you need that because you need a certain distance from the buildings because that's your only thing that's separating them, right? But in terms of occupiable space, that's actually way more than you need in a compact setting like that. So by actually doubling up the yards, you're going to get the distance between the buildings, but you can probably make the yards narrower. And you could probably even add another, and that obviously kind of adds up over the entire length of your site. You could probably actually provide more units in the end because you can move everything a little closer together because you're taking advantage of double the side yard distance between the individual units. But overall, I think it's, obviously a lot of work has gone into this. I'm still not completely sold on the lower level of these and how nice, like that'd be a nice perspective to do and make it nice because I feel like it's just gonna look some kind of weird parking garage. I don't know. Just seems like there's lots of concrete and lots of cars down there. That's all I can imagine. It doesn't seem like a pleasant. Looks like the bus drop off at Terminal 4 in Heathrow or something like that. It doesn't seem like it would be a very nice space.
I think. Yeah, sorry, Yuri.
No, but yeah, do a perspective and look at that space. Sorry, Martin.
I think the ambition, and I think it came up earlier, right? Why somebody asked, why is there that lower level at all? And I think there's several potential answers to that. I think the lower level sort of needs, I think, maybe a bit more of an attitude to answer that question, which could, and it could have several attitudes, right? One possible attitude is there's a lot of concrete and a lot of cars and even more cars, and it's really efficient. And also there's a lot of commercial space to maximize revenue along the street, and behind it is the cars, and that enables us to pay for all those luxurious units on top or something. I think that's a possible attitude, in which case I would want that lower level to be much more tight and more less concrete, as little as possible, but as much as necessary, and as many cars as possible, and as dense as possible, right? Or it is a different attitude that's just no, you can actually sort of maybe move in there. It becomes more connected. I want more holes in there. I want less cars in there. It's part of the experience for the visitors to kind of drive in there and sort of come up. I think it's sort of a little bit in the middle. It's neither sort of the gritty, we're gonna hide everything in there and that's gonna maximize everything and enable us to do some really awesome things on top. Or it's also not oh, we are celebrating the kind of ascent to that elevated ground level. And maybe that's really sort of a question of where it's it could be either, I think, but it's sort of caught a little bit in between.
Yeah, I think that could be one solution. Make them all a little different as well. Maybe not every unit has to be the same on the ground or entry floor. Imagine entering, first thing you see is your kitchen every day, or if you're having guests over and they have to walk, which way would they walk through? Between the stove and the island, or on the other side to get to the dining table? Then is it messy? Do you want them to see, the smell as well? Should it not be in some units, not all, but should it not be on the other side where your living room is kind of in a smaller space, or a dining room in that space, and your kitchen more where your dining room is? I would switch it up a little. Not that every single one is the same, so people have options. Some people may not want their kitchen there. Other people might always have a perfectly clean kitchen and feel fine with it being also the entry space.
Yeah.
No, I think that's a good point, Julie. Actually switching that would probably be the more reasonable thing to do.
Yeah, that's how we had it before, actually.
And then they told you to switch it at midterm.
So
also another thing you could consider, why don't you use your courtyard, your side yard, as your entrance to your units? Why do you have to have another patio in the front? I think you could claim that entire space here for your building. You could even pull the building out and then It's like Martin or Drew here, like you could actually come in through the side yard, and because you're giving up a lot of real estate for circulation within the unit there, right there at the entry.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where Martin's stairs. Yeah, you go in, go past the living room or the kitchen, whatever, and then that's where your vertical circulation is. And then
All right, before we start to redesign your project for you, let's finish. I mean, I think overall, I think it maybe, I feel it came a little bit short. Like that's why I sort of want to stress like that you actually had a very nice presentation and like a very complete presentation, and the way you sort of like talked us through it, I felt was actually very very concise and comprehensive. So I just want to sort of like mention that, because like we sort of like ended up picking on everything that's wrong with the project.
No, that was really great. That was really great feedback.
Yeah.
Don't apologize for it.
No, it's a good project. That's why we're critical. So we see potential in you guys.
All right.
Really, if you want to blame somebody tonight when you're having a beer as to why it got derailed to plan talk, you can remember my name and hold a grudge on me for a good long time.
Oh no, you're golden. Don't worry.
All right. So I want to thank the reviewers also for the afternoon, like especially thank you guys for staying longer, half an hour by now. So I really appreciate it. And I think the students.
Oh, it's a virtual beer, Martin.
I think virtually, I'll give you a virtual beer. I think Joseph and Coleman appreciated it. I hope.
Yeah, thank you so much.
And thanks so much. Like I'm not gonna do the whole round of like closing comments, honestly, unless you have something that really sort of like you want to say. But I just feel like after a day where everybody has been on reviews since like 10 in the morning, that's probably the last thing you want to do at like 5:30. Unless there's anything, Uli or Brian or Julie, that you have that you sort of like want to say, like I'm also just happy to call it a day. And
just that I love the attention to detail. It was nice to see. Every project was very well thought out. So great work, everyone.
Yeah, and it's obviously it's a difficult semester, obviously for all.
Yeah.
For everyone, but then this is also a difficult studio.
Right? No, I think Uli, I think you're absolutely right. I think it's a challenging studio to begin with, even if you're in studio in person and you can redline and you can stay till 7.
And you learn so much from each other too. If
I think that is really sort of like that makes in particular this studio really, really even more difficult, because you're not even on the same page. Like when you're in studio, there's a collective like dynamic that develops. You're just like, all right, detail.
There's only so many things you can ignore, right?
And you have the stack of Detail magazine. You have the stack of Detail magazine in the studio, and everybody else starts to flip through. And like, I think that's really something that was missing. I think another thing that for me was missing was model making. I think the idea that I love typically to work in models with you guys, and I think that helps so much. And Uli, you've seen models that came out of my studios previously, and like typically we'll do like 8 scale models or at least 8 scale for the whole thing. And I think models sometimes make it so much more quick to see things, and you're just like, oh wow, that doesn't work, or that works really well. And I think overall, like given all of these handicaps, I think the students did an amazing job of sort of keeping, like staying motivated and sort of like pushing projects forward and actually kind of producing the work. So, I think I realized that for you guys, it was not an easy semester. So like, I just want to sort of like congratulate you on sort of like doing what needed doing. All right. Good, thank you. Yeah.
Nice
work. Thank you. Good to see you all.
Yeah.
Great work.
Thank you.
So, I want to keep the students here just like 5 more minutes for a couple of things.